Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. We bring you hundreds of novel audiobooks covering every genre and every kind of story you can imagine. Action? We've got it. Adventure? Absolutely. Horror? Of course. Whether it's the legendary Uchiha Massacre or outrageous tales like stealing Naruto's and Sasuke's women, you'll find it here. From epic series like One Piece, Bleach, Fairy Tail, and Hunter x Hunter, to countless other adventures, our library has it all. Love novels but don't have time to read? No worries, just plug in your earbuds, sit back, and let the story take over. Good listening, and happy hearing. By the time Zhang Yi drove there and arrived, it was already evening and the sky had turned dark. His third sister went up to the door. "Brother, why did you just arrive?" "Wow, our brother is here." His second sister also ran over. His third aunt opened the door for him. "Little Yi, come in quickly. We were just talking about you." Zhang Yi smiled and greeted, "Third aunt." His third aunt said, "I still haven't thanked you for getting Mengmeng such a good cell phone and even got her to bring me a cosmetics set." "Thank you so much, little Yi." Zhang Yi sighed, "Why are you still being so polite with me?" His mother emerged from the living room and asked, "Didn't you say you'd be busy today?" Zhang Yi laughed and replied, "I've finished all my work and the routine has been confirmed as well. There's only the live broadcast left tomorrow, so I decided to come back to celebrate the new year with everyone." "Whoa, there's this much food? We're not eating yet?" His grandma said, "We'll start very soon." "Grandma, Grandpa, Happy New Year to the two of you." Zhang Yi put down the 2 boxes of brain gold in his hands. These were from the previous time that Wumo had given the health supplements to him. He had kept them in his car's trunk ever since. It made it convenient for him to give them out wherever he went, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to bring any gifts if he suddenly visited someone. His first uncle and aunt, second uncle and aunt. Zhang Yi made the rounds to give his New Year's greetings to them. By the time he was done with everything, his throat had gotten extremely dry. So he sat down and drank a sip of tea. "Has the Spring Festival Gala started yet?" His eldest sister looked at her watch and smiled. "There's still half an hour till it starts." His third sister suddenly said, "Brother, have you seen the newly posted statement by Central TV's Spring Festival Gala?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. "What new statement?" His second sister held up the cell phone Zhang Yi had given to her and showed him. "Here. I was busy at Beijing TV all day today and didn't keep myself updated on anything. Let me see." Zhang Yi lowered his head and looked, then read the netizens' comments as well before understanding what was going on. Due to a not-so-good overall audience satisfaction for last year's Spring Festival Gala, which had invited a Korean celebrity, an incident where Jang Yoonki's and Jang Zia's performance was scrapped, topped with the language performances being unfunny. As this year's Spring Festival Gala approached, more and more people started criticizing the show and had very low expectations for this year's Spring Festival Gala. It ended up with the Spring Festival Gala production team issuing an official statement on Weibo after getting provoked by all those negative comments. They said that there had been someone with ulterior motives who was trying to ruin the Spring Festival Gala and so on in recent times, and that they would not dismiss the possibility of using the law to defend their interests. Someone with ulterior motives? They were clearly talking about Zhang Yi. However, after this statement was published on the official Weibo account, the netizens started criticizing even harder. "They're talking about Zhang Yi, right? How many days has that incident been? Why are they still pulling it out to talk about it? PFFT, why do you all keep pinning the blame on Zhang Yi? Everyone is saying that there is a problem with the performances and don't find them enjoyable to watch, so that already says that the problem lies with the Spring Festival Gala production team. Why are you guys finding fault with Zhang Yi? Why is it that when something happens, Central TV will always blame it on Zhang Yi? Isn't he one of your hosts? What does the criticism of the Spring Festival Gala have to do with Zhang Yi? Didn't he only perform a satirical crosstalk many days ago? Do you guys need to resort to using legal action on that? Don't forget that Teacher Zhang is also a lawyer himself, so think about who you're suing. Did you beat him in the previous lawsuit to begin with? At that time, Zhang Yi had utterly destroyed your Central TV legal team all by himself. Everyone has been criticizing the Spring Festival Gala for many years. It's already become a form of entertainment in itself. Why are you guys shifting the blame to Zhang Yi now? How many times has Teacher Zhang been shot even though he's just lying there and doing nothing? I've come to realize that the current Central TV organization is becoming very interesting. When a show doesn't do well, it's Zhang Yi's fault. When a show does well, it's Zhang Yi's fault. Now that someone over here is scolding them, it's the fault of Zhang Yi too. When someone over there criticizes them about their performance lineup, it's still Zhang Yi's fault. PFFT, Teacher Zhang will never be any good no matter what. Go on and fight it out, the contract won't last much longer anyway. I've been following Teacher Zhang's conflict with Central TV for half a year now, but I'm still not bored of watching it. Haha. At home. His second sister put down the phone. Know what happened now? Zhang Yi threw his hands up and laughed. Why am I involved again? His second uncle said, they are totally targeting you now. That lousy Spring Festival gala, I'm never watching it again in the future. His grandma grunted. But Zhang Yi said happily, don't be like that. I wasn't actually planning to watch it, but since the Spring Festival gala production team has given that statement, then I'll definitely watch it closely. This bro will take on the role of that someone with ulterior motives, as they said. He had been worried that he wouldn't have anything to keep him occupied this Spring Festival Eve, but somehow this had happened. I was the one who led the criticism against you guys. Alright then, this bro will take the lead all the way to the end. At Central TV. At the Spring Festival gala venue, everyone was busy with their assigned jobs. Counting down to the last 10 minutes. It's about to begin. Camera 3, try it again. Lighting Team 7, get the lights in sync. What are you doing? Hurry up. Where are the hosts? Why are they still at the bathroom at this time? Call them back now. The executive director gave his orders. Zhu Yiping and the other assistant directors also went about taking charge of their responsibilities. They all felt nervous while waiting in anticipation for today's Spring Festival gala to begin. They were nervous because this was going to be a live broadcast and there couldn't be any screw-ups. Their anticipation was due to their satisfaction of their planned performances for this Spring Festival gala that they wanted to present quickly to the audience and to let the higher-ups see that they could beautifully finish the job the organization entrusted to them. The hosts were on standby. Chen Yi made some last-minute adjustments to his red suit and looked very high-spirited. He was going to step onto this wonderful stage again today after Rise to the Dance had slipped in the ratings and popularity toward the end of its broadcast, which had affected his individual popularity greatly. Such a large-scale talent show had not helped him gain much popularity at all, so Chen Yi had definitely failed his objectives this past year. He had lost to Zhang Yi by too much. But that was fine, because Chen Yi still had the stage of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. This was something that Zhang Yi could never compare with, in his opinion. With the current relationship between Zhang Yi and Central TV, it was definitely impossible that Zhang Yi would ever have the chance to stand on this stage. And so, on this day, Chen Yi needed to present his best side to continue consolidating his position in the industry. They were all looking forward to the Spring Festival Gala quite a lot. Online. The netizens were also getting prepared. It's about to begin. Let's see how this year will turn out. I actually still have some anticipation for it. It's almost time to start our criticism. It's time for us flamers to step forward. Haha, I'm here. Watching the Spring Festival Gala these days, it seems like criticizing the show is more enjoyable than watching it. Yeah, we created quite a number of jokes about last year's show, so let's see which flamer will excel for this year's show. Today is the once-in-a-year stage for us flamers. I'm on standby. Flamer number 3 is here as well. Flamer number 11 reporting for flaming. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Countless flamers were gearing up and silently counting down to the start of the show. 876 Zhang Yi pokes fun at the Spring Festival Gala. Second half the countdown started. 3, 2, 1. The Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast officially began. A short, 2-minute promotional video was broadcast at the start. This video was very elegantly shot but also very traditional in a sense. All the different industry frontline workers in their work uniforms appeared in this promotional video and finally boarded a packed train for the holiday season. Everyone then gave a fist and palm salute before several words appeared on screen. Spring Festival Gala. Music started to blare. It was a piece of traditional folk music to which the performers came onto stage within their beautiful stage costumes. There were people dancing the Ayer folk dance, the Dai folk dance, as well as the Mongolian folk dance. Why do I have an ominous feeling about this? I do too. A hodgepodge of performances? Fuck. The composition of performers is too complicated. This opening dance is already exuding the feeling of a Spring Festival Gala. Has there been a year they did not do this? Hurry up and find something to criticize them about. Flamers, step up. Some of the flamers were already ready, but as the gala had only just begun, they were not in the groove yet. They could not find a good entry point and were unable to muster up a truly worthy criticism yet. At this moment, the Mongolian folk dance performers rotated to the front and the big screen behind them started showing some of Inner Mongolia's locations. Each location was accompanied by New Year photos of locals wearing traditional Mongolian deals on horseback, standing outside their yurts, or studying at school. 1. Where are the flamers? Where are they? Say something. Where is everyone's fighting spirit? Who will be the one taking the opening shot at the Spring Festival Gala? Suddenly, an insult appeared on Weibo. I'm from Inner Mongolia, I'm here. I wanna say this, I've been telling my foreign friends for many years that we don't live in yurts, don't ride horses, don't bathe in milk, and don't wear deals anymore. But after the Spring Festival Gala is broadcast, all my years of effort go down the drain. With this insult, everyone was laughing madly. Ha. PFFT. Hilarious. What a goddamn professional flamer. Just a look at that insult and I know it must be by a professional. Too awesome. This is the first flame heading into the new year. Ha, I laughed so much my sides hurt. Ayo, which mighty flamer is this? Let's see who posted that, it's hilarious. In the end, when the netizens saw this person's name, they laughed even harder. PFFT. It's Zhang Yi. Fuck, it's Zhang Yi himself. Raffle. Ha. So it's Zhang Yi. I was still wondering whose fighting strength could be so fierce. Quick, come and see. Teacher Zhang has fired shots at the Spring Festival Gala again. I was saying that after the Spring Festival Gala production team issued such a strong statement obviously targeted at Zhang Yi, if he did not strike back at them, it just wouldn't be his style. Teacher Zhang has also joined the Flaming Army. Zhang Yi the Mighty. Teacher Zhang, well done. The Flaming Army immediately exulted at Zhang Yi's participation. If it were any other flamer's insults, it might not have spread so quickly. But since this insult was from Zhang Yi, there was no doubt about how fast it would spread. Zhang Yi had such a vast number of Weibo followers at 10 million that before the opening dance on television was over, this insult of his had already propagated all over the internet. Zhang Yi's maternal grandma's house. His third sister yelled, ha, brother, you're so sarcastic. His second sister also laughed loudly. Brother, you're really serious about flaming them? What a classic. His eldest sister was also giggling non-stop while browsing Weibo. Our brother's eloquence is still as amazing as ever. This insult was so professional. It found the perfect entry point and hit it spot on. However, Zhang Yi did not really care about all that. This was the essence of the netizens and flamers from his previous world, so how could it not be good? How could it not hit the sweet spot? After the opening dance was over, the hosts took over the stage. Chen Yi, who was dressed fully in red, said, the annual welcoming of a joyous festival. The female host beside him said loudly, the country celebrates together for the new year. Their hosting lines did not have much creativity and basically stuck to the traditional New Year greetings of past years. The only thing that was different from previous years was the stage, which was much grander and incorporated more technological elements this time. Very quickly, the second performance of the night started. It was yet another singing and dancing performance, with an emphasis on singing. A big shot singer came on stage and sang, Oh, Homeland, a brand new atmosphere. A big name actor came on stage. Year after year, a brand new look. A veteran singer sang loudly, the common folk very happy. A female soprano, let's advance together with the Communist Party. This was a new song composed and written by an unknown person. It was the first time it was performed at the Spring Festival Gala. The netizens flamed it. The lyrics have an overly proper energy. Fuck, isn't there anything else they can perform? I'm almost falling asleep. Could we not have such performances? Why does this year's Spring Festival Gala seem so much more boring than previous years? There are so many points that we can criticize that I don't know where to start. It's time for the skits. Anticipating the language performances. The third performance welcomed this year's gala's first skit. But when the audience began watching, they felt even more speechless. The skit was titled This is a New Policy. It depicted a rural farming family running into some problems and obstacles when they had to get something done. Their problems ended up being solved by the country's recently approved new policy. As the skit came to a close, the performers got together and praised the new policy. The netizens had mixed reactions. It's nice, I guess. Only the beginning was a little funny. BS, how was it even funny? I was totally speechless throughout the skit. It was so boring. There's nothing funny about it at all. What sort of a skit is this even? Faints. It turned out totally different from what I had expected. Then it was time for another song and dance performance which included the shouting of slogans. Afterwards, the time finally came for the first crosstalk routine of the night. It was exactly that mass crosstalk Tang Dazhang was leading his group of 60 people to perform, titled Family Reunion. It felt like the crosstalk routine used to be scheduled at a later time that was closer to midnight. But perhaps due to the great pressure from public opinion and doubt, the Spring Festival Gala production team made some last-minute adjustments and pushed forward Tang Dazhang's crosstalk routine. The language performance began. Tang Dazhang led his senior and junior brothers as well as his disciples and strode onto the stage. The moment he came on, Tang Dazhang smiled and waved at the audience as he said, "We meet again, my friends." The applause in the audience was scant, but many of the audience members were amused when they heard that. It wasn't because his words were funny, but because many of them were reminded of Zhang Yi's joke in "I Want to Get on the Spring Festival Gala" that ridiculed Tang Dazhang. "Let us first wish everyone a prosperous new year." The 60 people bowed and said in unison, "A prosperous new year. It's a good day today." Yes. A year is just like a day. That's right. The crosstalk routine began. It started off with 2 people speaking, then when it entered the singing segment, the remaining crosstalk actors joined in as well. Some of them played the Rhu and Sanxian, with a few female Jinny Undabu actresses gradually joining in as well. The entire crosstalk performance was loud and filled with song and dance. 2. The netizens were dumbfounded by what they were watching. Is this still a crosstalk routine? Why does it feel like it's a singing show instead? How boring. There was only one funny point in the entire performance, and it's an old gag from several years back. There was also one joke that felt really familiar that I thought was adapted from something Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai did before. This is really a true family reunion. I pissed myself listening to that. They shouted the catchphrase so clearly, but it still wasn't as good as I expected it to be. Tang Dazhang is getting on in years. He's becoming more and more irrelevant now and is already out of touch with times. This year's Spring Festival Gala seems like it doesn't belong in the same era as us. If someone told me I was watching a Spring Festival Gala from 5 years back, I might just believe them. I finally get why Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were not invited to this year's Spring Festival Gala. Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao obviously do not have as great a political awareness as Tang Dazhang. After several performances, many people had run out of patience. One by one, the flamers started berating. Even Zhang Yi's fan club leader, Big Saber Bro, joined in. Fan Yunian, on this night, every person in the country will be able to sleep peacefully. My mother will no longer have to worry about my insomnia. But among all the insults, one of them didn't seem to fit in with the rest. Exciting, how exciting. This year's Spring Festival Gala is the most enjoyable news simulcast broadcast that I have ever watched in the entire 20-odd years of my life. It has gotten rid of the customary newscaster reporting with the aid of imagery or video highlights, and replaced it with a collection of songs, dances, skits, and video clips instead. It promotes the good policies of the party and simplifies it for the layman. The country is thriving and the people are prospering. This is a new creative breakthrough by the publicity department that will ensure the news reaches the minds of our people and helps to put into practice the 3 adjustments. It is definitely worth our comrades at the news publicity battlefront learning from. Published on Weibo by Zhang Yi. The moment the other flamers saw this, they were astounded. Damn, what a burn. Teacher Zhang has beautifully done it again. News simulcast. Ha 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 ha. Hey, it's a proper gala but you'd describe it as a news simulcast broadcast instead. Ha ha. This insult is way too godly. Looks like Teacher Zhang is going to offend yet another bunch of people tonight. After several minutes, the hosts started bearing couplets in a light-hearted hosting segment. One of the hosts came up with the first half of the couplet. The country is thriving. Chen Yi matched the second half. The people are prospering. Right at this moment, Zhang Yi made yet another post on Weibo. Good news, everyone, good news. Comrades who are able to finish watching this year's Spring Festival Gala will definitely not experience any difficulties in the coming year. Ha ha ha. Dying from laughter. That's what you get for offending Zhang Yi. PFFT, ha ha ha. I've decided to not watch the Spring Festival Gala anymore. All I need is to read Zhang Yi's Weibo as we cross into the new year. When the next performance ended, the hosting team reappeared again to thank the higher-ups and audience for their unwavering support over the years. They also thanked the Spring Festival Gala production team for their hard work on the show. At almost the same time, Zhang Yi's insults started again. Thank you. Everyone should also thank this year's Spring Festival Gala production team for making us see our mistakes. As of this night, all of us owe the previous versions of the Spring Festival Gala our deepest apologies. We are sorry. We're sorry. PFFT. Ayo, I can't take it anymore. Zhang Yi is too sarcastic. I've passed out from laughing too much at my computer. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, we all really owe an apology to the previous versions of the Spring Festival Gala. We shouldn't have criticized them back then. Can you guys stop being so funny? Just look at Teacher Zhang's caliber of insulting. The rest of you really aren't a match for him. No shit, of course we can't compare to Teacher Zhang when it comes to dishing out insults. Amazing. At the critical moments, we still have to depend on Teacher Zhang. A lot of the other flamers accepted this remark. Indeed, Zhang Yi's literary skill and eloquence are at the professional level. Compared to us amateur flamers, He's on a whole different level. With that insult, the results were clear. Tonight, Zhang Yi stood with the public and joined sides with the Flaming Army. He had even become the leading figure of the Flamers and threw out the insults incisively, bringing the standards to a new height, to a new realm. The Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast continued. Zhang Yi's insults also continued. Every word the host said could be caught by him, and every performance's details had weak points that Zhang Yi could make fun of at length. A lot of the Flamers had already stopped their duties and were just watching Zhang Yi sling his insults during the entirety of the Spring Festival Gala. Of course, there were also some performances and artists Zhang Yi did not ridicule. People like Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xian's Xia Feng's skit performance were all spared. As long as it was someone Zhang Yi knew personally and had a good relationship with, he did not say anything about them. This fellow has always been this way. He'd always mix business and private. Everyone had a good laugh. Zhang Yi's family members didn't know how to react. His mother said, "Son, you're not even touching the dumplings and only care about posting on Weibo. Why are you always engaged in such tomfoolery?" Zhang Yi answered in high spirits, "Did you only realize that now? I've always been like this." His third sister, who only wished to watch the world burn, said, "Brother, how about another one? Insult them again." Zhang Yi said, "I've just posted one, go on and like it." "Understood." Ha 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 ha. When the Spring Festival Gala ended, as the production team staff were about to check online for the audience and netizens' reactions to this year's Spring Festival Gala, everyone including the executive director, assistant directors, and other staff members were all dumbfounded the moment they checked Weibo. What is this? What is all this? Everyone nearly vomited blood. Zhang Yi. Fuck your grandpa. You're too damn wicked, you. Those 100+ ridiculing posts on Weibo made by Zhang Yi had utterly shocked the Spring Festival Gala production team. Over 100 posts. You're going to participate in Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala tomorrow, so you should be busy preparing for it right now. Yet as a big-shot celebrity, you're free enough to stay home to watch television and insult our Spring Festival Gala on the eve of the Spring Festival? Every member of the Spring Festival Gala production team cursed. This damned hooligan. The worst hooligan in the entire entertainment circle. 877 The run-up to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 877, The run-up to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Morning. The netizens were still having a lot of fun. I've been laughing the entire night. I've already reread the entire sequence of events from the beginning. Me too. I've reread all of Teacher Zhang Yi's Weibo post from yesterday. Ha ha ha. Damn, what happened yesterday? What happened? I'm just a bypassing southerner who doesn't watch the Spring Festival Gala. You guys came too late, but you'll understand after you read Zhang Yi's Weibo. For several hours during the live broadcast of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Yi made over 100 of ridiculing posts regarding the show. It was really wonderful. What kind of mind does he have to be able to come up with those 100-some posts? Yeah, go and take a look. We were made to kneel due to his insults last night. Zhang Yi's temper is what I like most about him. He does not have any pretense at all. He just says whatever he likes. That's right. Usually, for most top-rated B-list celebrities like him, which among them do not mince their words when speaking. But Zhang Yi is different, that guy is incredibly fearless. Supporting Zhang Yi. I really like him. Those 100-odd ridiculing posts made by Zhang Yi were quickly forwarded by the netizens. Each and every one of those insults were the quintessence of wisdom from the netizens and flamers from his previous world against the Spring Festival Gala over many years. Not only did those insults stand the test of time, a lot of them were known by many in his previous world and would naturally be as popular and well received in this world. Goof Group. This was the celebrity chat group that Zhang Yi had recently joined. At this moment, many of the celebrities were active online. Dong Dong, a member of a popular domestic group, messaged, "Teacher Zhang, you really are brave enough to say anything. After reading your ridiculing posts from last night, I completely take my hat off to you." Zhang Yi typed, "Why would I be scared to speak?" Dong Dong. Okay then. A-list celebrity, Ning Lan, bro, you sure have guts. Fan Wenli interrupted, her, you made it sound like he did not have guts in the past. Fan Wenli's husband, Chen Guang, sent a smiley face. This guy has always been like that. The things we never dare to say or find unsuitable to bring up can be repeated by him every day without any consequences whatsoever. Ning Lan said, if I even dare to criticize the Spring Festival Gala once, there would probably be a lot of people coming after me, much less posting more than 100 times about it. Then my work schedule for next year would definitely be reduced by 20% and I'd probably lose my fans too. Huo Dongfang replied, that's why you aren't Zhang Yi. Dong Dong commented cheekily, "This is what we call the demeanor of a celebrity. The way that every celebrity speaks and does things is different. We definitely couldn't say the same things that teacher Zhang Yi says. Unless Sister Ning intends to become a female hooligan of the entertainment industry and get shouted at and beaten up by everyone wherever she goes? Ning Lan, then I better not consider it at all." Zhang Yi sent a blinking emoji and asked, "Who's the hooligan?" "PFFT. Who do you think?" Everyone was tickled. Suddenly, one name appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Yuanqi. "Yo, Zhang Yi has joined the group too?" Ning Lan laughed and said, "You're finally online." Zhang Yuanqi, "I'm been too busy recently. The Spring Festival Gala has really tired me out." Dong Dong, "Teacher Zhang joined the group some time ago." "Sister Zhang, did you only learn of it now?" Huo Dongfang, "Sister Zhang, it's been a while." An A-list actor said, "Hello, Sister Zhang." A B-list male singer, "Hi, Sister Zhang." Many of those celebrities who had not appeared recently popped up. Zhang Yi played along and said, "Hello, Sister Zhang." After Zhang Yuanqi greeted all of them, she asked Zhang Yi, "Are you performing at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala this year?" "Do well. I'm looking forward to your crosstalk routine." Zhang Yi laughed, "Sure." Dong Dong, "Teacher Zhang, break a leg." Huo Dongfang, "Why isn't anyone cheering for me?" Chen Guang asked, "Old Huo, you have a show tonight as well?" Huo Dongfang said, "Leaning TV's Spring Festival Gala has invited me to perform." Fan Wenli sent a smile. "I got invited to Hunan TV's Spring Festival Gala. In fact, I'm already at the TV station now. Another big shot celebrity, I'll be making a guest appearance in a skit on Dragon TV's Spring Festival Gala tonight." This was a group in which most of the entertainment industry's big names were gathered. Except for a few semi-retired celebrities, the others were the most popular superstars as of now, so they naturally wouldn't miss out on the Spring Festival Galas. Some celebrities with higher statuses and better luck could appear on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, and those who couldn't would still be able to get a spot on the other provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas. Zhang Yuanqi gave her well wishes to all. "Everyone, break a leg. Have an auspicious start to the new year." "Okay. Thank you, Sister Zhang. The most intense competition will start this night. There's over 20 Spring Festival Gala events on the provincial stations, how can it not be intense? Let's see which station will do better than the others this year. I still think Leaning TV and Hunan TV have the higher hopes as they invited more big shots to their shows. Beijing TV is a candidate as well. I have high hopes for Dragon TV because I'll be there, haha. At home." Zhang Yi was not familiar with many of the celebrities in the Goof group, and it could even be said that he did not know them at all. As he hadn't had any dealings with them, he did not bother to start a conversation with them. Seeing that everyone was happily chatting, Zhang Yi silently closed the chat app instead. He set his cell phone to silent before throwing it onto his bed. "Let's practice a bit more again. It will be a proper routine this time." Taking out a sheet of A4 paper, Zhang Yi read through the speed recital lines written on it once. Then he closed his eyes and began rattling it off as he recited it without reading. Zhang Yi's reciting speed gradually got faster and faster, but he would sometimes stutter in between the lines. Frowning as he shook his head in displeasure, he restarted from the beginning again. 1 time. 5 times. 10 times. Since waking up at 7 a.m., he practiced hard until 10 a.m. Zhang Yi was putting a lot of hard work into this, having already practiced this for several days now. Actually, he didn't have any problems with it except that he had high expectations of himself. Since he promised Wu Zaking to perform a proper crosstalk routine to show those people what he could do, he had to strive for perfection without any drawbacks. This time he was prepared to perform a proper crosstalk routine by using other people's doubt of him to smack their faces in response. The 3 vulgarities. Only knows how to scold people? Can't even be considered crosstalk. Alright then, this bro will let you all have a listen to my routine this time by performing a traditional crosstalk routine that you bunch of people are best at. Do you people really think that I don't know how to perform in your style? Today, I will follow a traditional crosstalk format and Spring Festival Gala's crosstalk style to show everyone that I can still say it better than all of you. The day of the galas. The promotion rivalry for each provincial station's Spring Festival Gala was getting intense. Some of the provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas were doing their promotions on the internet, and the updates about their Spring Festival Gala were seen everywhere on Weibo. There was even some advertising that a Heavenly King was going to withdraw from their Spring Festival Gala, yet later on, news was that the Heavenly King would not withdraw from the show. After that, the news of withdrawing and not withdrawing kept happening several times as it forcefully created a hype to attract attention. And some other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas invested a lot of money into buying advertisement spots at major discussion forums and online video hosting sites. Those advertisements could be seen almost everywhere. Anyways, each of them were trying to outshine the other as everyone was hoping to get off to a winning start on the first day of the new year. This also concerned the survival of the television stations, and no one was going to back down. As the promotions were battling it out, the netizens joined in. I will definitely tune into Leaning TV. I'll watch whichever station's Spring Festival Gala that sect leader Hueco appears on. Central TV's Spring Festival Gala this year was too crappy. I'm looking more and more forward to Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala now. I still haven't decided on which station I should watch. You should watch Dragon TV as they had some rather good crosstalk and skit routines last year. If we are talking about crosstalk and skit routines, then the top choice would definitely be Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. You're right. Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has invited Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai this year. Oh, come on. Their crosstalk is famous for scolding people and the script is full of picking on and scolding others. He will only get a kick out of it by scolding from the start till the end. I also agree that Zhang Yi's crosstalk routines are exciting, but how can it be broadcast at an event like the Spring Festival Gala? That is true. Zhang Yi's crosstalk routine probably won't even get broadcast, right? Yup. There are still some differences between a gala crosstalk and other crosstalk routines. But Zhang Yi can choose to perform a traditional crosstalk routine. How can he know how to perform a traditional crosstalk? All his crosstalks are about scolding people. Oh, right. I just remembered. Then what can be done? What else can they do? All the Spring Festival galas follow this style, so if the entire crosstalk is about scolding people, they definitely won't allow him to perform the routine. He won't even be able to pass the approval. Zhang Yi's crosstalk style is only famous because it's meant to be performed at a smaller theater. What people like to watch is him scolding people and smacking their faces. But if he suddenly did not scold others, then who would want to watch? Zhang Yi probably doesn't know how to perform a proper crosstalk anyway. In any case, I've never heard Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai perform a proper and traditional form of crosstalk before. Then aren't they done for? Now that you guys brought this up, I'm starting to feel disheartened. Yeah. Initially, I was also looking forward to it. Will Zhang Yi really behave himself when he performs the crosstalk for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala? Will he follow in the footsteps of Tang Dazhang and his 60-people mass crosstalk, who shouted catchphrases all over the place during the crosstalk at Central TV's Spring Festival Gala? If he does, then who would watch it? That might really happen. Then Zhang Yi might as well not appear on the Spring Festival Gala at all. Agreed. Rather than performing such a boring traditional crosstalk, he might as well not perform at all. Just please don't have something similar to that Tang Dazhang's family reunion performance. Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao both command a very high status in my heart. Don't destroy that perfect image just because you want to get on a Spring Festival Gala. Right, they might as well not get on it at all. Traditional crosstalk routines have reached a low point and it's impossible to walk out of it. Even if it were Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai performing a traditional crosstalk, the results would still be the same. Let's just wait for tonight and see what happens. Hi, we'll know everything tonight. Discussions were flying around everywhere, especially regarding the crosstalk piece that Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were doing for this year's Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. The attention garnered was exceptionally high and close to the utmost. They were not like those newly established rookies and had been famous celebrities for some time now. Their reputation and names were very popular within the crosstalk world, having single-handedly reversed the downturn of the crosstalk industry back then. This was why everyone had very high expectations of Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai, so were worried for them this time. Zhang Yi's fans were like that. Zhang Yi's friends were also like that. Even Zhang Yi's enemies were equally concerned about it. At Central TV, there was a concluding meeting today. When the meeting ended, everyone started chatting among themselves. The group of people from the Spring Festival Gala production team could no longer bear to not curse anymore. None of them had anything good to say about Zhang Yi due to the hundred-some ridiculing posts that hit the sore spot and pricked right through their hearts. Nobody could tolerate that. That Zhang guy, let's see how he performs during tonight's show. Right, I also want to listen to his crosstalk so that we can flame him as well. This fellow has the thickest skin that I have ever come across. His crosstalk routines are clearly all about scolding people, yet he still has the cheek to come and criticize other people's shows. I really have nothing I can say to that. Let's see if he can afford to scold people tonight. He won't be able to scold anymore. There's still the approval board to get through before that. If he can't scold any people, then who would want to watch his crosstalk? Chen Yi, Zhu Yiping, Tang Dazhang. Central TV, the crosstalk world, and people from all kinds of industries and different jobs were now waiting to see Zhang Yi make a fool of himself. 878 Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala begins. Chapter 878, Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala begins. Noon. After eating lunch at home, Zhang Yi produced 2 pieces of clothing out of nowhere. "Dad, Mom, these are for you," Zhang Yi said. His mother looked over and asked, "What is that?" His father frowned. "You're wasting money buying things again?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "It's the new year, so I bought some clothes for the 2 of you. A mink coat for Mom and a leather jacket for you. They are reputable brands. Put them on and see if they fit. Don't waste money buying such things in the future." His father was already used to not spending frivolously. His mother smiled as she took the coat from him. "How much did it cost?" Zhang Yi replied, "Around 100,000 yuan." His mother was deeply shocked by that. "Whoa, are you crazy? If you have 100,000, why don't you spend it on something better instead? You could have given me the money and I would have saved it up for you." She threw the coat back to him and said, "Quickly return it and get a refund." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I was just kidding, it's only a few thousand yuan. Alright, I still have to report to Beijing TV in the afternoon, so I'll be leaving now." His mother asked, "Are you coming home tonight?" Zhang Yi said, "I'll see how it goes." His mother asked again, "How about the 2nd and 3rd days of the new year?" Zhang Yi said, "I don't know yet. It'll depend on whether I'm busy or not." His mother grumbled, "Don't keep running around outside during the new year period. Can't you just spend the new year at home? How many days have you been around at home in the past year? When you come home every night, it's already past 10 or 11 p.m. and I can barely get to see you. When you left Beijing to shoot your show, it was for a few months at a time. And just last year, you stayed away from home beginning from the eve of the Spring Festival. You insisted on going to the venue of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala to write songs for other people and even fought with a Korean, which resulted in you spending New Year's Day at the police station. So can you just not run around this year? Be good and stay at home." Zhang Yi acknowledged, I got it." His mother stared at him. "Drop that patronizing attitude. Why is it so difficult for our family to spend the new year together?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Okay, Mom, I got it." His father asked with concern, "How's your preparation for the crosstalk gun?" Zhang Yi said casually, "It's already done." "Then why did I still hear you preparing in your room just now? Muttering something to yourself in there?" His father said. Zhang Yi sighed. "Actually, there are no more problems, I was just refining it. The 2 of you can rest assured and just watch the show tonight." The live broadcast was getting close. The chattering online was also growing louder. When Zhang Yi arrived at Beijing Television, he bumped into several people from the gala production team. "Hey, Teacher Zhang, you're here?" an assistant director remarked. Zhang Yi smiled. "Yes, I came early to prepare." The assistant director said, "Many people are discussing your routine for tonight. There seems to be a lot of controversy surrounding it." "Yeah, I saw that too," Zhang Yi said indifferently. The assistant director laughed and stated, "Many people feel that you can't do a gala crosstalk, and even if you can, you won't do it well. Though there are still quite a lot of people supporting you. We were so amused when we saw what some of your fans said. They claimed that even if you did not say a word on stage and started to munch on sunflower seeds with Yao Jiankei, they would still enjoy watching it." A director's aide said, "Teacher Zhang, break a leg." Another staff member said, "There's certainly not going to be any problems regarding your performance." "Thanks." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I'll be counting on your blessings." As he walked in, he greeted the people he knew. Then Zhang Yi found a waiting room and closed the door behind him as he started to deliberate on the crosstalk script again. This was his first time preparing a crosstalk routine in such a way. It wasn't that he did not have the confidence, but rather that this crosstalk was too risky. Those previous crosstalks he performed all revolved around the crosstalks that existed in his previous world, and he would at most add a few of his own ideas to it without changing the main through line. But the crosstalk that Zhang Yi was going to perform today was made up of different individuals' jokes put together. There were Go De Gangs, his apprentice, Yu Young's, and Wang Zhejian's bits, peppered with some of his own ideas as well. What he needed to do now was string them together into a single routine, which was a very difficult task to achieve. As a result, Zhang Yi had to put in a lot of effort and judgment this time around, as he wasn't very sure if he could perform this crosstalk routine well. Rather, to phrase it better, he wasn't too sure if the audience would accept it. Around 2 p.m. Yao Jiankai arrived. "Old Yao, you came at the perfect time. You're quite early, eh? It starts at 7 in the evening, you know. I've made some changes to our routine again." "Ah? You've changed it again?" Somehow, I feel that something is missing and it doesn't feel exciting enough. But it's already very good. Come, let's go through it quickly. Sure, whatever you say. Everyone at Beijing Television was kept busy by their work. The busiest period each year would probably be during the Spring Festival Gala on the first day of the Spring Festival, as it was a live broadcast after all. Naturally, there were some television stations that were not so busy, for example, Gansu Television, Shaanxi Television, Jiangxi Television, and a few other stations. As their viewership ratings were just average and them not being the popular television stations around, they had nothing to vie for on this occasion. To put it bluntly, their Spring Festival galas were all pre-recorded several days before. In this world, only Beijing Television, Hunan Television, Lining Television, Zhejiang Television, and the other, larger provincial stations would broadcast the Spring Festival Gala live. As they wanted to fight for the viewership ratings, they had to broadcast a live show. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk was no doubt one of the main highlights of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala this year. As the station planned to rely on them to pull up the viewership ratings, they were arranged to appear at the earlier part of the programming schedule. This was different from Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, as Central TV broadcast on the eve of the Spring Festival to coincide with the countdown to midnight. As a result, the main highlights of the gala were all scheduled just before midnight. These were the differences between them and a provincial station's Spring Festival Gala. A few hours later, a staff member came over to remind them, "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Yao, it's time for your makeup." Zhang Yi looked up at her and said, "Wait a while more, we'll go over soon." That female staff member said anxiously, "But it's already 5:30 p.m. There's still something we need to deal with." Zhang Yi immediately got back into the discussion with Yao Jiankai. "Are we still going with this bit?" Yao Jiankai said, "There might not be enough time." Zhang Yi nodded. "Then let's take it out." Finally, the executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoliang, was alerted. He dropped the work in hand and rushed over in a hurry. "Why aren't the two of you getting your makeup done and changing into your costumes? It's almost 6 o'clock. We'll be starting in an hour's time." However, Zhang Yi ignored his words and just said, "Director Chang, I was just going to look for you. I was going through the script with old Yao just now and there are some things that we need to add in. I want to have a piece of music added to our performance and record 2 sets of narration now." Chang Xiaoliang was dumbfounded. "We don't have time for all of that." Zhang Yi insisted, "We must add in this segment no matter what. Why would a crosstalk routine require music?" Chang Xiaoliang did not agree to his requests. Wasn't what was rehearsed previously already very good? The production team has already approved that, so we're fine with it. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "I haven't been feeling too confident with our previous routine all this while, but I only just understood the reason. The ending is not enough to hold up the routine and that makes all the jokes seem too scattered. Therefore, I must add in this segment." He explained his thought process to Chang Xiaoliang in a simple manner. When Director Chang heard that, he said, "Your changes came too suddenly and it's hard to say whether they'll work or not. Since nobody can see the end product and I'm also unsure of what overall effect it would add, how do you expect me to agree to your changes?" Yao Jiankai said, "It should be good." Zhang Yi added, "Director Chang, you have to believe in my professional standards." Hoof and the others also rushed over upon learning about it. "What happened here?" Chang Xiaoliang said, "This issue is too serious. I must discuss with the heads first." He quickly left the venue to make a few calls. After communicating for some time, he finally came back. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai both looked at Director Chang. Director Chang clenched his teeth. "The heads have approved of the changes, so we'll base it on your idea to perform the routine. The two of you really know how to make things troublesome for me." Yao Jiankai also wiped away the smile on his face and said, "Little Zhang is rarely as serious as now." Zhang Yi commented, "We are striving for perfection." Chang Xiaoliang stated, "Hurry up and tell me what you need. I'll get someone to arrange for it immediately." A staff member said anxiously, "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Yao, please do your makeup first. You can discuss while having your makeup applied." Zhang Yi apologized, "Sorry, I've made it quite troublesome for everyone." In the past, Zhang Yi's crosstalk routines were all about scolding people. He would scold one person after the other. Being comical and face-smacking were good enough, and the routine did not have to be too artistic or exquisite. But this time, it was different as he wanted to perform a proper routine. He definitely had to polish it repeatedly and not have a casual attitude like before. The audience gradually entered the venue and got seated. As the start of the gala neared, the atmosphere was becoming tense. The staff of Beijing Television were fidgeting with anxiety too. "It's starting soon. Where's Director Chang? Where has Director Chang disappeared to?" "Director Chang is at the recording studio." Something happened with Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk routine. I heard that there were some last-minute changes and a lot of people are running around because of it. Hi, their crosstalk routine was arranged for the 6th performance of the night. Will they make it in time then? Who knows? Teacher Zhang Yi is always doing things like that. Hurry. Hopefully they'll make it in time. With the unexpected situation happening, Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala production team staff had their hearts in their throats. Counting down to the last 20 minutes. Chang Xiaolian was back. An assistant director asked anxiously, how are things going over at Zhang Yi's side? They're still getting to it. Let's not bother with them anymore. Chang Xiaolian shouted, everyone, get into position. A female assistant director stamped her feet. That Zhang Yi. Seriously. Counting down to the last 10 minutes. Counting down, 5 minutes to go. At 7 p.m. sharp, the live broadcast of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala officially began. Meanwhile, Lining, Hunan, Zhejiang, Shanghai, as well as the other provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas began almost concurrently. 879 Crosstalk Routine, Everything is Great. Chapter 879, Crosstalk Routine, Everything is Great. It was getting lively on Weibo. Wah, it's starting. Come and watch Mango TV's opening dance. It's really good. Zhejiang TV's broadcast is quite good as well. Beijing TV's is average. The stage effects aren't all that good. Mango TV is still the best at incorporating technology into their stage presentation. They're so rich. Don't you guys think their stage is almost at the level of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala? They must have really invested a lot into it. Hunan is the best. The netizens immediately started commenting with their opinions after the live broadcast started. There were even people who kept surfing through the channels broadcasting Spring Festival Galas and made a summarized evaluation on them. Zhang Yi's family had organized a feast at their house today. Almost all of their relatives were here. His maternal grandma kept asking, why hasn't little Yi appeared yet? His maternal grandpa laughed and said, what are you so anxious for? The first performance just started. Little Yi is slated for the 6th performance. His mother poured some tea for them. He is going to come on very soon. Chenchen stared at the television, unblinking. His third sister sat there with Chenchen, stroking her head and saying excitedly, brother is appearing soon. Come on and appear quickly. Beijing Television. Backstage, the staff were running in and out busily. Hurry up, Teacher Zhang. A person was urging him for the 4th time. We're already at the 2nd performance. There's just 15 minutes to go. Zhang Yi was decorating some props a distance away and answered without turning around, it's almost done. Yao Jiankai was also getting anxious beside him. If it's not ready, why don't we push our performance back a little? Can we appear as the 10th performance instead? Or the 15th? That staff member said, that won't do. The performances are all scheduled, so if we change anything, it will be totally messed up. Zhang Yi was used to such situations. Don't worry, I'm almost done. The 2nd performance began. Then the 3rd and the 4th. The audience and netizens expressed their opinions on the galas. This year's satellite channels are really giving it their all. Leaning TV is impressive. The Heavenly King is coming out now. Ha ha ha. This is an old song, but no matter how many times I listen to it, I can never get enough of it. Leaning TV's viewership rating is probably going to be the highest. Dragon TV is not bad either. Their 4th performance is a skit. Ha ha ha, quickly go and watch. I highly recommend watching it. The skit is very funny, or at least better than the Central TV's Spring Festival Gala skit. Did you guys watch Zhejiang TV's crosstalk routine? It's on right now, but I think it's not really that interesting. These 2 crosstalk actors were probably quite popular 5 or 6 years ago, but they're quite irrelevant these days. Why does it seem like those crosstalk actors who were quite funny in the past always become irrelevant after they appear on a Spring Festival Gala stage? It's inevitable. The crosstalk industry has been suffering in recent years and has long since reached a bottleneck. Moreover, a gala crosstalk is very difficult to perform since it won't be approved if there aren't any implications, criticism of current affairs, or singing of praises about the homeland. Such a stage requires more elegance and artistic qualities in the routines as well. In the past, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were 2 of the more watchable comedians, but that might not apply to the Spring Festival Gala stage. When have you ever heard Zhang Yi perform a proper crosstalk routine anyway? Go and watch Dragon TV now. The highlight performance of the night is beginning soon. Is that so? I'll tune in and have a watch then. I won't be watching that. I just want to wait for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala crosstalk routine. Yeah, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai will be coming on anytime now. I have a feeling that Zhang Yi will not disappoint me. I don't carry much hope for it. Me too, but it's still worth a watch. If it's not good, I'll just switch channels. I wonder how many people are here today to watch Zhang Yi make a fool of himself. If his upcoming crosstalk routine is not performed well, just watch. There'll definitely be countless people coming out to criticize and ridicule him. It can't be helped since Teacher Zhang has offended so many people in the past. Everyone is just waiting for him to slip up. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala was heading into its 5th performance at this point. Soon. They're coming on next. I'm so nervous. Hopefully Teacher Zhang Yi's illustrious name won't be ruined on this stage today. Whether it's Central TV or a provincial station, as long as it's a Spring Festival Gala stage, it's always been a crosstalk comedian's downfall in recent years. Whoever appears on one of these galas sinks into oblivion. It's become universal now. Besides, it's useless even if Zhang Yi joined this time since he doesn't know how to perform a proper gala crosstalk. Let's just not watch it. Haha, or we could just tune into Leaning TV. There's still something to look forward to if Zhang Yi scolds people. But if he's not going to scold anyone, what's there to look forward to? Beijing Television. Chang Xiaoliang spoke into a microphone and implored, "Are they ready yet?" Someone at the other end answered, "Teacher Zhang is ready. He's headed to the front stage. Hurry. It's time for them to go on," Chang Xiaoliang said loudly. At this moment, Beijing Television's 5th performance ended. On the stage for the language performance, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai had managed to arrive just in time at the last second. When the Beijing Television people finally saw the shadow of their forms on stage, they heaved a long sigh of relief. Hoof wiped away his sweat. They've finally made it. Zhao Lu, who was trembling nervously, said, "What a scare they gave us." Yao Jiankai was also panting a little as he quickly caught his breath. The cameras pointed to where the hosts were. Dong Shanshan, who was joyously dressed in red and smiling at the camera, said, "For the next performance, I believe that everyone who is watching their TV has been anticipating it for quite some time now." The male host smiled and said, "Yes, this next performance is not to be trifled with." Dong Shanshan, a lot of the audience members have been anxiously waiting for it. The male host, "Then let's quickly hand the stage over to the two of them." Dong Shanshan announced, "Please enjoy the crosstalk Everything is Great, performed by Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai." The cameras immediately cut to the two of them. A lot of the netizens who were watching the TV at home felt their hearts turn cold. What kind of a title is that? Everything is Great? Damn, so Zhang Yi is really going to do a traditional style crosstalk routine then? I know that it's not going to be funny just by that title alone. It's over. I have an ominous feeling about this. Everything is Great? Why am I reminded of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala where Tang Dazhang's group did their family reunion performance? If that's how it is, then this will be really boring to watch. See? This is what a gala crosstalk is. Every performer is the same and will always conform to the standards. I don't look forward to this anymore. Why did it turn out like this? Teacher Zhang, please don't do that. The netizens' doubts were getting stronger. At home, his parents, who also heard the title of the crosstalk for the first time, were slightly startled by it. Tang Dazhang was sitting in front of his television and tuned into Beijing Television as well. His wife beside him frowned. "What are you watching him for?" Tang Dazhang said, "I want to see how he'll do this." Master Zhu, Master Lin, and many of those from the crosstalk world at odds with Zhang Yi had also switched to Beijing Television's channel. And not to forget, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala production team. They're on stage. Let's see what he is going to say. Ha, and he ridiculed us? How laughable. Everything is Great? PFFT. Whether it's Central TV or a provincial station, whose Spring Festival Gala is not planned that way, whose crosstalk is not performed that way. Do you still believe that you could have done it any other way? I would have liked to see that. Songstress Zhang Zia said to her children, "Has little Zhang's crosstalk started yet? Quick, let's take a look." Zhang Zia's son replied, "Everyone on the internet is saying that Zhang Yi's crosstalk won't be worth watching." Zhang Zia laughed. "We'll see for ourselves." The couple, Chen Guang and Fan Wenli, had already turned their television on and were waiting for the crosstalk performance. Meanwhile, Yu Yinyi, who was currently overseas and had a table tennis tournament to cover later, took some time out to check on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala live broadcast online. Zhang Yi's fans. Zhang Yi's friends. Zhang Yi's foes. At this moment, all of them were watching Beijing Television. Actually, even Beijing Television's own staff and their Spring Festival Gala production team were fully focused and staring at the stage. This was because Zhang Yi had decided to make a last-minute change to the crosstalk script and they no longer had any control of how it would turn out. Even they did not know what Zhang Yi was going to say. Everything is great? Zhang Yi even changed the title of the crosstalk. These people from Beijing television felt that they were about to get a heart attack. In the center of the stage, there sat a long table with 2 microphones on it. Zhang Yi walked onto the stage calmly with his seasoned crosstalk partner. Good evening, everyone. Zhang Yi stood there smiling and said into the microphone, let us first wish everyone a prosperous new year. Yao Jiankai clasped his hands into a fist and palm salute and said, Happy New Year. Zhang Yi said, may you achieve everything your heart desires. The audience at the venue was still very enthusiastic, giving their most passionate applause. Like the netizens, they did not know what Zhang Yi would be performing in his crosstalk. Zhang Yi smiled pleasantly and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yi and I'm a famous crosstalk comedian, as well as a famous host. I've been a director before, worked on mathematical research, and also been involved in a wide variety of professions. Yao Jiankai smiled and said, that's right. Zhang Yi gestured to the man next to him. Beside me is my partner. Yao Jiankai nodded. That's right. Why don't you introduce me too? Zhang Yi introduced, Byte Building Materials, Teacher Byte. 1. This was a joke that had been used before, but no one was tired of hearing it. The entire live audience roared into laughter. Yao Jiankai reeled back. Who bites building materials? Zhang Yi blinked and spoke. What? Yao Jiankai corrected. I'm not called that. Zhang Yi replied with doubt. You've changed your name? Why would I change my name? You're no longer biting building materials? What are you biting then? Bricks? Yao Jiankai roared in protest. Why must I be biting anything at all? Do you want me to break all my teeth? The audience laughed even harder. PFFT. Ha ha ha. This old pun has been revamped. I almost died laughing. The opening bit immediately caught everyone's attention. Zhang Yi chuckled. It was just a small joke. Yao Jiankai said in annoyance, then introduce me properly. Zhang Yi reintroduced, this is teacher Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai laughed. There's no need for the honorific. I should be the one addressing you as teacher Zhang instead. You're a true blue Peking University teacher. Zhang Yi quickly waved it off. Don't call me that. I don't deserve that title in front of you. Yao Jiankai replied, but that's how it should be. Zhang Yi continued to wave it off. Please don't, you're being too polite. Yao Jiankai asked, then how should I address you? Zhang Yi pondered for a bit. Well, you can call me Master Zhang, Great Director Zhang, Great Professor Zhang, or Great Host Zhang Yi. Any of those would be just fine. The audience, PFFT. Yao Jiankai threw his head back and rolled his eyes. Oh, and that's not being too polite with you? Forget it, I'll stick to addressing you as teacher. Zhang Yi laughed and said, although you guys might see me and teacher Yao bickering all the time, we're actually very good friends off the stage. Yao Jiankai chuckled. That's right, we've known each other for quite a while now. Zhang Yi gave a thumbs up. Teacher Yao can claim to be my mentor and good friend. If I were to give a score to teacher Yao, I would give him a 10 for sure. Yao Jiankai quickly and modestly replied, you're too generous. Am I really that good? Zhang Yi added, but as for the remaining 9,990 points, Yao Jiankai was stunned. You mean a full score is 10,000 points? Everyone in the audience burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wasn't this still Zhang Yi's same old style? Wasn't he still able to perform without scolding others? How enjoyable. It was still as good as before. 880 laughing like crazy. Chapter 880, laughing like crazy. Real-time comments were being posted online. Wow, it's really quite good. What's quite good? Zhang Yi's crosstalk. You guys actually bothered to watch? Didn't everyone say that there was nothing to look forward to? It has just started, but it still feels the same. It's full of humor. Really? Damn, I should go watch. Hurry then. I was nearly fooled by those haters. Who said that it wouldn't be good? It's still the familiar Zhang Yi we're used to. We just have to see how it goes from here. Meanwhile, some of those from the crosstalk world scoffed at this. One of Tang Dazhang's disciples commented, a gala crosstalk's difficulty lies in its punchlines. It depends greatly on its artistry and overall integrity of the entire routine. Just because a few bits were done well, it doesn't mean the routine will be good. Even if the entire routine were scattered with all kinds of gags and jokes, if the entirety of it does not cause others to reflect on a subject, it's still a failure. Another crosstalk actor replied, that's right, which is why a gala crosstalk is not at all easy to perform. A disciple of Master Zhu who had been scolded by Zhang Yi before said, Zhang Yi is just depending on his wit now. But when it comes to his crosstalk artistry being tested, he won't be able to succeed. If you guys don't believe me, just watch. It will just become more and more unfocused, without adhering to a main theme. The points raised by these experts were definitely quite valid. In the past, Zhang Yi's crosstalk themes only focused on scolding people, scolding the crosstalk world, or subverting the three vulgarities. Although the crosstalk world members did not like it, in all honesty, those works were still valid as crosstalk performances. At least the theme was clear and the routine was a complete one. But if it was just using some gags from here and there to piece together a routine, that would not be considered crosstalk, much less an even more demanding gala crosstalk. At the venue of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, the crosstalk routine was still proceeding. Yao Jiankai said, "I only deserve 10 points out of 10,000? Am I that lousy? Are you even praising me?" Zhang Yi replied, "What I mean is that you still have much potential for improvement. Save it. You're stepping on me this early into the festive season." Before we took the stage, it was announced that our crosstalk performance is titled Everything is Great. So why are you staring away from the subject? Zhang Yi looked left and right. Everything is great for whom? Yao Jiankai responded, "Us, of course. And the audience too." Zhang Yi snorted. "Everything is great for all of you, but everything is not great for me." The audience was entertained. What was going on with Teacher Zhang? Yao Jiankai asked out of concern. "Why, we're celebrating the Spring Festival, so what's wrong? Haven't you been pretty fine all this while?" Zhang Yi gesticulated. "All of you are really supportive of me today, but I had a really rough time in the past." Yao Jiankai sighed. "Hi, who hasn't had a rough time? Before I did crosstalk and hosting, I did not even have a stable job." "Really?" Zhang Yi went on tirelessly. "I had just graduated from university back then and was job searching. It's the same for everyone. Ever since I was young, I've had the dream of becoming a soccer player." Yao Jiankai looked at Zhang Yi. "Not bad. When I first went to apply to a team, the soccer coach took a liking to me immediately. He said that I'm a million times more talented than last year's FIFA World Player of the Year, Lionel Messi." Yao Jiankai exclaimed, "Whoa, then you must be a soccer genius." Then he said afterwards that there were only two things that hindered my development in the sport. Yao Jiankai asked with interest, "Which two things?" Zhang Yi answered, "My left and right feet." Hearing that, the audience laughed like crazy. "Ha ha ha ha. Left and right feet? Ayo, what the hell? This joke is so funny. How did Zhang Yi think of that? Ha ha ha." Yao Jiankai pretended to vomit blood. "Hi, then that just means you're not cut out for it." Zhang Yi said angrily, "I was disappointed too, so when I realized that there was no future for me in soccer, I went ahead and applied for a private company instead. I sent out my resume and went for an interview, but without even looking me in the eye, the interviewer told me, 'I'll give you a minute to leave an impression on me.'" Yao Jiankai laughed. "Yup, that's how many interviewers do it." Zhang Yi said, "I instantly knew I could do that, so I walked up to him and whirled around to give him a great slap. After that, I quickly turned around and ran away." Yao Jiankai was startled. "Whoa, then you must surely have left a huge impression. A great slap?" The live audience was in stitches. Zhang Yi said, "In the end, I passed my interview. The moment I stepped out of that company's office, I received a call from that person inviting me back to the company." Yao Jiankai sighed, "Hi. I thought about it for a long time, but did not dare return." Yao Jiankai laughed and said, "Yeah, you shouldn't go back." Audience, ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi said in frustration, "I was disappointed again, so I went into a public bathroom and washed my face. I stared into the mirror and told myself, Zhang Yi, you must be strong. These little difficulties can't set you back. Come on, be strong." Yao Jiankai nodded. "You can't lose heart." Zhang Yi continued, "After cheering myself on, I felt much better and managed to calm myself down. When I came out the bathroom, I saw a man come out of the bathroom opposite mine." When he said that, Zhang Yi turned around with a look of horror. Yao Jiankai was stunned. "Ah. You were in the female bathroom all that time?" Some of the audience members were in tears from laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. Yi. Ayo, I'm dying of laughter." Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala hosts were also cramping from laughing too much at their corner. Dong Shenshan covered her mouth and laughed hard. Zhang Yi rapidly said, "So I quickly took off." Yao Jiankai agreed, "You had to. A bunch of old women came chasing after me out of the bathroom. The one leading the chase even shouted, 'Catch him.' That's the man who kept talking non-stop in the female bathroom, making me too afraid to come out." Yao Jiankai was amused. "How unlucky can you get?" Zhang Yi said with anger, "I thought to myself that this couldn't go on any further. I had to find a job and earn some money. But how could I do that? I had to spend some money first, right? Yao Jiankai shook his head disapprovingly. By gifting? I spent quite a sum, but I was finally able to get myself a job at a state-owned enterprise in Beijing. Is that so? Zhang Yi happily related, this job of mine was really good. We didn't need to work at all, and the section chief, who I gifted presents to in order to get the job, often brought us out for meals. There were usually 7 or 8 of us, and we would always order a table full of dishes. Yao Jiankai asked, what did you guys usually have? Zhang Yi recited, steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roast dug, roast chicken, roast green goose, stewed pork, stewed duck, brown sauce chicken, bacon, century egg, hog maw, braised pork, sausage, assorted vegetables, smoked chicken with white cut tripe, 8 treasure steamed pork, duck with glutinous stuffing, pot braised pheasant, pot braised quail, brined giblets, brined goose, pheasant, dried hare meat, meal wraps, whitebait, steamed frog legs, braised duck kidney, braised duck slices, cold tossed duck strips, stir-fried aorta, braised eel, braised finless eel, catfish with black beans, pan-fried carp, stewed soft-shell turtle, stir-fried carp, stir-fried shrimp, soft-fried pork tenderloin, soft-fried chicken, assorted innards, pot-stewed jackdaws, spicy fried rolls, sautéed mushrooms, sautéed fish slices, sautéed fish maw, sautéed fish fillets, meat fillets sautéed in vinegar. This whole recital was the traditional speed recital piece, the imperial feast list. All the audience members were dumbfounded when they heard that. The crosstalk comedians who were watching the show on their televisions could only look at one another as they gasped at that recital. Anyone could do speed recitals, especially the imperial feast list. This was considered a basic skill for crosstalk comedians like them. Even most of the straight man comedians could recite that, but what was astounding was none of them could recite it the way Zhang Yi recited it. His recital speed could easily be described as insane, as he sped through the entire list in one breath using the same speed he used for his advertising messages in The Voice. No one could replicate his style. It was the first time everyone had heard such a fast recital. Tang Dazhang felt a sinking feeling too. He did not expect Zhang Yi to be able to skillfully combine a traditional crosstalk's speed recital into his performance like that, and even matched it to the speed that had astonished the country's citizens back when they first heard it on The Voice. Rapturous applause thundered. Ba ba ba. Great. Well said. Amazing. This reciting speed, it's as though he's taking off from a runway. The audience also had goosebumps from hearing the speed recital done at that speed. This speed was at least 3 or 4 times faster than any other crosstalk comedian could muster. This speed recital was too astonishing. On stage, Zhang Yi had finished speaking. Yao Jiankai said in surprise, why did you guys order so many dishes? How much would that even cost? Zhang Yi waved it off. Public funds. Yao Jiankai suddenly realized what he meant. Hi. Hearing that, many of the crosstalk comedians were stunned again. He was doing a satirical piece on officials paying for banquets with public funds. Yao Jiankai said, our country is cracking down on such practices. But you guys still dare to do that in defiance of the policy? Zhang Yi replied, we don't only eat and drink, our chief often brings us along on vacation too. To Shanghai, Guilin, Suzhou, there's no place we won't go. You're all burning the cash away. Zhang Yi looked at old Yao and said, but during our trips, I've seen some uncivilized behavior. Yao Jiankai asked, what kind of uncivilized behavior? On some monuments and attraction signs, there are people who write things like '20, I love you, or engrave their names on them like Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai quickly stopped him from going further. I'm not involved. I don't do things like that. The audience burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi stated, I was just citing an example, don't take it so seriously. But it's true that such uncivilized behavior exists. My sense of justice is quite strong, so I got really angry when I saw those inscriptions. I was so angry that I had to criticize them. It was outrageous. Yao Jiankai nodded in agreement. Right, you must definitely criticize those people. Zhang Yi pondered for a second before picking up the fan from the table and using it as a pen to write in the air as he spoke. Dear comrade, I must criticize you. Why are you vandalizing the signs by putting your words on them? Do you have any class? Are you a civic-minded citizen? How did your father bring you up? How did your mother bring you up? How did your grandpa bring you up? How did your grandma bring you up? How did your grand-aunt bring you up? How did your 8th grand-aunt bring you up? Yao Jiankai was stunned by this. The audience was laughing themselves into a mess. I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha. Ayo, my tears are spewing. Zhang Yi vented, in any case, I wrote over 1,000 words on the wall to criticize their behavior. They're so infuriating. Yao Jiankai stared at him. 1,000 words? But of course. Who asked them to be so uncivilized? Yao Jiankai said in mock anger, others would only write a few words such as '20 was here, but you wrote 1,000 words? You're even more uncivilized than them. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. How am I uncivilized? When our chief saw it, he even commended me. He said, "Little Zhang, you did well. When you see such uncivilized behavior, you must always point it out." The audience, ha 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 ha. Yao Jiankai nearly fainted. With a chief like that, you'd get into trouble sooner than you think. Zhang Yi suddenly clicked his tongue and said, "Oh, you got it spot on." Only a few days later something else occurred. What happened? We went overseas for a vacation. No, I mean we went overseas for a work trip and encountered some pirates in the Caribbean. Yao Jiankai was startled. Whoa. After the pirates boarded our ship, they took out their guns and demanded a ransom of 5 million. What did you guys do? We had to rely on the experience of our chief. He immediately sought out the captain of the pirates and said, "It's alright if you want a ransom of 5 million, but we require an invoice of 10 million. Ah. The pirates cried at that and said that we definitely knew how to make money better than they did. Yao Jiankai sighed, "Hi." The waves of laughter at the venue kept drowning out the previous wave. Ha ha ha. Issue an invoice for 10 million? Ayo. Ha 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 ha. As they watched up to this segment, the Crosstalk World members fell silent. Several of those Crosstalk comedians who had publicly doubted Zhang Yi's performance on Weibo earlier had disappeared from the platform. The audience was stoked as though they were high on adrenaline. Networking by gifting? Satire on publicly funded banquets? Irony of dealing with the uncivilized behavior of tourists? Bluntly highlighting the tricks resorted to for claiming reimbursements? These were all the basic means in Crosstalk to criticize the problems in the society. But they also required a very advanced technique to bring the point across. It was now that a lot of people finally understood that Zhang Yi had used his work experience to connect and interpret it into his Crosstalk routine today. He had used various gags and jokes to satirize the misconducts happening in society nowadays. In addition to that irreplicable and astonishing speed recital. Who said that Zhang Yi doesn't know how to do a gala Crosstalk routine? Who said that Zhang Yi couldn't do a traditional routine? That's bullshit, just like your grandma's balls. 881 From Talking to Singing. Chapter 881, From Talking to Singing. Weibo was blowing up. What a fun watch. It's so good that I'm crying. Zhang Yi is amazing. Quick, go and watch Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's Crosstalk. Recommending Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. It's really good. Don't watch Leaning TV anymore, just go and tune into Beijing TV. Zhang Yi's Crosstalk is really awesome. He is criticizing the problems in our society. Zhang Yi has done it beautifully. He even did it without scolding anyone the entire time. Yet it's such a fun to watch. Zhang Yi is still Zhang Yi. Anticipating whatever's coming next. It's only midway through the routine right now. I heard that Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala gave additional time to Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's routine at the last rehearsal, so we should be able to enjoy today's Crosstalk to the utmost. This is what a real Crosstalk routine is. Right, just look at how teacher Zhang fully utilizes irony to such a great effect. Whereas that bunch of so-called mainstream Crosstalk comedians only know how to shout catchphrases when they get on the Spring Festival Gala. Who says that humor and art cannot mix? Just go and have a look at Zhang Yi's Crosstalk routine. That should be a good lesson for you people. The public praise of Zhang Yi's Crosstalk was bursting through the roof. Suddenly, more and more people were attracted after reading the online comments. I'll go take a look. Beijing TV, right? I'm here, is it really that good? I never liked Zhang Yi's Crosstalk that only knew how to scold others. So there's no scolding today? I'll go have a watch then. At the venue, Chang Xiaoliang and several of the assistant directors were also getting very excited. They looked at each other and could see the gleams in each other's eyes. They did not expect that Zhang Zhao and Yao Jiankai would be so on the mark today. Yao Jiankai asked, "Then what happened next?" Zhang Yi replied, "What else could have happened?" Eh? Zhang Yi said helplessly, "After we returned, that chief was detained and interrogated." Yao Jiankai was amused. "Hey, a person like that should have been detained and interrogated much earlier. Later, people from our section brought some things along and visited him." "Why would you guys visit him?" Zhang Yi answered, "To send our condolences to an official under detention and interrogation, of course." The audience, PFFT. "Ayo, teacher Zhang, can you not be so funny? Send condolences to an official under detention and interrogation? Ha ha ha." Yao Jiankai remarked, "He's already been disciplined, why would you still want to send your condolences?" Zhang Yi added, "In the end, I had some bad luck too and was implicated for sending a gift, so I got fired. You deserved it. After I lost my job, I felt very depressed. Beijing is such a big place, so where could I call home? I suddenly thought of buying my own home. Yao Jiankai exclaimed, but the property prices in Beijing are incredibly expensive. Yeah, so when I heard that a real estate expert was organizing a large seminar that covered how to time the market to get the best deal, I told myself that I had to go. I paid the registration fee and a bunch of us sat there listening. The expert droned on and on from 6 a.m. until 8 p.m., analyzing the price trends. Yao Jiankai nodded. That sounds like an expert. At the end, he came to a conclusion on the best time to buy a property. Yao Jiankai was really eager to know. When? Zhang Yi answered, 2 years ago. Yao Jiankai blurted out, would I need you to tell me if the answer was 2 years ago? The audience were cramping up with laughter. Ha 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 ha. 2 years ago? Ha 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 ha. Yao Jiankai asked, did he even have to speak for so many hours if it was just that? Zhang Yi said angrily, exactly. Yao Jiankai declared, what kind of expert is that? The audience felt rejuvenated listening to this. Recently, there had been many people who called themselves experts but only spouted nonsense and gave talks on just about anything. This satire by Zhang Yi was clearly aimed at this group of people. At Zhang Yi's parents' house, his grandma was watching the TV happily and said, look at my grandson, he's wonderful. His grandpa commented, well said. I've been scammed before by one of those expert seminars as well. The eldest sister exclaimed, our brother is really good. Zhang Yi's third aunt said to his mother enviously, sis, little Yi will definitely become more and more famous from now on. With her son not around now, his mother shook her head this time instead. When he was jobless, I kept nagging him to find a job and hoped that he would be able to get ahead in life. But now, I don't wish for him to get any more famous than he already is. It's not good if he has to work so much and not be around at home. If he could just stay home and spend this new year without needing to run around outside, I would thank the gods. His second uncle said, little Yi is doing great things, that's why he's so busy. There are always future New Years to celebrate at home, right? His first uncle said, that's right, this is the time when the child is still striking it out on his own, so we must try to understand him better. The netizens were tired from laughing. Ha 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 ha. How awesome. Yeah, he's so goddamn good at this. It feels like Zhang Yi is leading the crosstalk world by a lot of years. Yup, he's on a totally different level. However, at this time, there were some crosstalk comedians who couldn't bear listening to the comments any longer. They stepped forward and spoke up. One of Tang Dazhang's disciples said angrily, when did Zhang Yi get so many shills to support him? How much did he spend in all? A junior brother of Tang Dazhang said, what did you hear that was so good? This crosstalk is titled Everything is Great, but what about the content? From the beginning, it has been about negative things like not having a smooth career. This totally doesn't match with the title. There were also some industry peers and netizens who disliked Zhang Yi stepping out. That's right. Everything is great in what way? Sounds more like everything is terrible to me. Zhang Yi's fans retorted, it's fine as long as it's funny to listen to. Why do you people care what the crosstalk title is? So what if it's called Everything is Great? However, when quite a number of viewers saw this, they also started to wonder about it. That's right. Why was it called Everything is Great? Couldn't find a job? Getting fired? Couldn't buy a house? Yet everything is great? On stage, Yao Jiankai asked, so after that, you became a host and got involved in crosstalk? Zhang Yi replied, that was much later. Oh, so you did odd jobs in between? The last job I had before hosting and crosstalk was singing. Yao Jiankai said in astonishment, whoa, you can even sing? Zhang Yi looked at him. What's with that? Do you doubt me? Yao Jiankai said, no, it's not that. But having known you for all these years, I've never seen you sing before, isn't that so? The audience were staring wide-eyed at this claim. What's that mean? Zhang Yi is going to sing? Ayo, I must definitely listen to this. Does Zhang Yi know how? Zhang Yi said smugly, you just haven't seen me do so yet. My singing really isn't something I'd lie about. Yao Jiankai said with curiosity, so what songs do you usually sing? Zhang Yi smiled and said, I like songs about family ties, like Zhang Ziya's Coming Home. Ayo, that's a really famous song. It's a classic. Yeah. You can sing that? Zhang Yi suggested, why don't I sing a simple line or two then? The audience suddenly kicked up a row. Yes. Yes. Haha. Applause rang out through the venue. Zhang Yi called for silence, motioning his hands down, and said, but I will need some cooperation from all of you here. I want everyone to close their eyes when listening to me sing. Only if you close your eyes can you sense how well I can sing it and how similar it sounds to the original. Yao Jiankai said in surprise, "Ah. You can even imitate Zhang Ziya's voice?" Zhang Yi vowed, "Indeed. When you guys hear it, you will definitely be astonished," and his expression changed into one of enchantment. "Ah, how wonderful, it sounds exactly the same. Zhang Ziya lives again." Yao Jiankai quickly stopped him. "She's not dead. Not dead at all." The audience, caught unaware by this unexpected bit and initially unable to react, broke out into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Zhang Yi is so mean. PFFT. Ayo, I'm dying of laughter." Zhang Yi nervously wiped away his sweat. "Ah." Yao Jiankai corrected, "She's still alive and well." Zhang Yi replied, "Oh, is that so?" Yao Jiankai rolled his eyes. "Of course, the two of you even worked on a show together last year." The audience was laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. When Zhang Ziya watching the TV at home with her family heard this, she nearly spat out her drink. Zhang Ziya's son didn't know what to do. That teacher Zhang Ziya couldn't stop laughing. "Making fun of me? I'll get even with him later." Coming Home was a song from this world. Zhang Yi cleared his throat. "Alright, I'll sing a few lines from it." "Go on and sing then, everyone's waiting." Zhang Yi raised his hand and signaled. "Cue the music." 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Zhang Yi put his hand down and said, "Well, never mind then." The audience, PFFT. Yao Jiankai sighed, "Hi, why did you ask for it in the first place?" Zhang Yi built up his emotions for a while before opening his mouth and singing, "It's the new year, our children are coming home. Dong dong dong, the sound of knocking on the door. Dong dong dong, the sound of knocking on the door. Dong dong dong, the sound of knocking on the door. Dong dong dong, the sound knocking on the door. Dong dong dong." The sound of Yao Jiankai got impatient and slapped Zhang Yi's back and shouted, "Hurry up and open the door." One of the audience members was smacking their thigh and laughing hard. Ha 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 ha. This song wasn't supposed to be sung that way. The dong 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 was part of the original lyrics but only had a small part in the song, but this was then repeated by Zhang Yi 4 times over. Yao Jiankai nearly fainted. Her daughter is home and has been knocking on the door for a long time. "You should be opening the door." Zhang Yi blinked and said, "I can't open the door. Can't you see that I'm singing right now?" Yao Jiankai replied, "Hi. Is this called singing?" Zhang Yi's singing voice could generally be described as average. He did not go off-pitch but his vocalization, breathing techniques, and such were all rather off, so he could at most be called an amateur at singing. Since the audience did not have much expectation for him and were only listening for fun, and Zhang Yi was able to subtly incorporate several funny gags into this singing segment of his crosstalk routine, the live audience and those watching at home were all tickled funny by it. There was no time for them to catch a breather, as quip after quip kept coming at them. The rhythm was perfect. There were jokes. There was criticism of societal issues. There was the traditional speed recital. And there's even singing now? This crosstalk routine might look messy with parts and pieces of content from all over the place, but it was strung together and presented very well in the form of a series of events taking place after Zhang Yi's graduation from university. Except for the crosstalk title, everything is great that had perplexed everyone. No one understood why he had titled it as such. 882 This is what a real crosstalk is. Chapter 882, This is what a real crosstalk is. The netizens' comments, ha ha ha. Zhang Yi sang so poorly. He's only good enough not to go off pitch. But it's still very funny. Another song please. Right, please sing another song. It's so rare to hear Zhang Yi sing. The crosstalk routine on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala was too difficult to stomach as many of those fans of crosstalk and language routines could not get excited about it. You could even say that they were deeply disappointed by it, and while they had also seen the other Spring Festival Gala's crosstalk routines, they were still dissatisfied and felt the other routines were pretty boring. However, this particular crosstalk routine by Zhang Yi had in fact fired everyone up again. They could feel a shiver go down their spines after listening to it. Coupled with the festive atmosphere, everyone was feeling good. At home, his third sister asked with surprise, "Our brother knows how to sing too?" His second sister was lying on the sofa, laughing so hard she couldn't sit up. Ayo. Ha ha ha, our brother. How funny. His mother laughed. How can he know how to sing? All he does is hum a few tunes at home. His father said, it's enough if he can sing a couple lines. It's not like he's a professional singer anyway, so he doesn't need to sing well. At the venue of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, the show was still broadcasting. Yao Jiankai remarked, "No wonder you went to do crosstalk after that. With your talent, You were still thinking about becoming a singer. Zhang Yi was having none of that. Hey, what's wrong with my singing? Yao Jiankai asked, what else can you sing? Zhang Yi boasted, as long as it's a song about family ties, I can sing it. Yao Jiankai belittled, oh, save it. The children came home from far away for the new year but you didn't even open the door. What family ties are you talking about? The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. Old Yao's holding the conversation really well. He's truly deserving of being his longtime cross-stock partner. Their understanding of each other is so good. It's so funny I could die. The classic coming home has been totally ruined by the two of you just like that. Zhang Yi immediately said, then why don't I sing another for everyone? Yao Jiankai asked, which song? Zhang Yi thought about it for a while before replying, how about Grandma Song Who Is Old Times? He turned to the audience and said, as you did before, please close your eyes and listen. Close your eyes and feel it Song Who Alive Zag Yao Jiankai hurriedly stopped him. She's not dead. This one isn't dead either. The audience were tearing up from laughing. Ha 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 ha. Ayo, god damn it, ha ha ha. Do his remarks have to be so caustic? Zhang Yi stared with his eyes wide. Not dead yet? Yao Jiankai said nervously, geez, you've cursed two people in such a short span of time. The audience laughed, ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi said helplessly, alright then, I'll just start singing. Yao Jiankai said, wait. I'm gonna stop you there. If I remember correctly, Old Times isn't a song about family ties. Zhang Yi looked at him like he was an idiot. What do you mean it's not? Is it? This is a song for a grandpa. Yao Jiankai said dumbfounded, grandpa? Where did you get that from? Well, listen carefully. Zhang Yi sang, like the river flows, the ages go. Yao Jiankai nodded. Yes, those are the lyrics of that song. Zhang Yi continued singing, time flies, and I think of you, grandpa. Then he said, see, I think of you. She's thinking of her grandpa. So isn't this song about family? Yao Jiankai nearly fainted. He said, what do you mean I think of you? She sings I think of you every night. The dark of night's night. PFFT, ha ha ha. I think of you. Why don't you sing about thinking of your grandma instead? Ayo, I really take my hat off to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said embarrassed, is that so? Then I must have remembered it wrong. Let me try another. This song by Honghua is called Time. Everyone, please close your eyes and listen. Honghua Yao Jiankai immediately said, that singer is still alive too. Zhang Yi glanced at him. I know. Yao Jiankai replied, I was afraid you'd kill off another one. The audience laughed, ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi signaled with his hand. Music. He waited for a while. Never mind. Yao Jiankai commented, you just want to say that, don't you? Zhang Yi stated, before I start singing, I have to say something first. I especially dislike Honghua and will definitely criticize him the next time I see him. This song was written for his grandma, but he actually cursed at people in the song. Yao Jiankai was stunned. Curse at people? When did he curse at anyone? The audience was also stunned. Just listen. Zhang Yi sang loudly, I suddenly think of childhood. The cane of your grandma. He enunciated the words your grandma very strongly. Yao Jiankai was speechless. Zhang Yi immediately said, see, he cursed. What did he mean by your grandma? It's normal for one to use canes when they get old, why did he have to curse? The audience chortled. Ha 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 ha. Ayo, I can't take it anymore. Teacher Zhang, stop it, please stop it already. Ha 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 ha. Yao Jiankai said in a speechless manner, I think it's only you who could hear it that way and say that it's cursing. Executive Director Chang Xiaoliang was tickled pink. Hoof, Dafei, Huj, Zhaolu, and the others Zhang Yi worked with when he was at Beijing Television all laughed until their sides hurt. Zhang Yi was puzzled. What's the matter? Yao Jiankai waved his hands. Nothing, but I think it's better for you to sing something else instead. Please don't ruin other people's classics anymore. Zhang Yi said, go ahead and request something. I'll sing whatever you ask for. Yao Jiankai asked, you've been singing about children, grandpas, and grandmas, but do you have anything that is sung to parents? Zhang Yi said at once, but of course. Then let me sing a song about parents. This is an original composition. Yao Jiankai laughed. Then I doubt it will be any good. An original composition? The audience's emotions had been stirred up to the highest point. They were wondering at this moment what kind of a gag Zhang Yi could still pull off. A ruckus gradually started. Show us what you got. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how he's going to screw up this next song. Ayo, he's really good at making jokes. My mind is blown after listening to Zhang Yi sing. Ahaha. The viewers in front of their televisions were also laughing happily as they waited to see what gags Zhang Yi would pull out next. Standing in front of the microphone, Zhang Yi took a deep breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Zhang Yi held the microphone as he started singing in his not-so-perfect a cappella voice, "To my dear mom and dad." When the audience heard that, they began to heckle. Oh. Oh. Haha, oh. Everyone started answering him. Zhang Yi sang, "How are you two?" "Fine. Fine. Fine." Everyone was joining in to answer him. The audience was laughing, feeling like they had finally managed to take advantage of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sang, "Have you been busy working?" "Busy. Busy. Busy." Zhang Yi sang, "Are you healthy?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." All of a sudden, a clear guitar melody filled the entire venue. The audience was startled and suddenly fell silent, not knowing what was going on. Yao Jiankai also became solemn. Zhang Yi held the microphone and slowly closed his eyes, quietly singing. "I'm in Beijing, it's pretty good. Mom and Dad, don't you worry for me. Though I'm bad at expressing things. In truth, I''m missing home." At this moment, Zhang Yi's voice sounded from the stage as a recorded narration played. "In reality, I'm not doing so good in Beijing. I don't have many friends. And very few people like me." A lot of the audience members were shocked. This melody and narration caught them by surprise, making them unable to react. Some of them had unwittingly started to tear up. "At home." His first aunt said in a startled manner, "This." His grandma's tears were also building up. His father and mother both stared at the television dumbfounded, unable to move. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and stared right into the camera that was broadcasting the scene live. He kept singing. "Does my dad go to work every day? Please don't go if they aren't too strict. With a lifetime of revolution work, he deserves a good rest too." His father's lips were trembling. Zhang Yi continued singing. "I bought a new coat for you, Mom. Don't be afraid to put it on. Your son used to be real headstrong. But now he's wise." Zhang Yi smiled. "And all grown up." When his mother heard this, she could only watch her son on television as she started crying uncontrollably. Little Yi has always been like this, taking on everything by himself. No matter what trouble he gets into, he will keep a smile on his face. He doesn't want to tell us and make us worried. Always assuring us that he is fine. No matter what we ask him, he'll assure us that everything is fine. His second aunt also wiped her tears away and said, "That kid has always been this way since childhood." From the television, the narration sounded again. "Dad, Mom, I'm truly fine. I''m pretty good. Look, I got on the Spring Festival Gala, haha. I didn't disgrace you too, right?" Many eyes turned wet at the venue. Several of those who had come to Beijing to work and hadn't seen their parents for several years broke down in tears. Chang Xiaoliang's eyes turned red. Zhao Lu was crying. Huj and Dafei were also crying. Only this group of old colleagues knew that Zhang Yi hadn't had it easy for the past few years. And how much he had suffered. Zhang Yi sang. "Mom and Dad, please take good care of yourselves. Don't make your son worry about you. This spring festival, I'm sure to come home. Okay. That's all for now." Narration: Mom, Dad. Everything is great for me. As long as you're both safe and sound, everything is great for me, really. The guitar was still playing softly. Zhang Yi continued to sing even louder now. "Kindest regards. Always and forever. Kindest regards. Always and forever." Many people were crying. No one had expected Zhang Yi's crosstalk, which was filled with so many gags and jokes, to have such a twist at the end. It was a shot straight to the heart. So this was Everything is Great. Everyone finally understood the meaning of this crosstalk title. The song finished. The melody ended. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai bowed deeply. Yao Jiankai could see that Zhang Yi was also looking rather emotional, so he lightly patted Zhang Yi on the back. Suddenly, many of those in the live audience stood up. Whether it was Central TV or any of the provincial stations, as long as it was a Spring Festival Gala live broadcast, the audience was not allowed to stand in such large groups as it would affect the camera shots and create confusion. This instruction had been given to the audience in the admission notice and also reiterated to them clearly. But everyone still rose from their seats. 10 people. 100 people. 200 people. Every one of them was clapping for Zhang Yi. Some were even crying as they clapped with all their might. It was wonderful. Well said, well sung, wonderful. This is a real crosstalk. This is what you bloody call a crosstalk. 883 A textbook crosstalk routine. Chapter 883, A textbook crosstalk routine. There was a continuous wave of applause and cheers. At the venue of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, the audience was extremely pumped up. How can there be such a great crosstalk routine? So crosstalk can even be done in this way. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. There were already people in the audience starting to shout Zhang Yi's name. Many of them could no longer control their emotions as a sense of admiration erupted. There was even a staff member from the production team who secretly took out their phone to call home. Mom. Ah, son? Aren't you busy at the Spring Festival Gala? Hurry up and get back to work then. Why are you calling me at this time? I've missed you guys. We miss you too. It's fine at home. Your dad and I are doing fine. We understand that you're busy with work. Besides, it's not like this is the first time you couldn't make it home for the new year, right? It's all right. I'll book a ticket home tomorrow. His mother was stunned. What did you say? He wiped away his tears and said firmly, don't worry. This new year I will definitely spend it at home with you guys. That's great. That's really great. I'll let your dad know. I'll let your dad know. His mother choked on her words and also started crying. A Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast usually had a seamless continuation between performances without needing the performers to fully exit the stage. They simply cut to the cameras showing the hosts taking over or moved directly to the next performance. Yet at this moment, the production team was unable to do so. As the applause was too overpowering and everyone was standing up and even cheering, if they cut straight to the next shot, the lively atmosphere would suddenly become too quiet. That would be too sudden a change in pace and mood, so they had no choice but to wait until the right time. They had never encountered such a situation before. This was something that had never happened at any of the other Spring Festival Galas. However, the Beijing Television Spring Festival Gala production team did not have any complaints. This was because they knew that the audience was not purposely trying to disrupt the broadcast, but rather their behavior stemmed from the fact that the crosstalk routine was so marvelous. Applause. Applause resounded. On the other stage that was already set up, a magician could only force a smile. His magic show was lined up for the next performance, but at this moment, he felt extremely helpless. Your sister. Why did I end up going after him? With the emotions of the audience now, how can I still perform? Who would still care to watch a magic act? On Hueco, there was an explosion of comments. The netizens came online in a mad dash. Fuck. Quick, watch Beijing TV. It's too awesome. It's just too awesome. Zhang Yi is super charismatic. I love him to death. That was really fucking awesome. I cried. I cried too, how numbing. Even this old bro here has shed a few tears. That song really hit me in the feels. Suddenly missing my mother a lot. At the start, I was laughing until I had stomach cramps. When it ended, tears were streaming down my face. Letting us laugh before making us cry, this is the first time I've heard a crosstalk like that. This is truly the first time that something like this has happened. That song came on without any warning. At the beginning, Zhang Yi kept relating about his wondrous job-seeking experiences. He shared how difficult it was to find a job in Beijing, and when he found one, he talked about how stressful work was. Then he touched on Beijing's expensive housing prices and how the so-called experts could not be believed. He also shared how jobs were unstable along with other topics. Everything that he mentioned wasn't great, and when everyone thought that his singing would be a joke like everything else before, he suddenly hit us with a song like that. That I'm in Beijing, it's pretty good really made me tear up. How much bitterness and tough experiences were contained with the phrase it's pretty good. Who could know? This is what you call resonance with your audience. God damn. I really love Zhang Yi. This song composed by Zhang Yi was basically a song about himself. He wasn't performing but just singing it for his parents. He wants to tell them that everything is great. Teacher Zhang has sung what we all wish to say. How touching. Who still dares to claim that Teacher Zhang does not know how to do a gala crosstalk? Who? Step forward. The other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas now pale in comparison. Yeah, which other gala crosstalk can be compared to Zhang Yi's Everything is Great? They're way off. They can't even be mentioned in the same breath. I've been working away from home in a first-tier city for over a decade now. Through the years, I've gone through all kinds of suffering and done all sorts of jobs, but I've never once wept. However, today, Zhang Yi's crosstalk has made me cry. Thank you, Zhang Yi. No matter what others think of you, no matter how many people hate and dislike you, you're still the one who excels and stands out in the arts. Your position in the entertainment circle can never be replaced by anyone. This is the first time I've come across a celebrity like you. You're amazing. Truly. You're amazing. Teacher Zhang, there are people who like you. You still have us. Right, there's still us. Rain or shine, we're by your side. Rain or shine, we're by your side. Rain or shine, we're by your side. Some of Zhang Yi's fans were even crying as they typed out those words. There were positive cheers online. Praise was going around. Perhaps not even praise was enough to describe all that was going on. At present, the crosstalk world was silent. As Zhang Yi's old rival, the crosstalk world had been at war with Zhang Yi for a very long time now. They'd gotten into far too many conflicts and had practically not won a single one of them. But even so, even though they were slightly prepared for this outcome, they could not have expected that Zhang Yi would beat them so convincingly this time. There were no faults with the crosstalk routine this time. Crude? He did not even use one-liners like "I am your father" or "your wife is my wife." Vulgar? The entire crosstalk had satirically pointed out many uncivilized behaviors in society. Tasteless? That last twist of a song was something that the crosstalk world had never done or attempted as well as Zhang Yi had. This was a textbook crosstalk routine. When several younger crosstalk comedians who had always disliked Zhang Yi heard that song, they did not say anything more as they felt that they had lost. That foundation displayed in the speed recital, that talent exhibited through all those exciting bits, and that final song that made the entire audience cry. Other than Zhang Yi, there seemingly wasn't another who could do it as well as he did. Even though they insulted him from the sidelines, they couldn't help but admit that this person was far too formidable. Tang Dazhang, who was at home with his wife, said to her, "Change the channel." His wife carefully ran her eyes over him and said, "Okay." On this night, after this crosstalk, the crosstalk world turned especially quiet. Similarly quiet were the staff of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. An assistant director said while watching Beijing television, this. Zhu Yipeng's expression had changed too. And those who had previously scolded Zhang Yi on Weibo and questioned the mismatch between the content and title of the crosstalk were speechless. They did not know what else they could say anymore. How could this be? How did Zhang Yi manage to create such a crosstalk routine? Those who were itching to throw insults back at Zhang Yi's crosstalk were all silenced. Even the executive director of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala and the Central TV executives were lost in thought. They were forced to admit that Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's Everything is Great was truly a once-in-a-lifetime routine. They couldn't help but think of how if they had invited Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai to appear on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, then they probably wouldn't have invited so much ridicule had this crosstalk performance gotten broadcast on their Central TV's Spring Festival Gala stage instead. But that was just a passing thought. With Central TV and Zhang Yi's current relationship, that was clearly impossible. Beijing television. After leaving the stage, Zhang Yi saw Chang Xiaoliang waiting for him with the assistant directors of the production team quite a distance away. They were probably waiting for him on purpose. "Director Chang." Zhang Yi smiled as he greeted him. Chang Xiaoliang said rather excitedly, "I kept wondering to myself just then about how it would turn out." Yao Jiankai laughed. "Surely it's not that suspenseful. Little Zhang and I are both professionals and would only ask to change the content if we were sure of it." Chang Xiaoliang shook his head and said, "It's not that. What I was wondering about was what if I had not approved of adding this song segment and stuck to the previous plan, how different it would have turned out. It should still be good, but it would definitely not be as shocking as now. Both of you are amazing. Legendary. Truly legendary." The assistant director in charge of the narration also said in a convinced manner, "With tonight's performance, the two of you will surely take the highest spot in the crosstalk world now." Zhang Yi quickly waved it off. "Please don't say that." Yao Jiankai agreed, "Right, we don't deserve that." Chang Xiaoliang asked, "A lot of people are asking, what's the song's title?" Zhang Yi replied, It's called A Letter to Home." 1. This was an old song by Li Chanbo, a master of ballads from his previous world. "Inviting you and Teacher Yao to our Spring Festival Gala this time," Chang Xiaoliang said with a sigh, "could be the most correct decision that we've made in all these years. Thank you. You both have worked hard." Zhang Yi waved it off and smiled. "Come on, it's not that exaggerated, Director Chang. You only invited us because you saw something in us. Since I promised to appear on the gala, then I'd definitely do my best to put on the greatest show. This is how I've always done things. As long as I've promised, I'll do it to the best of my abilities." Yao Jiankai also smiled and said, "In our line of work, putting on a show is more important than anything, so it's really nothing at all." Chang Xiaoliang replied, "Alright, I need to get back to work. Why don't you two rest backstage? Oh right, go online and have a look too, haha." That assistant director also said happily, "It's total chaos online." Backstage. In the waiting room. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai had just come back. When they took out their cell phones and went online to have a look, they were shocked. They did not expect everyone to be so supportive as well as crazy and passionate over their crosstalk. I'm not gonna watch the other channels anymore. The crosstalk and skit routines on the other provincial channels aren't even worth watching. They're too boring. I'll just stick to watching Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. I've never heard a better crosstalk than that in my life. Zhang Yi, I have decided that I will be your brain-dead fan for life from now on. Teacher Yao, you're so cool. I recorded that song earlier. I just listened to it again and started crying again. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I've decided that no matter what happens this spring festival, even if the sky should fall, I'll definitely rush home to have a reunion dinner with my parents. Yao Jiankai was very happy and satisfied. The audience are recognizing our work. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to calm his mind. That's good. This is the first time I've done a crosstalk like that. I wasn't too sure how it would turn out. You weren't sure? Oh, come on. Yao Jiankai laughed and said, to change half the agreed content of the crosstalk an hour before the live broadcast, adding in jokes, creating a melody and song, then, without any rehearsal or time to do a quick run-through of our lines, you still had the courage to go on stage for the live broadcast. I must take my hat off to that courage of yours. In the entire crosstalk world, the entire literary circle, and entertainment industry, who else besides you would dare to do something like that? If you can find me another person like that, I will kneel to you. This was a truly frightening experience for me today. Zhang Yi flattered, didn't I make it through the routine because of you, Teacher Yao? Without you as my partner, if I were to work with anyone else on this, I wouldn't have dared to take such a risk either. Yao Jiankai laughed. I like what you're saying. Zhang Yi said, you mean you're taking me seriously? You mean you're not? Yao Jiankai soared. 884 Sweeping aside all the other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas. Chapter 884, Sweeping aside all the other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas. Zhejiang Television. The two veteran crosstalk comedians the station had spent a fortune to invite were currently performing on stage. The comic, what do you think happened at the end? The straight man, what happened? The comic, he picked up that bun and ate it. The straight man, didn't he find that dirty? One of the two comedians was on the same level as Tang Dazhang, while the other one who wasn't much older than them was from Master Zhu's generation. In the crosstalk, they were considered to have a rather high status. The two of them were performing at their best. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat. The pressure of the Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast was keeping everyone in the production team busy at the venue. A lot of them did not know what had happened and were clueless of the events that took place in the outside world. Suddenly, a staff member of the production team noticed a problem. They had their own specialized platform for data analytics and real-time monitoring of the live broadcast. That person said in surprise, something's wrong. One of the directors close by looked over. What's the matter, little Zhu? That person said in a stunned manner, why did the traffic of our Spring Festival Gala suddenly drop by 23%? That can't be possible. Suddenly, a lot of people gathered around him. What? That's not possible. But the Language Act is going on right now. Right, the traffic should be rising instead. Where's the data? Show me. How can that be? It really dropped that much? The executive director of Zhejiang Television's Spring Festival Gala was also alarmed by this. They were very concerned about these datasets as it reflected the real-time performance of their Spring Festival Gala show. This would determine which part of the show had problems or other issues. It was with this data that they could determine the causes and make the necessary adjustments. It dropped by more than 20% in just a short time? That was clearly abnormal and very frightening. What happened? What's going on right now? Hunan Television. Traffic about their Spring Festival galas had also suddenly plummeted. 5%. 10%. It finally dropped by a total of 19%. There was also a substantial reduction in the number of comments. This drop was enough to terrify anyone. Even the dedicated discussion area that they set up for Mango TV's Spring Festival Gala on their official Weibo account felt like it was suddenly empty. What's the matter? Damn, what the fuck happened? No one likes to watch this show? That can't be. Fan Wenli is singing right now. It's Fan Wenli that we're talking about here. Where are they? Fuck. Where did everyone go to? Who can answer me? The production team was stunned. Actually, a lot of the other provincial stations had suddenly realized this alarming situation. Their first instinct was that something huge must have happened at another provincial station's Spring Festival Gala. Sure enough, that suspicion was quickly verified. Something had happened at Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Everyone has tuned into Beijing TV. What are they watching over there? The crosstalk routine. But our station is also showing a crosstalk routine. Why would they need to switch over to Beijing TV? It's Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk routine on that channel. These staffers of the Spring Festival Gala production teams were very busy with their own event, so of course they didn't have the time to check out Beijing Television's crosstalk routine. Since they did not know anything about it, they found it impossible and incomprehensible. Why was this happening? Why? Did the audience go mad? Why did it seem like almost everyone had tuned into Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala? Why would the crosstalk routine be so popular just because it was performed by Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai? Leaning Television was shocked. Hunan Television was stunned. Dragon Television was at a loss for words. Just because of Zhang Yi, just because of a crosstalk, how was it possible for that to pull down all the provincial stations' Spring Festival Gala traffic by nearly 20% at once? How did he do it? There was no logic. Similar doubts were surfacing online. But that was quickly overturned by many groups. Just watch it before saying anything. Listen to it first before commenting. Don't compare the other Spring Festival Gala's lousy crosstalks to Everything is Great. In the past, I've always trash-talked Zhang Yi. I did not like performances like that 3 Vulgarities crosstalk where he just kept scolding others without meaning. But after incidentally listening to Everything is Great, I've decided to support Zhang Yi for once. I don't care how you people talk about him in the future, but for today, I won't allow anyone to criticize Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is so godly today. This must be the pinnacle of crosstalk routines. Countless netizens were strongly supporting it. The entire internet was filled with Zhang Yi's and Yao Jiankai's names, with Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, and discussions about Everything is Great. It was very popular. Zhang Yi's crosstalk was broadcast just a short while ago, but word had already reached people around the country. The industry was shocked. Countless industry insiders were left with their mouths agape. Could a crosstalk routine really get this popular? They truly hadn't seen anything like this before. Beijing Television. Backstage, in the waiting room. Huge, Dafei, and the others pushed open the door and entered. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi was furtively having a smoke, but when he saw people coming in, he quickly tried to hide it. When he realized that it was his old colleagues at Beijing Television, he gave them a smile before picking up his cigarette to smoke again. Why are all of you here? Are you all finished with your work already? Quick, have a seat. Dafei said, don't bother, we still have to get back to our posts. Zhao Lu giggled and said, we're just here to tell you something. Teacher Zhang, you're fantastic. Huge said, that last song, I actually cried listening to it. Yao Jiankai laughed and interjected, I contributed to that too. Zhao Lu quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Teacher Yao did especially well in supporting the crosstalk. If it weren't for Teacher Yao holding up his part of the exchange, Teacher Zhang wouldn't have done so well. Hudi said sincerely, we've known Teacher Zhang for several years now, so we know that when he talks, his mind jumps all over the place. Especially when it comes to crosstalk. He always changes the topic all of a sudden. Most people wouldn't be able to react in time and would just let the conversation die off. Only Teacher Yao can work so seamlessly with Teacher Zhang. You two really are the ultimate pairing. Yao Jiankai laughed, haha. Zhang Yi laughed and said, that's true, old Yao and I are seasoned partners. After chatting for a while, Zhao Lu suddenly thought of something. Zhao Lu face-palmed and said, look at my memory, I nearly forgot. Brother who wanted me to come over to ask if that last song's name was called A Letter to Home. And if the lyrics and melody were all composed by you. Will there be any issues with the copyright? Zhang Yi asked, what's the matter? Zhao Lu replied, a lot of people on the internet are asking to listen to it again. They're flooding our official website and have left thousands of comments requesting it, so the station would like to extract the song from the recording and upload it online. Zhang Yi understood and said, I'm fine with that, just post it online. Zhao Lu declared, alrighty then, I'll go and inform Brother Hu. Since it was just by the by, Beijing Television did not think much about it and neither did Zhang Yi. If the audience wanted to listen to it, then just upload the song to the internet. However, Beijing Television and Zhang Yi could never have expected that this decision of theirs would actually create a huge wave. Just after sweeping aside all the other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas, they were on their way to making the music industry break out in a cold sweat. 885 Getting on the top Chinese music chart. Chapter 885, Getting on the top Chinese music chart. Beijing Television had very high efficiency. While the Spring Festival Gala was still broadcasting, A Letter to Home was posted onto the official website without any edits. Subsequently, someone from a music hosting site likely contacted Beijing Television to seek cooperation. Soon after that, A letter to home appeared on many of the major music hosting sites. Some music hosting sites even placed advertisements on their front page. The concluding song of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala Crosstalk Everything is Great lands on HeHe Music's platform. Would you like to listen? Please give me your strongest support. The netizens were pleasantly surprised. Go and look. Holy shit, it's been released. It's Zhang Yi song. The title is A Letter to Home? I can finally listen to it again. It's true, I can listen to it. It's so good. Damn it, I'm crying again. I feel like crying whenever I listen to it. How can there be such a deeply touching song like this? This song is really well written. Keep pushing it up. I love this song. Pleading for Zhang Yi to release a single of it. A studio version. No, it'll feel different if it's recorded in the studio. It's the live version that's the best. These real emotions are just what I want to listen to. What a good song to listen to. The netizens flooded over it like crazy. Shanghai. At an upscale hotel. A Korean singer, Park Ji, and his mainland China team were holding a meeting in a hotel room to discuss the upcoming concert and promotions for the new songs. This is Ji's first year in China, so we must make it a successful year. The new song is great to listen to. The Chinese audience will definitely approve of it. Yay, Ji is picking up Mandarin very quickly and the song's quality is very good too. What position did it get on this month's top Chinese music chart? Let me check. Oh. We're 10th. We're in the top 10. This is great. It's worth a celebration. Everyone was rather excited as they felt pretty satisfied with the result. The top Chinese music chart was an aggregated chart of the entire domestic music industry. In this era where physical media distribution was more or less phased out, digital distribution over the internet was about the only way to go and was the standard model to follow. The top Chinese music chart was the largest and most authoritative chart with no other coming close. Zhang Yuanqi's new song would vie for a spot on this chart. Fan Wenli's new song would vie for a spot on this chart. Even an established singer like Chen Guang would also vie for a spot on this chart. This was a kind of publicity, honor, and affirmation for them. Every singer took this chart's listing very seriously. It was a stage for them to fight it out in. An unknown amount of blood had already been shed. Zhang Yuanqi's new song that was number 1 last month had dropped to number 2 this month. A new single released by Fan Wenli did not do as well and only placed 13th. If she was a newcomer, that would no doubt be a surprising result. But with Fan Wenli's status in the music industry, this result was really somewhat lacking and not good enough. Meanwhile, Chen Guang was still as good as ever. 4 of the songs from his new album had made it onto the top 20. One of them was placed 3rd while the remaining songs placed 9th, 11th, and 19th respectively. The competition was very intense. However, on the second to none, most authoritative music chart of the domestic music industry, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. In seemingly the blink of an eye, a song that wasn't known by anyone had suddenly appeared on the chart. Number 100. Number 53. Number 21. Number 10. In the bat of an eye, it had squeezed past Park Ji's new song. Park Ji's team was just celebrating happily for getting into the top 10 when their joyful expressions suddenly crumbled a few seconds later. What is this? What's going on? Is there a problem with the stats? A letter to home? What sort of song is this? Why is it right at 10th place? The singer is Zhang Yi? Who is that? Is there such a person in the music industry? Everyone was dumbfounded. The ranking was rising too quickly. And it still didn't end as the song's rank kept rising. Number 9. It beat Chen Guang's song. Then it went to number 8, then number 7, then number 6, looking invincible as it made its way up. Park Ji asked in shock, who is this person? His manager said anxiously, I don't know that person. There's no singer named Zhang Yi in the mainland. There's only a host called Zhang Yi. One of the team's staff exclaimed, why is this song so popular? Someone cursed, fuck, this song is on fucking drugs. A slightly older person in the team was more composed. To perform so well, it must be excellent in its own way. Since it has taken over our spot, we can't really do anything about it. Let's just have a listen and see if we can learn from it. Park Ji nodded earnestly and said, yes. I haven't been in the mainland for long and don't understand the domestic music scene very well yet, so I would like to learn from it. The song was played. Park Ji perked up his ears, wanting to learn why the song was so popular and hoping it would help him in his development in mainland China in the future. As the saying goes, only the capable can be teachers. To my dear mom and dad. Oh. How are you two? Fine. Fine. Have you been busy working? Busy. Are you healthy? Yes. Ha ha ha. A chaotic mixture of noise and chatter. Dog shit singing. and there were even screams that sounded out of nowhere. The team members were dumbfounded. Park Ji was also stunned. This is the singing style of China's outstanding pop songs? This is what China's current most popular pop music sounded like? Hearing all that noise in his ears, Park Ji suddenly burst into tears. The music here was way too unpredictable. Am I supposed to stay in such a country in the future to fulfill my dreams of being a musician? Mom. I wanna go home. Not only Park Ji, even many of the other music companies and singers were startled. A rookie Hong Kong singer stared at the top Chinese music chart with his mouth agape. What the fuck? Where did this bastard pop out from? A female singer who was also paying close attention to the top Chinese music chart nearly fainted. A letter to home? Who sang this song? Why does it sound like he's slaughtering a pig? A lousy song like that can even get on the fucking chart? I'm not well educated, so please don't try to fool me. The music industry was shocked. The singing world was stunned. Many of the singers who had listened to this song were all crying out loudly in their minds, from where did this lousy song emerge? However, the netizens of mainland China were laughing madly. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Yi's song has gotten onto the top Chinese music chart. Ayo, what the heck? He's number 5 now. Awesome. This is so awesome. A lot of people in the music industry still don't know what's going on, ha 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 ha. That's because they didn't watch Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. If they don't know about the build-up from the crosstalk routine and don't understand Zhang Yi as a person, then they obviously wouldn't feel anything just by listening to this song. How amusing, Teacher Zhang has even barged into the top Chinese music chart. When those people who don't know the story behind it hear Zhang Yi's ragged singing, their jaws are definitely going to drop. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi has added yet another profession to his resume, singer. And it's even as a popular singer who has placed at the top of the top Chinese music chart. I'm feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. Teacher Zhang has gone on to disturb the music industry again. The music industry is probably in a state of shock right now. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, Zhang Zai appeared online. Zhang Zai gave a like to a letter to home on Weibo and gave it high praise. This is a ballad. Normally, a ballad is light and calm without too many ups and downs in pitch. But the emotions in this song kept surging forward like a torrential tide, especially when those narrative lines were spoken. It actually managed to present an image of all the emotions behind the song for me. Without a doubt, this is the most touching song that I've heard in recent years. But to touch on something off topic, little Zhang, about you ridiculing me in your crosstalk routine, I will remember it clearly and have a chat with you someday, her. Whoa, Grandma Zhang. Your evaluation is too high. This is the evaluation of a professional. Awesome. That was really well said. Grandma Zhang has also been touched by the song. Suddenly, Chen Guang also appeared. Chen Guang posted on Weibo, Zhang Yi, you've gotten onto the top Chinese music chart. You even pushed my song down the rankings. So tell me, how should this be settled? Fan Wenli, who had just ended her performance on Hunan Television's Spring Festival Gala, also posted on Weibo, Director Zhang sang so poorly. You'll know that he's an amateur just from hearing him sing. From the sound of it, you'd know that he can't sing at all. The handling of his pitch, the way he articulates and the variations of his tone were all very amateurish. Yet this song actually made me cry just from listening to it. Even now, I don't know why it can do that. The netizens agreed. Yeah. I cried too. It was so obvious that it was sung badly, yet why was it so good to listen to? A few minutes later. No one could have expected that the Heavenly Queen would actually answer this question. In the music industry, Zhang Yuanqi had debuted much earlier than Fan Wenli and Chen Guang. She explained, a lot of friends in the music industry must still be confused, right? Take a look at the crosstalk routine. Everything is great on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala and you'll understand what is going on. I've watched the crosstalk routine. This is the first time I've witnessed someone daring to sing like that on the stage of a live broadcast for a provincial station's Spring Festival Gala. After listening to it, I was astonished and pondered for a long time. I found that the message conveyed by the music might be much simpler than what everyone is thinking. It's just pure and sincere emotion. It doesn't matter how the singing is, whether it has any technique and whether it is out of tune or if the voice cracks. Because of the sincerity and emotions in the singing, all the other factors have become unimportant. Zhang Yi's A Letter to Home is exactly that kind of a song. You may say that Zhang Yi sang it very amateurishly, and may say that his vocalization is poor, out of tune, he doesn't how to vary his pitch or use breathing techniques, and doesn't have all the foundations that a singer should possess, but you definitely cannot deny that he sang this song very well. His emotions helped him disregard all the technicalities of singing by ripping away everyone's masks and defenses, singing straight to the heart. How awesome. Even the Heavenly Queen has listened to it? Wow. The Heavenly Queen is praising it too. The Heavenly Queen even listened to the crosstalk. That's right. This song is deeply touching. Following that, a few more musicians gave their evaluations. A famous lyricist and composer, the lyrics of A Letter to Home might seem straightforward and sound just like a normal letter without any technical details. But that is where it truly is of the highest caliber. A rookie singer, we already know of Teacher Jong's talent in writing lyrics and composing music just from Wishing We Last Forever and Woman Flower, but today, A Letter to Home has renewed my understanding of Teacher Jong. The emotions I felt in this song were indescribable. A-list movie star, Ning Lan, this is the best song I've heard this year. Strongly recommending this song. Those who have not listened to it should listen to it. But it's best if you can watch the crosstalk routine all the way through. Member of a popular domestic female group, Xiaodong, after listening to it, I kept crying and suddenly had the thought of covering this song. But thinking about it, with Teacher Jong's version on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, I doubt that it will be possible to surpass the original version, which is deeply emotional. The more professional the singer is, the harder it will be for them to express this song well. A Letter to Home had become very popular. A song sung haphazardly by a crosstalk comedian had actually stormed into the top Chinese music chart and reached such a high position. When many musicians and singers in the music industry learned about the truth, they didn't know how to react. What the hell is this? Surely it can't be done this way, right? 886 A Letter to Home Causes a Massacre. Chapter 886, A Letter to Home Causes a Massacre. Push it up. Let's push A Letter to Home up the chart. It's already number 4. Right above it now is the best performing song in Chen Guang's new album. Charge. Let's shatter old Chen. I'm here. Go to hell. Let's destroy Teacher Chen Guang. Comrades, countrymen, charge. Get Zhang Yi to the top 3. Right, get Zhang Yi to the top 3. Ha 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 ha. A group of netizens who only wanted to watch the world burn seemed even more excited than the person directly involved. They roared as they either left positive comments for A Letter to Home, gave it plays, or helped forward it to increase its popularity. Finally, with all of the noisy commotion caused by the troll army, the song truly and miraculously shattered Chen Guang. Number 3. Third place on the top Chinese music chart, A Letter to Home. The trolls went wild with joy. Wow. Ha 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 ha. It's a success. It's done. This is so cool. PFFT, can you guys not be such trolls? Ayo, let me laugh a little longer. Initially, this group of people teared up because of the song and some of them even cried listening to it. But in the blink of an eye, when they saw an exciting opportunity for fun, when they realized they could stir up some trouble, these trolls seemingly changed into different people as their attitudes turned faster than the pages of a book. Every one of them jokingly called for a massacre on the charts with a domineering air. Let's destroy Sister Zhang next. That's right. I don't care who she is. Our target is the number 1 spot. Our target should be the number 1 spot for the month. No, let's push A Letter to Home up onto the annual chart. Only the annual chart? What sort of low-level goal is that? We'll push this song up into the worldwide music chart. Push it up onto the American Billboard chart. Let the Americans feel the passion and warmth of China's ballad. Right, let's bring it to America. Go. We're headed for America. Push that son of a gun up. When a lot of people saw this, they nearly fainted on the spot. Fuck, can you all please stop showing off? Headed for goddamn America? Why don't you push it out of the galaxy instead? Or push it beyond the Milky Way? The trolls replied, what a good suggestion. The onlookers had no response. It was a festive atmosphere on the internet that felt just like the new year. But it was really the new year anyway. Beijing television. In a waiting room. Yao Jiankai was highly entertained. With that lousy voice of yours, you can still get on to the top Chinese music chart on the day the song was released. Damn, it's already number 3. You're already going into the music industry so soon after crossing over into the documentary industry as a director? Zhang Yi did not like hearing that. Hey, what do you mean by my lousy voice? Ha, what you're doing is just making trouble for their industry, Yao Jiankai remarked. Zhang Yi boasted, this is called talent, understand? Yao Jiankai seethed, who are you trying to bullshit? Just look at Grandma Zhang's I's comment, Sister Zhang's comment, Ning Lan's highest recommendation. They're all relevant and on the money. Zhang Yi pointed out the comments on Weibo. Yao Jiankai said, keep spouting your nonsense. When he sang A Letter to Home earlier, Zhang Yi was in all seriousness. But after he left the stage, this fellow was back to his usual cheeky self. Since they were just idling about, the two of them started browsing through Weibo to kill their boredom. Yao Jiankai was suddenly amused by something. Hey, someone is scolding you. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. There are always people scolding me. Yao Jiankai laughed. But this time, their scolding is ingenious. Quick, take a look at it. Your song has brought you trouble again. Initially, Zhang Yi was not bothered about it, but after he leaned over to have a look, he was at a total loss for words. Not only Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai, everyone else felt that way, as this was not your usual online comment, but a news report. It was an interview comment, and it was even an interview that was broadcast live. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year. The World Team Table Tennis Championships that was progressing overseas had ended. In the finals of the men's team event, the Chinese team lost 2-3 to the South Korean team. With an extremely advantageous lead of 2-0, they eventually lost the match after surrendering 3 consecutive sets at the end. The final player to compete was the world number 2, Han Li. He was not in the best shape and lost the crucial match point. This loss was extremely painful to China, as they had won the men's team event in the World Championships for 10 straight years. It was the first time in all those years that the trophy had changed hands. The commentator and host for Central TV in this competition was none other than Yu Yinyi. When the men's team championship was lost, many table tennis fans were furious. Were they even playing table tennis? Damn, there's something suspicious about that referee. They played so terribly today. I'm not watching this anymore. Making us feel like shit during the new year. If I would have known this was going to be the result, I wouldn't have watched the table tennis match at all. I'd rather have watched the Spring Festival Gala instead. This competition met with some problems back then and was dragged on for so long until today's finals. But in the end, they showed us such a result. I don't even get it. A lot of these people were in a bad mood due to the results. However, during the post-match interview, a scene played out in front of them that no one could have expected. When the reporter interviewed the men's team player, Han Li, to ask him about the main reason for losing his match, Han Li's reply amused everyone. Han Li said with outrage, "I've always had the habit of listening to music to relieve myself of any pressure before a match starts." That reporter was stunned. Listening to music? What did that have to do with losing the match? The reporter couldn't understand. Han Li replied angrily, "I found a song that was at the top of the top Chinese music chart, something called A Letter to Home. I was in rather good shape initially, but after listening to this noise, I got really unsettled. What I want to know is, what's up with the top Chinese music chart these days? Is this still the most authoritative music chart in the country? Any song could just randomly appear on it?" He then stopped answering any more questions from the reporters and turned away, leaving together with his teammates and coach. On the screen, his teammate even patted him on his shoulder to console him. As this was a live interview, it was broadcast to everyone watching. Once this interview was broadcast, many of the trolls on Weibo were laughing madly. Ayo, what the heck? Isn't this excuse too fucking far-fetched? You can blame others even though you lost the match yourself? Ha 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 ha. Teacher Zhang has been scolded by someone again. Look at what you people have done by pushing A Letter to Home up onto the music chart. Just see for yourselves what happened. You have caused trouble for someone. And made our country lose the match. What has that got to do with us? Aren't you blaming the toilet when you can't shit? Because this was an international tournament and due to it being a live broadcast, Han Li's words caused a big sensation. Who wouldn't know about it when it had been broadcast on television? Immediately, doubting voices came flooding in. This idiot. This Han Li is always finding excuses. He did it previously as well. I'm so tickled from hearing that. What sort of crappy excuse is that? A loss is a loss, why would you blame Zhang Yi for your loss? Faced with great pressure from the public opinions, the national table tennis team had no choice except to issue a response. Very quickly, the national table tennis team's head coach, Liu Yifeng, gave an interview. The female reporter asked, regarding Han Li's post-match comments, "What is your view on that?" Liu Yifeng replied calmly, "As far as I know, Han Li indeed has the habit of listening to music to relax before a match. As our athletes all have their own ways of relieving stress, there is nothing wrong with that. The players are still young and speak bluntly, so it's understandable since everyone is in a bad mood after losing the match." The female reporter probed, "Then do you mean that the reason for the national team losing is directly linked to A Letter to Home?" Liu Yifeng said, "Han Li is a young person and is easily affected by external factors. Based on my understanding of him, when something that he dislikes suddenly appears like a certain song or whatever else, it definitely affects him. As for the other athletes, it's also impossible for them not to get distracted as none of us are sages." The female reporter found it both funny and annoying. "Then do you mean that the reason for the loss is because of Zhang Yi?" After the tournament, Liu Yifeng learned of the origin of that song and who its singer was. He said, "I did not say that." But the female reporter thought to herself that it was clearly implied so. Liu Yifeng explained, there are a lot of factors contributing to the loss of a match. Besides the external factors, we would reflect on ourselves as well. So the external factors were still the main reason. It was still a letter to home that caused your loss in the tournament? Coincidentally, the changing room door behind was opened at this moment. Another member of the table tennis national team was just entering, saying to his teammate next to him as he walked in, that a letter to home is really infuriating. What a troublesome mess it has caused. Otherwise, we would have won this match easily. He did not know the head coach was currently giving a live interview on television. After he saw them, he was startled and quickly left the room again, closing the door behind him. But what he said had been clearly broadcast to the public. The criticism immediately swarmed in. What's the meaning of that? I thought only Han Li alone was immature, but it seems like the entire national team is blaming Zhang Yi now. Isn't this too far-fetched? Although many people are scolding Zhang Yi online, you guys should at least find a more reasonable excuse, right? What is this? Isn't this making something out of nothing at all? It was you who listened to the song willingly. No one forced you to listen to it. The table tennis player is young and not sensible? But why is the head coach also being not sensible? Yeah, Han Li always has this bad habit of pushing away responsibility. When he lost the match, shouldn't you as a head coach criticize him instead of helping to make excuses? Helping the national team push away the responsibility? What sort of person are you? And to that player called Li, we all heard what you said as well. Teacher Zhang has been shot again even though he did nothing wrong. This bunch of table tennis players are such jokes. After that, Han Li did not say another word. Liu Yifeng also did not give any explanations as he had probably already communicated it to the reporters in the changing room. In the end, the rest of the players on the team did not accept any further interviews either. The phone rang. It was from Yu Yinyi. Zhang Yi was just scolding fuck their grandpas as he answered the call. Yu Yinyi said, Zanger. Yes, it's me, Zhang Yi said. Yu Yinyi blinked. What is going on? You saw the live broadcast. Zhang Yi snorted. How could I have not seen it? They're even blaming me for not singing well. They lost their match just because they listened to my song? Then when Zhang Yuanqi, Chen Guang, and Fan Wenli sang well, why didn't they go and listen to their songs every day and become the world champions? What the hell are they bullshitting about me? Yu Yinyi said, I'm overseas right now and I'm still at the tournament's arena. I've just finished my work and will return to Beijing tomorrow. Let me tell you something, this Han Li has always behaved like this. When he lost the match last year, he claimed that the table tennis paddle was no good. At the beginning of last year when he lost to a Japanese player, he said that the air in the competition arena was not good. Zhang Yi was so angry that he was amused. Then tell me, who have I offended? Why am I always getting the blame? Alright, let's not talk about Han Li's faults for now. Why are his other teammates also behaving this way? And even their head coach is behaving this way? It doesn't make any sense at all. I really can't let the matter rest just like this. Yao Jiankai was entertained by this as he sat there beside him. His young buddy sure was getting unluckier by the day. Just singing a song could even cause such a massacre, making a world number 2 table tennis player unable to play properly anymore. Thinking about it, there was no one else who could do something like this. 887 Zhang Yi, why don't you take over the skit? Chapter 887, Zhang Yi, why don't you take over the skit? The incident blew up. A lot of people did not even bother watching the Spring Festival Gala anymore and rushed over to observe the commotion. A Letter to Home sits comfortably at number 3 on the top Chinese music chart. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's new crosstalk routine unanimously receives rave reviews. Men's team match at the World Team Table Tennis Championships ends in defeat. The reason for Han Li's loss? Head coach Liu Yifeng supportive of Han Li. Teammates' complaints of a Letter to Home broadcast live, terrible to listen to. Loss was a result of the song. The online news was published one after another. Han Li was considered a very popular celebrity athlete. Although the attention and fame that a table tennis player received definitely could not be comparable to celebrities in the entertainment industry, if a celebrity athlete were successful in their career, their popularity would be quite high as well. In Zhang Yi's previous world it was the same, with examples like Yao Ming, Liu Xiang, Lin Na, and several others. At this moment, Han Li's Weibo account was getting mentioned countless times. The national team's head coach, Liu Yifeng, was also targeted by them. Even the national table tennis team's official Weibo was flooded by the netizens. Do you people know how to give an interview? Come on, be a gentleman and don't be shameful. I'm feel embarrassed for you all. You've disgraced yourselves completely this time. You guys still have the cheek to scold Zhang Yi after losing to the South Korean team? I'm really fucking angered by all of you. Do you people think you have the right to scold Zhang Yi? Do you know who Teacher Zhang is? He's the leader of the professional Korean insulters. He has been fighting against the Koreans ever since he debuted. And he even fought with a Korean celebrity before. Zhang Yi always stood at the front lines during the scolding battles against them. On this same day a year ago, Zhang Yi even got locked up at the police station after he beat up Li Anson, but countless people rushed to the police station to try to get Zhang Yi released. Do you know what that situation was like? Have you people witnessed something like that before? He has always been at the front lines scolding the Koreans. And has never lost before. Unlike you guys who blame it on Zhang Yi's song after losing the match. What sort of logic is that? I really take my hat off to you all. How can anyone criticize a song that is so touching? Go and watch, everything is great. You'll understand after watching it. However, those Weibo accounts remain silent. Liu Yifeng, Han Li, and the rest of the national team players did not make any explanations or bother with them. Today was destined to be a night unlike any other night. The intense competition among all the provincial stations' Spring Festival galas, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's new crosstalk routine that shocked the entire country, a letter to home that stormed into the top Chinese music chart, the loss suffered by the men's team in the table tennis championship, Han Li's new excuse for losing his match, the silent agreement by the national table tennis team to support that excuse, the criticism from the netizens, etc. This first night of the Spring Festival was incredibly active. However, perhaps finding the commotion to not be big enough, another serious incident took place at Beijing television. Backstage. Somewhere near the conference room, a group of people fell into disarray. Quick, call an ambulance. Ayo, what's happening? Dial 120. Teacher Ku Haiying has fainted. Don't touch him. He might be having a heart attack. Don't move him for no reason. Quick, get the heads here. This is bad. This is going to be real bad. Teacher Ku. Teacher Ku. Please wake up. A moment later, Chang Xiaolian led his team over in a hurry. Why is this happening? Old Ku? Old Ku? Has anyone called for an ambulance? Why is the ambulance not here yet? Several of the Beijing television heads also rushed over. A female staff member nearly cried from the anxiety. There are not enough ambulances on call since it's the first day of the new year. A lot of the medical personnel have already gone on vacation. Chang Xiaolian decided, stop waiting. Get someone to drive and send Teacher Ku to the hospital. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hoof said loudly, check old Ku's pockets to see if there is any medicine for his heart disease. Give it to him first if there is. Right, the medicine. Someone frantically searched for the medicine. After sending him away, Chang Xiaolian's heart felt very heavy as he said, it's too stressful. A deputy station head sighed, because of the Spring Festival Gala, everyone has been working tirelessly for too long. Teacher Ku has had heart problems all along. Ku Haiying's partner for an upcoming act said, what are we going to do about the performance now? It's going to start in an hour's time. A station head looked at Chang Xiaolian and asked, Old Chang, is it possible to find a replacement? Chang Xiaolian immediately said, Old Ku's skit revolves around him. The skit was completely created based on himself. It's impossible to replace him with someone else. A female assistant director stamped her feet worriedly. It's also too late for a replacement now. One of the production team staff suggested, how about replacing it with a backup act? Where are we going to find a backup act? Those performances that were not going to be used were all eliminated. Besides, there aren't any skits among those pre-selected acts. Even if there was, it would be too late to get them here and start preparing. What should we do then? Our viewership rating was just soaring. That's right. This is a live broadcast and we can't allow it to be short to performance. We really have the chance to come out on top of the provincial station Spring Festival Galas this year. This is something that Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has never achieved before. This is the result that Zhang Yi and teacher Yao Jiankai have fought to give us. If the finale language act is gone and we end the Spring Festival Gala early, then that would be such a pity. Most importantly, the show list has already been confirmed, so there's no way we can end the gala early. Otherwise, what do we do for the acts that come after? Are we just going to broadcast commercials for at least 10 minutes during the vacated slot? Why don't we use a singing act to replace it? A singing act can only last for 2 or 3 minutes, we have to find at least 3, 4 of those acts then. How are we going to find them? Where can we find them? This isn't the way to handle it either. The production team was plunged into chaos and everybody tried to get a word in. At this moment, Zhao Lu, who was in the crowd, suddenly made a casual suggestion. Why not create another skit as a replacement? Spontaneously create a skit? Spontaneously create the props? Going straight onto a live broadcast without any rehearsals? What the hell are you talking about? Who can do something like that? A lot of them couldn't be bothered with her suggestion. But when Chang Xiaoliang heard that, his eyes suddenly lit up because he thought of someone. In a waiting room at the end of the corridor, Yao Jiankai asked, "What's going on outside? Why does it sound so chaotic? Did something happen?" But Zhang Yi ignored him and kept scolding people as he browsed through Weibo. "That's enough, bro." Yao Jiankai was overjoyed. "You've been scolding for the past 10 minutes, take a break." Zhang Yi said, "I won't find it tiring even if I have to scold them for 3 straight days and nights." That bunch of bass. The door was pushed open by someone outside. More than a dozen people came into the room in an instant. Among them were a station head, Chang Xiaoliang, Hoof, Zhaolu, Daifai, and many of the directors and staff of the production team. The moment this group of people entered the room, they heard Zhang Yi, famous host, famous director, associate professor at Beijing University and Media College, cursing and swearing like a sailor. His words were really, really nasty and most people would not be able to swear like him. Chang Xiaoliang. Hoof. The station head. Forget it. They just pretended they didn't hear him. They did not even discuss it and unanimously took the decision to ignore it. Zhang Yi was shocked too and stopped his cursing. "Ayo, Director Chang? Brother who? Deputy station head Song? What is going on here?" Chang Xiaoliang got straight to the point. Teacher Ku Heiying had a sudden heart attack and was sent to the hospital. Yao Jiankai was stunned to hear that. "How is he?" Zhang Yi had heard Ku Heiying's name before and knew that he was a pretty good skit actor. Hoof immediately said, "We just called to check on him. He just arrived at the hospital and has regained consciousness. He should already be out of danger, but he definitely won't be able to make it for his act later." Zhang Yi heaved a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Thank goodness he's fine." Chang Xiaoliang looked at Zhang Yi and said, "But there's no one to perform the finale skit of Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala." Zhang Yi was also anxious for them and exclaimed, "Then what should we do? Hurry up and think of a solution." Director Zhang, an assistant director for Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, gazed at him and said, "Didn't you say earlier that you came up with a skit?" Hearing that, Zhang Yi was surprised. "What are you talking about?" That person repeated, "A skit." Zhang Yi pointed at his own nose and asked, "Me?" That person said, "Yes." Zhang Yi stared with his eyes wide and asked, "Did I say something like that?" Chang Xiaoliang nodded. "Yes, you did." "Bullshit. I'm a goddamn crosstalk comedian, why would I create a skit? Do you think I'm crazy?" However, when Zhang Yi was about to say something, that assistant director made him swallow his words. That person said, "You were the one who said so. During the previous rehearsal, when you and Dong Shanshan were late, you mentioned that it was because the both of you were discussing a skit. Director Chang even remarked that if there were a chance, he would want to work with you on that skit the next year. And you agreed as well." Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. Fuck, he seemed to have indistinctly really said those words before. Chang Xiaoliang immediately decided, "We don't have to wait for next year to work together anymore. Let's do it this year, right now, today. Teacher Zhang, all of us can only rely on you now. For the finale skit. Why don't you take over?" "Me, take over? A skit?" Zhang Yi nearly vomited blood. "Damn it. Big bro, can you stop fooling around, please? I'm a crosstalk comedian, why would I be performing a skit? I did say so previously, but that was only because Dong Shanshan and I were running late. I was simply making things up so that I could have a reason. Afterwards, I didn't even remember that I had said it. So why are you all taking it so seriously now? Even asking me to perform a skit? Do you guys really think that I can do everything?" 888 Zhang Yi takes over for the skit. Chapter 888, Zhang Yi takes over for the skit. In the waiting room, a group of people were staring straight at Zhang Yi. Chang Xiaoliang said in a serious tone, "Teacher Little Zhang, we can only rely on you now." Zhang Yi was nearly vomiting blood at this. "Director Chang, I really cannot do it." Little Zhang. Hoof chipped in, "We all know how capable you are." Zhang Yi smiled dryly and said, "If you want me to do a crosstalk, I won't hesitate to agree. Old Yao and I will march up on stage to do another crosstalk for you guys. But it's a skit we're talking about, I've never done one before. I really can't pull it off. Why don't you ask someone else instead? See if there's anyone else who has prepared a skit." Hoof said, "If you can't do it, then nobody can." Zhang Yi kept waving his hands around. "You're thinking too highly of me, please don't say that." After Yao Jiankai heard everything, he helped Zhang Yi by stating, "We crosstalk comedians and skit actors may look like we're both in the line of comedy, appearing to tickle the audience with our language acts. But realistically, we are two very different occupations and are clearly different things." The deputy station head hurriedly said, "But the issue now is that there is no one else." Zhang Yi added, "There's not much time left either. He looked at his watch. There's just a little over an hour left now. One of the staff on the Spring Festival Gala production team immediately said, "Didn't you completely make up everything is great at the last minute with just an hour to go before the routine?" There was even music added and a rearrangement of the bits too. Zhang Yi. But I haven't properly thought out the skit yet and it's still only a general concept for now. It doesn't even have a script. Yet another female staffer quickly responded, "When you did Zhang Yi's talk show, you attempted a live broadcast without the aid of a script. Then, while you were still at Beijing TV's Arts Channel, your analysis of the Three Kingdoms show did not require a script either, isn't that so? When have you ever prepared a script in advance? Haven't you always just gone out and done your thing? Who in the industry has not heard of those deeds of yours before? Most of us in this room are your former coworkers and have worked with you before, so you can ask around and see if any of us have seen you getting on stage with a script." Huge, that's right. Dafai, yep. Zhang Yi. But we don't even have the props prepared. Chang Xiaolian immediately said, "As long as they are simple props, just tell us how you want it and it will be done. The entire Beijing TV Spring Festival Gala production team is yours to command." Zhang Yi. "But Dong Shanshan still has to host the gala, I won't have enough people to do the skit." The deputy station head promptly decided there and then, "We have a backup host who can immediately take over her duties. I just need to make a call and Dong Shanshan will be here to help you with the finale skit." Zhang Yi was going crazy. "Your sister. Why do you guys have something to rebuke me with no matter what I say? You even have an answer for every issue that I've raised?" Chang Xiaolian said earnestly, "Teacher Little Zhang, our Beijing TV Spring Festival Gala is, for the first time, in the running to win the Spring Festival Gala viewership ratings and also the closest we are to getting first. Right in front of us is that result, yet something like this has cropped up at the 11th hour. Do you think we can just take it lying down like that?" "I can't." An assistant director said, "I can't either." Hoof said, "I can't accept it." Another female director sighed, "Yeah. This is too hard to stomach." Zhaolu said, "We're just a step away." "Teacher Zhang." Hudi said hopefully, "Teacher Zhang." Dafai said loudly, "Teacher Zhang, please do it for us." A female assistant director said, "Yeah, Teacher Zhang, we're all depending on you now. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang. Please do it. You can do it." The group of people stood there and repeated his name. Zhang Yi's ears were aching from this constant chanting of his name. He forced a smile. "You guys are totally bullying me with your numbers." Then he looked at Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai didn't whether to laugh or cry as he shrugged and indicated that he couldn't do anything about it either. The waiting room door opened again and another group of people came in. "Director Chang, how are we going to proceed? The station head was just pressuring us." "Yeah, how should the props be prepared?" "There isn't much time left, Director Chang. The entire production team has been plunged into chaos." However, Chang Xiaolian did not say anything and just kept blinking as he looked at Zhang Yi, waiting for him to give his answer. Zhang Yi was unsure of what to do at this moment. He was a born and bred Beijinger who grew up watching the channels on Beijing television. He had worked here, fought here, and also gotten into trouble here. But even after all that, Beijing television still held a special place in his heart. Seeing such a huge problem take place at their Spring Festival Gala, he did not feel good about it. As a result, he was at odds with himself as to what he should do. "Director Zhang. Teacher Zhang, there's no time anymore." The production team was getting more and more flustered. Zhang Yi suddenly heaved a sigh of resignation and looked at them. "Is there really no one else?" One of the female assistant directors was nearly crying from worry. "There's really no one else." Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before saying, "But I've never performed a skit before, so even I can't guarantee how it'll turn out. Are you guys sure that you want me to take over even if the results are not guaranteed?" Chang Xiaolian joyfully declared, "Whatever will be will be." That deputy station head added, "As long as you can make it in time for the live broadcast and save the showlist, any performance is fine." Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders at Yao Jiankai and then looked at everyone. "All right then, I'll agree to it." "That's great!" Zhaolu screamed. Dafai cheered and exclaimed, "Teacher Zhang is awesome." Hu regained his confidence with that. "With you stepping up, there won't be a problem for sure." Speaking of Zhang Yi's character, everyone had to worry about it. This fellow was too hot-headed and would often go around stirring up trouble or scolding people. Everyone would choose to avoid him as he was a well-known hooligan of the entertainment circle. But when it came to Zhang Yi's reputation and capabilities in the artistic field, he was known to be more than dependable. Everyone could rest assured as long as he was handling it. Even though Zhang Yi had never made or performed in a skit before, when everyone learned he was going to step in, they unconsciously sighed with relief. Chang Xiaolian grabbed Zhang Yi's hands and said sincerely, "Thank you so much." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I'm just blindly going in to turn things around, so don't thank me first. You may thank me after everything is done and the routine is performed on time." Chang Xiaolian asked, "What do you need now?" "I need a little time to give some thought to the script," Zhang Yi replied. "Alright. Oh yes, I have to discuss things with Shanshan as well." "No problem." The Spring Festival Gala was still going on. Every provincial station's Spring Festival Gala show was still fighting it out for the viewership ratings. The industry watched every single move, wanting to know which provincial station's Spring Festival Gala would become the ultimate winner. Last year, it was Hunan Television's Spring Festival Gala that achieved the highest overall viewership rating, and the year before that, Leaning Television won it, while another year before that, it was Dragon Television that led the way. Who would it be this year? Could it be Beijing Television? Some industry insiders started to discuss this topic. I initially felt that it would be Leaning TV's Spring Festival Gala. Yeah, they kicked it off with great momentum. But I'm not too sure now. Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala had Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai help them turn the tide. That seasoned duo's crosstalk was incredibly enjoyable to listen to. A crosstalk routine has saved the entire station's gala. But we still have to watch on until the other shows are done. Nothing is confirmed as of yet. If Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala wins, then it would truly be a miraculous night tonight. But no matter how it turns out, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai will definitely experience a popularity growth after tonight with their crosstalk routine. After all, this is a provincial station's Spring Festival Gala broadcast on their satellite channel with so many sets of eyes watching. That incident with the table tennis national team from earlier should not affect Zhang Yi much either. After being held down for so many years, Beijing TV is finally set for a breakthrough. They've totally made the right move by inviting Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai to perform on their show. Using the popularity of this year's Spring Festival Gala, Beijing TV should be able to increase their overall ratings for this coming year. Why do the provincial stations place so much importance on their Spring Festival Gala shows even if it means pulling out all stops? Because it's a plan for the long term. It's a key step in a television station's development. But it was at this moment that several startling news headlines appeared. Entertainment report, major crisis at Beijing Television Spring Festival Gala. Online tracer, Ku Haiying rushed to Fuwai Hospital after collapsing from heart attack. Beijing Daily News Online Edition, Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala finale act left hanging. Soon to be a major live broadcast incident. What happened to Ku Haiying was too major to cover up, especially since it happened in conjunction with the critical juncture of the Spring Festival Gala live broadcast. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Heavens! How could that happen? How is Teacher Ku now? How is he? I heard that he's already out of danger. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. But then what's going to happen to Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala now? Beijing TV has met with big trouble again. This is a live broadcast for the Spring Festival Gala. If there isn't an act to fill the gap, wouldn't it cause a huge problem? Nothing like this has ever happened before. How unlucky. Yeah, I thought Beijing TV would do well this year. Fuck, this is bad. Something big has happened at Beijing TV again. They're done for. They certainly won't be getting number one. They've messed it up right at the final stretch. They won't be fighting to be the viewership rating champion anymore, I guess? That's secondary. They'll need to deal this glaring issue first. There's about an hour left until Ku Haiying's act is supposed to come on, right? How are they going to fill this gap? The advantage that Zhang Yi and teacher Yao Jiankai have fought so hard to gain has gone down the drain. The netizens were in full gossip mode. Many of those netizens discussing Han Li and the table tennis national team turned their focus to this when they heard the news. There was only an hour to go before the scheduled skit would go live. With the skit actor suffering a heart attack, everyone was extremely worried for Beijing Television, which had suffered a tumultuous setback. There was a heated discussion within the industry. Are you serious? Ayo, they're done for this time. Yeah, even though they had help from Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk, there's no way for Beijing TV to get back on their feet this time. Viewership rating? I think the more important question is whether they can finish the show. Let's see who gets chosen to replace the act. There's no one else? I think they did not prepare any backup acts in their lineup. It doesn't matter who gets chosen to stand in for the act, just look at the time. Right, the problem is that there isn't any time left. If this amounts to a broadcasting issue, the punishment for Beijing TV would definitely be quite heavy. Let's wait and see how Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala will handle this. 889 The Three Greenhorns finalize their act. Chapter 889, The Three Greenhorns finalize their act. Leaning Television. Someone from the production team suddenly shouted, "Hey, come and see this. A big issue has cropped up at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala." "What happened?" asked a director from Leaning Television's Spring Festival Gala as he rushed over. That person said, "Teacher Ku Haiying's skit won't be happening anymore." "Huh? What happened?" Dragon Television. The executive director stayed silent for a while before saying, "There's no need to consider Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala in the running anymore." What? Aren't they leading strongly at the moment? Some people still did not know about the situation. The executive director threw the cell phone showing the news headlines on it to one of his deputies. "They're in deep trouble." Zhejiang Television. Director Zhu, "Is the news true?" "It's true. I just called a friend of mine at Beijing TV to confirm." "Then they're gonna be in trouble." "Right. At this time, where could they find someone to take over the show list?" "Perfect, our closest rival is no more." The outside world was in heated discussions. But in a waiting room at Beijing Television, it was exceptionally quiet. This place should have been the focus of events, but at this point of time, even a pin drop could be heard loudly and clearly. Creak. The sound of a door opening broke the silence. Dong Shanshan walked in with a face of consternation. "What's the situation?" Zhang Yi gave a wry smile to her. "Close the door first, close it. I have very weak mental fortitude. Please don't scare me like that, Zanger." Dong Shanshan closed the door as she spoke in an incredulous tone. "The two of us are going to perform a skit? We're going to stand in for Teacher Ku's finale skit act? Old classmate, please don't joke with me this way. Even if we were classmates, should you really be scamming me like that?" Yao Jiankai said. Little Zhang was forced into it too. The deputy station head and executive director, along with over 20 others, all came begging Zhang Yi for his help. Dong Shanshan nearly fainted from that. "But you still can't promise them something like that." Zhang Yi threw up his hands and said, "I don't have any choice. They wanted me to do it no matter what." Dong Shanshan dragged a chair over and sat down in front of Zhang Yi. "But it's not like you don't know what the two of us do. We're formerly broadcasting graduates, so how could we have performed any skits before? I wonder why they suddenly decided to find you as the replacement? And they even dragged me in as well." Zhang Yi coughed and said, "Didn't we use that excuse that time we were late? We said that we were discussing a skit." Dong Shanshan. She looked at Yao Jiankai. "Teacher Yao, you must say something about this. What are they trying to do?" Yao Jiankai laughed. "Since it's already been decided, then the two of you will have to do it no matter what." Zhang Yi suddenly turned his head to him and said, "What do you mean the two of us? Shouldn't it be the three of us?" Hearing that, Yao Jiankai nearly suffered a heart attack. "What? You're even dragging me in?" Zhang Yi said, "Of course. How can we perform a skit with only two people?" Yao Jiankai fainted. He had been enjoying the commotion, but turned anxious right at the next second. "Damn, why did you promise them something like that? Quickly tell them that you can't do it and ask to change it to someone else. I've never acted in a skit before either." Hearing that, Dong Shanshan could only laugh at their predicament. This is great. A variety show host, a television drama actor and crosstalk comedian, and a host cum math professor cum director. Even with the three of us put together, we're amateurs no matter how you look at it. We don't even have a script for the skit, yet we're slated to go on stage for the Spring Festival Gala's finale act. What's more, the time. She looked at her watch and exclaimed, "There's only 58 minutes left." Zhang Yi nodded. "It is what it is." Dong Shanshan could only look helplessly at this old classmate of hers. "Zanger, I know that you've always had a lot of balls, but I never could have expected you to be this ballsy. With the three of us, do you really think that we can do it?" Zhang Yi replied, "Even if we can't, we must." Yao Jiankai sighed, "Hi." Zhang Yi composed himself before stating, "Shanshan, let me ask you this seriously. Are you capable of handling the skit?" Dong Shanshan hesitated for a moment and answered, "I don't know." "Old Yao?" Zhang Yi asked. Yao Jiankai answered bitterly, "My main profession is acting. If you insist that I go on, it's not like I can't do it, but I can't promise that it'll be good. The main problem is that I've never acted in a skit before." Dong Shanshan latched onto his words and said, "It's the same for me. I can do it if I'm forced to go on stage, but as for how it would turn out, only a ghost would know." Zhang Yi abruptly said, "As long as you two are willing to go on stage, that's good enough." Dong Shanshan said in a speechless manner, "Can your standards get any lower than this?" Yao Jiankai questioned, "And where is the script? Where is the script for the skit?" The three of them immediately went silent. How worrisome. The three of them were all more worried than the other. Especially Zhang Yi, who was the most stressed. But suddenly, after thinking for a while, Zhang Yi smacked his thigh with great force and said with irritation, I won't believe that we can't do it. Why can't we handle this? Based on what reasons are we not going to make it? He turned to Dong Shanshan and said, Shanshan, you were our most outstanding student back then, taking part in activities and competitions organized by the school and always doing well in them. Whenever the name of Dong Shanshan was mentioned in the past, even students from other faculties would likely have heard of you. Which of the broadcasting major teachers did not give you their highest approval? Isn't it only a skit? I don't believe you won't be able to handle it. Dong Shanshan let out a small sigh. A hero does not mention his glorious past, but anyway, alright, give it a try, I guess. Zhang Yi looked at Yao Jiankai. Old Yao, you're the one with the most experience among us. How many years have you been acting? You were already fighting it out in the industry before I was even born. The number of roles you have portrayed should number at least close to 100. For example, other than the father-in-law roles you have played, there's also the father-in-law role and the other father-in-law role. Okay, I guess you haven't taken on too many types of roles. Yao Jiankai. Zhang Yi said, but your acting skill is absolutely not a problem. Yao Jiankai glanced at him. But of course. Zhang Yi said, if I hand you a script right now, I don't believe that you won't be able to memorize it within the hour. The skit's lines? Yao Jiankai said confidently, it'll be quite short. I won't even need an hour to remember everything. Dong Shanshan added, if it's just lines, I won't have a problem with it. I dare say that I can handle something as basic as that. Yao Jiankai looked at Zhang Yi. You're asking about us, but what about yourself? Zhang Yi smiled. Are you talking about the performance or the lines? If it's about the performance, I have also acted in movies before. In fact, he had even eaten a lot of the acting skills experience books, so he remarked, as for the lines, old Yao, when have you ever seen me use a script whenever I host a show? Yao Jiankai. I nearly forgot how crazy you are when it comes to that. Zhang Yi clapped his hands hard. So if that's the case, do we still have any problems? Yao Jiankai was also getting pumped up. Hell, let's do it. Let's go for it. We have to do it whether we're ready or not. Dong Shanshan also understood what was at stake. Zhang Yi smiled and said, right, the three of us are gonna show everyone this time that even if we're amateurs, we can still create a classic skit. Let the three of us show them what we've got. Yao Jiankai smacked his lips together and said, a classic skit? If we can get something out in time for the live broadcast, that would be good enough. That won't do. I'll either not do anything at all or do it to my best. Zhang Yi declared. Dong Shanshan looked at him. But what about the script? Zhang Yi replied, I'm still thinking about it. As they had too little time to prepare, their conditions for the skit were greatly limited. Number 1, the script had to be simple and the lines must not be overly complicated. Number 2, they couldn't depend on too many props. Everything had to be kept simple. Number 3, there would be 3 skit performers. 2 men and a woman. Number 4, the skit must be enjoyable to watch. Combining all those conditions, they would be highly restricted to the type of skit they could perform. In Zhang Yi's mind right now were all of his previous World Central TV Spring Festival Gala skits since its first broadcast. Although there were many bad skits there definitely would also be some classic performances over the years, which had been picked out. Those classics were so good that they contain numerous jokes and great humor. Which one should he use? That one? No, that would require them to have Scottish kilts as a prop and there wasn't enough time to get them. How about that one? It wouldn't do either, the props were too big and there wasn't enough time for it either. Or should he choose that one? Not that either. The other 2 people's lines were too complicated. Dong Shanshan and Yao Jiankai were not like Zhang Yi. Within an hour, they would only be able to memorize enough lines for a normal skit, but anything more than that would not be possible for them. Besides, they didn't really have an hour left anymore, and they still had to allocate part of the time to get in a dry run. But then there really weren't many skits they could use. Almost to the point of none. Sweat beads were forming on Zhang Yi's forehead. There wasn't much time left anymore. If he had been informed earlier, if only he had a few more days, he could have prepared a lot of skits to be performed, yet now. He took out his cell phone to check the time. Instead, he saw the notifications from Weibo, which he accidentally tapped, launching the Weibo app. The first thing he saw was criticism. Boycott Zhang Yi. What sort of lousy lyrics are those? It was terrible to listen to. For a song to cause our national team to lose their match, I'm totally bewildered. Zhang Yi is the scourge itself. I think that our national table tennis team was right to complain. If it weren't for that bunch of Zhang Yi fans helping push that song up the charts, our men's team would not have lost the championship. Supporting the table tennis team. You guys have worked hard. I heard that an issue has cropped up at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Haha, they deserve it. You people even dared to invite an entertainment industry hooligan like Zhang Yi to perform a crosstalk on your gala? See, this is the retribution you get. This time, Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has received more than they can handle. We don't even know if that incident will be resolved yet. Reading up until here, Zhang Yi suddenly had an idea. Hey. I got it. Wouldn't that Central TV Spring Festival Gala skit from that year be a good choice? Remembering that, Zhang Yi suddenly got excited and banged the table. He immediately picked up a pen and grabbed paper to start writing the script for the skit. Old Yao, Shanshan, I've thought of one already. Come over and see. Yao Jiankai was stunned. So quickly? What's the skit about? Dong Shanshan rushed over. Zhang Yi wrote it down as he spoke. This script was not written for himself since he did not have any use for it, but he had write out the lines for Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan to memorize. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Zhang Yi related the entire skit to them in double time. After hearing it, Yao Jiankai was truly shocked and astonished. This dot was written by you just now? That's right. It was a flash of brilliance. Zhang Yi said, ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. Dong Shanshan suddenly stretched out her hand and hit Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi was taken aback. What are you trying to do? Dong Shanshan said, I wanted to see if you'd show your true colors. Zhang Yi was amused. What, do you think I'm a monster or something? Even if you're not a monster, you're not far off from one. Yao Jiankai said incredulously. That was too damn fast. Zhang Yi laughed. Let's stick to the problem at hand. Do you two think it'll work? Yao Jiankai chuckled. If this doesn't work, what would? Dong Shanshan snapped her fingers. This'll do. Zhang Yi said, okay. It's settled then. The 3 green horns instantly clicked. 890 The skit makes its appearance. Chapter 890, The skit makes its appearance. Once the script was settled, Zhang Yi shouted out the door. Everyone was called in. Over a dozen people from the Spring Festival Gala production team crowded in, waiting for Zhang Yi's instructions. The station head and executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoliang, had already given instructions to anyone without active jobs in the production team to fully obey Zhang Yi's commands and for every department in Beijing Television to give their fullest support to him. If necessary, they did not even need to seek Chang Xiaoliang or the head's permission and just do their best to help Zhang Yi, Dong Shanshan, and Yao Jiankai in making the skit the best it could be to turn things around. Zhang Yi quickly asked, who is in charge of props? Teacher Zhang, go ahead and say what you need. Someone stepped forward. Zhang Yi said, I need a set of office equipment that includes a desk, some shelves, and a sofa. That person noted it down as he listened. No problem. And these other things which I've written down as well. Zhang Yi handed a piece of paper to him. That person took it and scanned through it, then asked in a slightly stunned manner, this is? Zhang Yi immediately said, don't ask, just follow what I've written. The props are very important, so you must arrange them properly. That person replied at once, okay, I'll definitely get it done. How about the costumes? Zhang Yi asked again. Here. A man and a woman stepped forward. Zhang Yi said, I need these kind of costumes and this as well. He gave a list of the costume requirements to them and after handing down some other instructions, he said, thanks for all the help, everyone. After receiving their instructions, they frantically went to do their duties. Everyone had rushed in and immediately back out of the waiting room as time was running low and everybody was anxious. The door closed. The room was quiet again. No one disturbed them. Zhang Yi, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan gathered together and started to go through the script as they raced against time. Old Yao, you don't have too many lines, but I have to mention some of the technicalities to you first. For example, here, your tone cannot be too harsh and it has to be a little more casual. And over here, your expression must agree with the lines. Let me demonstrate to you. Yes, that's about it. Shanshan, you have the most lines of the 3 of us. Whether this skit will be successful or not will mainly depend on you. For example, here, and here, you must take note and keep your emotions in check. You can't speed through your lines. There are also some lines that shouldn't be delivered too slowly either. And a skit is different from acting, so when we stand on the stage, we must always face the audience. We cannot have our backs or sides face the cameras. Come, let's go through our lines. The 3 of them began to discuss and polish the script over and over again. Suddenly, a call came in. But Zhang Yi instantly rejected the call. Dong Shanshan said, turn off your cell phone. I forgot to just now. Zhang Yi was just about to turn off his cell phone when it rang again. So Zhang Yi answered the call and immediately asked, "Who is this? I have some urgent matters to attend to. If there's a problem, please call me back later." However, a weak, middle-aged man's voice sounded from the other end. "I'm Ku Heiying." Zhang Yi was stunned. "Ayo, Teacher Ku?" Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan were also slightly taken aback as they looked over. "Aren't you at the hospital now? Why are you still calling me?" Zhang Yi said worriedly. Ku Heiying said, "I really couldn't hold up at my end any longer, Teacher Little Zhang. I've heard everything from the production team. I'm so sorry for giving you trouble at such a time." Zhang Yi quickly said, it's no trouble at all." Ku Heiying remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke, "For the finale skit act, got time counting on you." When Zhang Yi heard that, he suddenly felt even more pressured and said in a serious tone, "Teacher Ku, just take care of yourself. I'll handle things here, so you can rest easy." Ku Heiying said, "Thank you." After hanging up, Zhang Yi gave a wry smile and said, "Our performance this time has to succeed no matter what. Teacher Ku just called and said that he would be entrusting the skit to us." Yao Jiankai said, "Let's give it our best shot then." Dong Shanshan said helplessly, "This time, it seems like the stakes are really high." Zhang Yi said firmly, "Our difficult task will begin soon. We have to take this on no matter what." It was 40 minutes until their turn on the stage. The staff of Beijing Television were in turmoil. "Time is running out. How's the progress? I heard that they're already readying the props. Ayo, is there still time for that? How about the script for the skit?" "I don't know. No one saw any script and director Chang probably did not see it either. I think they are rehearsing at the moment, so no one dares disturb them. Why are you even talking about the script? It would already be good enough if they can avert the present situation. How can you expect Zhang Yi to produce a good script for the skit with just an hour to go? If they can manage to go on stage and perform the skit, that's already more than enough. We don't even know whether they can make it in time. We can only depend on Teacher Zhang now. Yeah, whether we can tide over this crisis will all depend on Teacher Zhang Yi." Although Chang Xiaoliang was at the venue directing the live broadcast, his mind was not focused there. Hoof was anxiously pacing in circles. Huge, Dafei, and the others were praying silently. The production team was also feeling extremely tense, but there weren't much they could help with, except for readying the props and costumes to the best of Zhang Yi's requirements. This was the only thing they could do right now. Another performance had finished broadcasting. Counting down to the last 30 minutes. At home. His grandma asked, "When is little Yi coming home?" His first aunt said, "He should be back soon, I think." "Maybe not." His father was watching Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala and said, "Didn't Mengman just say that something has happened over at the TV station?" His third sister said cheekily, "But that has nothing to do with bro at all. He has already completed his job there. No, I mean, he has excelled in his performance there today." His eldest sister nodded, "Our bro was so awesome today." Counting down to the last 20 minutes. The internet continued having heated discussions. The other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas have already started breaking out their finales. Yeah, this performance on Zhejiang TV is honestly good. The station's popularity has risen again. That's because Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala is no longer competing with them anymore. Hi, it's so unfortunate. I'm still watching Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala and I feel that it's pretty good. What's good about it? Ku Heiying can't make an appearance and the finale skit is gone too. Actually, what I was most looking forward to on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala were Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk routine and Ku Heiying's skit. I was elated after watching Everything is Great and felt very satisfied by that, but somehow the finale skit act got cancelled. Then what is there left to look forward to? It's time to change the channel. I'll change the channel too. Yes, there's indeed nothing left to look forward to. I'll still watch Beijing TV. I want to see how they are going to turn things around. Yeah, I also wonder who they'll get to stand in for this skit. Who can there be? There's no one who can do it. Teacher Ku's skits are very unique and his style is incredibly distinct. They are always great fun to watch, so who can replace Teacher Ku's spot? No one has the popularity and ability to do so. Counting down to the last 10 minutes. The industry insider's attention was wholly focused on Beijing Television. Is it going to start soon? So how are they going to resolve it? Can it really be resolved? I don't know, there's no news about it. I think it's hopeless. If a live broadcast problem occurs, they're bound to be punished. All their efforts for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has come to naught this year. Central TV employees had also tuned into Beijing Television. Especially the production team of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala who hated Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala to the bone. During the rehearsal of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai had mocked the crosstalk routine of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, even naming their routine "I Want to Get on the Spring Festival Gala." At that time, it had caused a lot of fans to cast doubt on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. They sincerely believed that the reason why so many people insulted and cursed Central TV's Spring Festival Gala this year was because of Zhang Yi's crosstalk routine on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala opening the floodgates. Now that something had happened at Beijing Television, many of them were gloating at this unfortunate accident. Retribution. It should be enough trouble for them this time. Let's see how they'll handle this. No one can help Beijing TV now. Chen Yi was also watching Beijing Television. Zhang Naichen, Zhang Yuan, and Zhu Yipeng were watching as well. The director of Central TV Department 14, Yan Tanfei, was also extremely concerned about the situation there and wanted to call to Zhang Yi to ask for an update on the situation. But unfortunately, Zhang Yi's cell phone was off. Countdown to the last 5 minutes. As it got closer to the given time, a lot of people were surprised that more and more people were changing their channel to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala instead. Even many of Leaning Television's and Mango TV's faithful audience tuned into Beijing Television. There was no reason other than purely wanting to witness the mess and commotion of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. At this moment, everyone had turned their full attention to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Everyone was wondering what would happen next. Would the live broadcast be cut? Would the gala end early? Or would the hosts apologize? Counting down to the final minute. The last performance before the finale skit had just ended. Countless people from every province and district in the entire country all had their eyes on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. It's almost time. It's starting. Will they cut off the live broadcast feed? It's finally time. Strange, why isn't Dong Shanshan doing the introductions on the language act stage? I don't know, she hasn't been there since a while ago. Why did they replace her with another host in the middle of the live broadcast? Who knows what happened? Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala is really experiencing a wave of trouble. Stop talking already and just watch. I'm just waiting for the hosts to make the announcement. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Live on the scene of the language act stage. The audience was also getting worried. The issue was so large that even the live audience knew about it. They were just like the home audience all around the country who were watching their televisions, staring unblinkingly at the male host and the new replacement female host on stage. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did the two hosts of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala not look panicked, they were even beaming. The male host smiled and said, "I was nerve-wracked just from watching the acrobatics act just now." The female host laughed and said, "How is that considered nerve-wracking?" "Oh?" The male host looked at her. The female host gestured to the side and said, "The performance that is truly nerve-wracking is right at the end. There, those people who just left the stage a bit ago are back again for some reason." The male host also looked over all smiles. "Is that so?" The female host said, "Please enjoy the skit, playing it up." "Are back again? Left the stage a bit ago?" Everyone blinked, not understanding what was going on. What did they mean? The curtains were drawn. The cameras cut to the stage. The stage, arranged into an office setting, was unveiled in front of the audience. Also on stage was a person. When the audience saw this person, they nearly jumped out of their seats in shock. The people watching Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala on their televisions were also shocked. So much so that their jaws nearly dropped. In this moment, no one could believe what their eyes were seeing. What? This? Holy shit. Are my eyes deceiving me? How could it be him? Why is it him? It's Zhang Yi. What is he doing there? Heavens. It's actually goddamn Zhang Yi. Oh my god. Each and every one of the audience members was dumbfounded. 891 skit, playing it up. Beginning at Zhang Yi's parents' house. Everyone was dumbfounded. His third sister nearly fainted. "That's our brother." His mother stared with her mouth agape and exclaimed, "Holy shit. Why is little Yi on stage?" His eldest sister said in astonishment, "Why is it our brother coming on?" Chenshin's jaw dropped. His grandpa and grandma were staring wide-eyed. Little Yi is performing in a skit? At Central TV. Zhu Yipeng was shocked. What? Chen Yi was shaken. What is he doing on stage? They must have messed up. Why is it him? Damn, what happened? Why did they use Zhang Yi as the replacement? Everyone from Central TV's Spring Festival Gala was shocked by this scene. On Weibo. Hey, come and see. Zhang Yi has reappeared on stage. Zhang Yi is going to perform in the skit. Is Beijing TV crazy? Why did they get Zhang Yi to turn things around? It's only been an hour between the incident with Kuheying and now. How did they get this skit out on time? Quick, read the info box at the bottom of the screen. What? Performers, Zhang Yi, Yao Jiankei, Dong Shanshan? Fucking hell. I was wondering why Dong Shanshan was not hosting just now. A host and 2 crosstalk comedians. Those 3 amateurs are actually going to perform a skit? Damn, I'm a little confused. Who can pinch me so that I know they're serious? Notify everyone at once. Yeah, everyone has got to know about this. Quickly tune into Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Something big has happened again. Zhang Yi is coming on for the finale skit act. The whole wide world. Go and watch it. Does Zhang Yi know how to act in a skit? Who knows? Surely Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan are not up to it either. Hakiki and Zhang Zuo were dumbfounded watching the TV. Fan Wenli and Chen Guang were dumbfounded watching their TV. When the famous skit actress Zaya Feng saw that familiar figure appearing on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, she was also shocked. Little Zhang? Him? Acting in a skit? At this moment, everyone's jaw dropped. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala production team were sweating from the nerves. The staff who readied the props earlier had only managed to get everything prepared 5 minutes before the skit began. They then had to sprint up on stage to get the props set up and could only clear the stage when the hosts were introducing the start of the next act and the curtains were about to be drawn back up. It was a really close call. They nearly didn't manage to make it in time. Chang Xiaolian clenched his fists. You've all worked hard. Great job. No sweat. We're fine. It's Teacher Zhang who has worked hard. Whether this will turn all out fine or not will depend on Zhang Yi. Break a leg, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, we're all depending on you. Hoof, Huj, Zhaolu, and the others were trembling and their minds were very unsettled. This was the result of extreme nervousness, anxiety, anticipation, unease. But all those emotions were not going to help with anything. For now, the stage could only be handed to the trio of Zhang Yi, Yao Jiankei, and Dong Shanshan. It was up to fate now. At the venue, the skit began. The audience couldn't stay shocked. Before they could really react in time, they were already staring straight at the stage and subconsciously started clapping. Loud applause rang out promptly. Amid the applause, Zhang Yi ran to the center of the stage. At present, he was a totally different person from when he performed the crosstalk routine. His expression had changed, his costume also different. He was now dressed in a very plain sweater and jeans. As he ran out, Zhang Yi shouted, "It's over, it's over, it's over. Something big has happened. Our office's longtime director has unfortunately been swatted down like a fly and the higher-ups have dispatched another fly, a replacement. A newly appointed official always makes drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge. Now that our manager has summoned me for a meeting, and I've always had my little faults, I guess my job is on the line. I'm doomed. Appointed another fly?" The venue's audience snorted in laughter. Several skit actors from a previous performance were backstage when they were stunned by what they heard. This skit's setting and characters were painted out very clearly right from the get-go. A newly appointed director? A period of crackdown. Summoned by the manager? Job is on the line? And there was even a joke within this short introduction. Just by those words, the skill could be seen and the skit was clearly in a standard format and had a concept befitting of one. It was very well thought out. Who wrote this script? Was it Zhang Yi himself? The camera focused over onto an office desk. Only then did many people realize that there was another person sitting in the chair behind the desk, sleeping with arms propped up. Dong Shanshan, dressed in a business suit, was snoring with her head down. Zhang Yi warily looked at her and blinked several times, calling out softly, "Manager Ma. Manager Ma." Dong Shanshan's head swayed as she woke up. "Ah. Who is it?" "Yo, little Hao, come in, come." Zhang Yi scratched his head and said, "Apologies for disturbing your sleep." Dong Shanshan lifted a teacup and sipped from it a few times. "It's fine, I'll get back to sleep again in a bit." "No worries." The audience, ha ha ha. PFFT. A round of applause rang out. Although there wasn't much laughing, many of the audience members had their attention pulled into the skit. The audience settled down. Dong Shanshan crossed her legs and sat back, looking like the manager she was. She said, "Sit." "So, has your family been lately doing all right?" Zhang Yi sat there timidly on a sofa, with both hands on his knees. "As of now, we're still doing all right. But as for what's to come..." He closed his eyes and said in resignation, "I'll leave it to fate." The audience were tickled pink again. Dong Shanshan glanced at him. "I heard that you usually like to play some table tennis when there's not much to do at work?" Zhang Yi was startled by that and quickly said, "I'll reflect." I was too playful. Playing table tennis harms others and myself. If I ever play table tennis again, I'll break both my arms myself. He claimed out loud. I reject prostitution, gambling, and table tennis. When he said that, the entire live audience was surprised for a moment before breaking out into hearty laughter. This gag came so suddenly that no one was prepared for it. The entire audience was laughing like crazy. PFFT, ha 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 ha. AIO. Ha 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 ha. Reject table tennis? Why would you place table tennis alongside vices like prostitution, gambling, and drugs? If it weren't for that earlier incident, the audience wouldn't have laughed like they did. Because just an hour ago, Han Li and the national table tennis team had lost their match. They even publicly pinned the blame for their loss on Zhang Yi at the post-match press conference, saying that it was because of Zhang Yi that they had lost their match. At that time, a lot of people were amused by this reaction as they felt that the table tennis team were really ungraceful in defeat. What had Zhang Yi done? Why was it his fault just because they lost the table tennis match? Everyone had expected that this matter would blow over and just die a natural death. But beyond everyone's expectations, within just an hour of the live broadcast of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Yi began sarcastically remarking about it after coming on stage. He was even doing it in the most outspoken of ways. The audience exploded with laughter. The netizens were also roaring with laughter. This is so awesome. This is who Zhang Yi is. Yeah, this is exactly who Zhang Yi is. Ha 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 ha. Reject prostitution, gambling, and table tennis? Just how did he come up with all of that? I'm dying of laughter. Why did the national table tennis team have to offend him of all people? It's not like you guys don't know how much of a hooligan Zhang Yi can be. You just had to provoke him, didn't you? Look, now you've attracted his attention and got made fun of by him. And it's even happening at the Spring Festival Gala where all the viewers in the country can see. I'm cramping from laughing. This grumpy temper is what I like most about Zhang Yi. This skit is really a surprise. Looking at how it's going, this script is certainly written by Zhang Yi. Of course. Those lines are so sarcastic that I don't think anyone else but him would think of them. I'm really looking forward to how it will unfold. My attention is drawn. Han Li. You've gotten yourself into trouble now. China table tennis team, you're all in trouble. Face smacking Zhang has called all of you out. The netizens were so excited it was like they were having an adrenaline rush. Abroad. At a hotel near the competition grounds. After the tournament, the table tennis team headed back to the hotel for a rest. The coach and team members also held a meeting to discuss the problems that led to their loss. After the discussion was over, everyone went about doing their own things. Alright, try to turn in early, Liu Yifeng, the head coach, said. Han Li was still harping, if it weren't for Zhang Yi's song. The head coach said, if you saw that it was his song, you shouldn't have played it. A teammate said, I'm sure Big Han didn't know that it was sung by Zhang Yi. Another teammate beside them did not say anything at all. He was watching the live streams of the Spring Festival Galas on his cell phone. Suddenly, he clicked on the stream for Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. A voice sounded. I'll reflect. I was too playful. Playing table tennis harms others and myself. If I ever play table tennis again, I'll break both my arms myself. I reject prostitution, gambling, and table tennis. Everyone in the room was shocked by that. Who's that? What are you watching? Reject table tennis? Fuck, who's saying that? Everyone from the table tennis team went over to take a look and were angered and surprised simultaneously. Zhang Yi. Your grandpa. What are you trying to say? On TV. The skit continued. Dong Shanshan smiled knowingly and said, I'll put it to you this way then. The newly appointed director Yao, coincidentally, likes to play table tennis, her. You know what to do, right? Manager. Zhang Yi had a bitter look on his face as he spoke, varying the loudness of his voice. You're putting me in a tight spot that way. I can at most control myself from not playing, but I can't possibly control the director. Ha ha ha. Who's asking you to control the director? Ha 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 ha. The audience laughed loudly as they started getting more and more into the skit. Dong Shanshan was so angered that she could only roll her eyes at him. Then, she stood up and walked next to Zhang Yi. Hao Jian, your understanding of a situation is terrible. The reason? Because you have no desire to advance in your career. Let me tell you, if you keep that attitude, you'll just be an office drone all your life. Zhang Yi's face lit up as he stood up and said excitedly, Really? Then I can be at ease. My job is safe after all. He bowed deeply to her. The audience, ha 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 ha. Ayo, I can't take it anymore. Zhang Yi looks so weak in that role. Ha ha ha. He's acting really well. The two of them are acting really well. Warm applause rang out. Dong Shanshan had no recourse but to facepalm and point at him. Hao Jian. Your hobby and the director's hobby are the exact same. Do you know how great an opportunity it is? She fanned her hands upward. This is the perfect chance to make your ancestors so proud that they'd rise from their graves. Aren't you excited? The audience ramped up with laughter again. Zhang Yi blinked several times at her. Where's the excitement? Dong Shanshan gave up and explained to him, come here and sit down. Look, in our department, only you know how to play table tennis. So if you can make the director happy by playing table tennis with him, wouldn't you become the director's fair-haired boy? Zhang Yi did not understand. Fair-haired boy? Dong Shanshan snapped her fingers and looked at him, saying, Zhang Zhao, a character from a novel of this world, similar to Wei Xiaobao from the Deer and the Cauldron of Zhang Yi's previous world, who practiced martial arts with the emperor. What did he end up as in the end? Zhang Yi blinked. A eunuch. PFFT, ha ha ha. Eunuch? Ao. Ha 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 ha. The audience was laughing again. Dong Shanshan completely gave up on explaining further and stood up. She said in a speechless manner, all right, you don't have to understand. She took several steps toward her office desk and continued, starting today, the only job you have when you come into work each day is practicing table tennis. Drop the rest of your work. Prioritize. Then she picked up her cup and drank some tea. Zhang Yi asked, but I can't just drop my work and play table tennis with a director every day. After a pause, he added, wouldn't that make me a bootlicker, Ma Pai Jing? Dong Shanshan put down her teacup and sat down heavily onto her chair. Then, crossing her legs and glaring at him, she said in an almost northeastern accent, who are you talking about? Who are you saying is a bootlicker? That's not what I meant. Zhang Yi hurriedly tried to explain himself. Dong Shanshan flipped her hair and said in an affected, high-pitched voice, if you can do it, then do it. If not, then leave. Empty that position for me. Hey, I'll tell you this. She said, enunciating every word and syllable, our country has no shortage of people who know how to play table tennis. Applause sounded immediately from the audience. Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said. Ha 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 ha. The audience laughed loudly as they clapped. Someone nearly even fell out of their seat. Abroad, Liu Yifeng and his coaches all had dark expressions on their faces. Han Li and his teammates were so angry that their faces turned green. Fuck. What the hell is this skit? 892 skit, playing it up. Middle Weibo erupted. Quick, tune into Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. It's too face smacking. This is too fucking face smacking. He'll really say anything, hot damn. I really have to take my hat off to him. Teacher Shanshan, you're my goddess. My dream lover. Why did you get influenced by face-smacking Zhang and go down a different path? You won't end up becoming face-smacking Shan in the future, right? Face-smacking Shan? PFFT. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Shanshan has been led astray as well. Bollocks, this is all because of Zhang Yi's script. If those lines were not written by Zhang Yi, I'll do a live broadcast of me eating shit. Standing on stage and using a skit to scold others openly, so much for the highest realm of scolding, don't you think? The title of face-smacking Zhang is really not for nothing. Yeah, scolding others using the platform of the Spring Festival Gala, I really can't bear to watch any longer. In the past, I thought that Teacher Zhang's level of scolding had already surpassed everything. Never could I have imagined that he could still one-up that. Han Li is an idiot. That idiot really had it coming, provoking him for no reason. At home, his third sister was already tearing up from laughing. As she laughed, she slapped the sofa heavily with her hands, shouting in between every slap, how awesome. This feels so good. Scold them. Continue scolding them. His third aunt didn't know how to react. This little Yi. His second aunt wiped her sweat away and said, this is a live broadcast on national TV. Will little Yi really be alright saying that? His mother said, rather than a live broadcast on national TV, even if it were a global live broadcast, as long as someone provokes him, that rascal will stand on stage and scold them back. It's not like you all don't know his temper, right? His second sister shouted, our brother is almighty. On stage. The skit was getting better. Zhang Yi anxiously walked over and explained himself, Ayo, Manager Ma, that's not what I mean. I was just thinking, why would I become the director's fair-haired boy if I played table tennis with him? It's not possible, is it? Dong Shanshan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Not possible? Hee, Hao Jian, I'll treat you as one of my people. Let me show you how I, Ma Jingjing, similar to Ma Pai Jing, rose to where I am today. Saying that, she snapped open a laptop on her desk. Zhang Yi looked at the laptop screen and said in astonishment, Hobbies and interests chart of a leadership? Dong Shanshan smiled slightly and said as she pointed her index finger up, I'll tell you this, I can clearly list out every leader's hobbies, horoscope, blood type, and the 8 characters of their birth times. She pointed to the screen. This one likes fishing, so I dive into the water and hook fish after fish onto the end of his line. 1. The audience, hook fish after fish? PFFT. Ha 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 ha. Dong Shanshan pointed to the next one. This one likes to play mahjong, so I become the gunner, person discarding the winning tile, and throw the winning tile to him. This one likes trinkets, so I took my great-grandfather's sarira and strung it up to give him. This one likes me startling herself. Dong Shanshan immediately closed the laptop. So as I was saying, Hao Jian. 2. Ha 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 ha. Likes you? Ayo ha ha ha. The audience was laughing very hard. Zhang Yi was also amused. Hey, wait a minute. Why'd you close the laptop when you just got to the important part? I most want to hear about that one. Ha 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 ha. Good one. Good one. All of the audience were cheering with approval. Dong Shanshan beamed with pride and said, all in all, do you now understand how I got to where I am? Zhang Yi nodded vigorously and said, I understand. That's why I think you're amazing, manager. Your bootlicking skill flows through your blood. The audience laughed, ha ha ha. Who are you referring to? Just who are you referring to? Said Dong Shanshan, who had just sat down, in an unpleasant tone. She pointed at him and grumbled, that mouth of yours. Zhang Yi hurriedly said, why am I so bad at making conversation? I always offend people the moment I speak. I also wonder, during every meeting why does the leader only nod or smile at you? Could it be because you're pretty? Dong Shanshan sat there, smiling smugly. It's not just that. She then looked at him. Let me tell you. Meetings are all about skill. When a leader speaks, as soon as he expresses his opinion, I immediately go. She gave an exaggerated expression of doubt. Then the leader thinks, what's with that? Are you doubting me or something? When he finishes his statement, without even knowing what he just said, I immediately follow with an oh. Then, her expression changed to one of realization as her mouth slowly opened wide. The audience guffawed, ha 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 ha. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, I want the leader to feel that I have been baptized by his words, like I have reached enlightenment. After she finished talking, Zhang Yi copied Dong Shanshan and poorly made an expression of epiphany like hers. Oh. PFFT. How ugly. PFFT. The audience cramped up with laughter again. In the audience, a lot of the Beijing television staff were also tickled pink. They were watching Zhang Yi's skit as though they were in the audience too, as this was their first time watching it. There wasn't enough time earlier to even do a full rehearsal of this act. Zhang Yi admired, a single conversation with the wise overturns one's philosophy. Dong Shanshan said, that's why, Hao Jian, not only do you have to play table tennis with the director, you have to do it until the director only wants to play with you. Make it so that when he thinks of table tennis, he'll think of you, and when he thinks of you, he'll be itching for a game. Zhang Yi said straight away, I understand. You want me to establish an image of being an easily beaten opponent. So if I get beaten easily, I'll be able to rise into management? Dong Shanshan laughed and said, far more than that. She pointed at the office desk and said, look at this office of mine could even become yours. Right, Manager Hao? Zhang Yi hastily waved his hands in denial, Ayo, don't say that, don't say that, don't say that. Dong Shanshan laughed again as she said, Manager Hao. Zhang Yi trembled. Ayo, don't say that, don't say that, don't say that. Dong Shanshan dragged him to the leather chair. Manager Hao, please have a seat, sit here. Zhang Yi anxiously said, no. Have a taste of what's to come. Dong Shanshan pressed him down into the chair. No. Sit down. Oh. Take your time. Oh. Zhang Yi gave an expression of comfort. The audience were tickled. PFFT. Zhang Yi grabbed the chair's arms, not knowing what to do anymore. Ayo, let's see what's it like to be a leader. This chair is comfortable. No wonder you're always sleeping in the office. If I ever get to this position, wouldn't I be resting in peace then? Dong Shanshan laughed and said, you can be in peace whenever and however you like it. Manager Hao? Ring ring ring. A phone call came in. Dong Shanshan picked up the phone. Hello, it's Director Yao? Oh, you're coming over now. Sure. Ayo, that's great. Perfect, I have some good news here waiting for you. She hung up and giggled. The director will be here very soon. Zhang Yi stood up. That's great. When he comes, where should we play? Dong Shanshan snapped her fingers. I've prepared far in advance for you two. She brought him to the side of the room where a simple table tennis table stood. When the previous director was arrested, I threw the mahjong table away, ha. From now on, the two of you can play here and I can be the judge. She set up the net with the specially made prop. Ha ha, Hao Jian. This is no ordinary table tennis table for you. This is your stairway to success. She described it in a funny-sounding northeastern accent. The audience laughed, ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi grabbed her hand. You're my ally, Manager Ma, no, Chief Ma. Dong Shanshan laughed slyly and said, Ayo, I'm not worthy. You flatter me. Manager Hao? Zhang Yi laughed humbly. It's just a matter of time, Chief Ma. Dong Shanshan laughed even more humbly than him. Ayo, don't be like that, don't be like that. Manager Hao? The two of them burst out into a maniacal laugh and shook each other's hands, saying, it's a win-win. A win-win. The audience was getting a kick out of watching the skit. Their acting is really good. These two are really good at what they're doing. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a piece of music played. Dong Shanshan busily retouched her makeup. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi picked up a table tennis paddle and started practicing. 1 serve. 2 serves. 3 serves. Suddenly, a loud voice could be heard coming from outside the office declaring, if I find anyone playing table tennis again in the future, I will punish them. Dong Shanshan was dumbfounded. Zhang Yi was also stunned. The atmosphere on stage suddenly changed. The audience was entertained. Ha 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 ha. It's worth seeing what's gonna happen from here now. This is what you get. The director has arrived. At this moment, Yao Jiankai walked in, dressed in a suit, his hair moussed up. He carried a demeanor of a boss. The audience immediately gave their warm applause to welcome him. Ayo, Director Yao, what's the matter? Dong Shanshan anxiously went to greet him and desperately gestured at Hao Jian outside of the line of sight of the director. Zhang Yi clutched the table tennis paddle, not daring to make any large movements as he carefully hit it. At the moment, Yao Jiankai's expression was very different from when he performed the crosstalk routine. His speech was very steady and very thick with emotion. I don't know, but someone learned that I like playing table tennis, so now some of the staff are practicing in the office during work hours. What kind of behavior is this? Zhang Yi moved bit by bit, cautiously trying to clear the table tennis table by removing the net from it. The audience laughed until they were out of breath. Dong Shanshan was still trying to cover up for Zhang Yi. Ayo, Director Yao, there's nothing wrong with playing some table tennis. Yao Jiankai said sternly, playing table tennis itself is not a problem, but if it's used as a tool to please others, then that is an unhealthy trend. He turned around and just managed to see Zhang Yi holding the table tennis net. The audience burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. But Zhang Yi's next action made the entire audience laugh even harder. Zhang Yi was in a state of shock as he reached out and wrapped the net around his neck. Then he took one end of it and swung it behind him, using it as a scarf. Ha 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 ha. Ayo. Well done. Well done. The audience gave thunderous applause. Yao Jiankai strolled over with his hands behind his back and gave him a sidelong glance. A scarf? He tugged at the item hanging around Zhang Yi's neck and said, and one with weights? Zhang Yi quibbled, the wind is strong. My mother was worried that it would get blown away. The audience roared, ha 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 ha. Dong Shanshan quickly came over to explain the situation. This is an employee who has just joined our organization. Come, Director, let's take a seat before talking. She flirtatiously grasped his arm and led him over to the sofa. Yao Jiankai sat down and looked at Dong Shanshan. He said, Manager Ma, you're a veteran here. Now that there are these problems in our workplace, don't you think you should lead by example and do something? Dong Shanshan immediately sat up straight and said righteously, I have lectured them. I told them even if they kept practicing, they couldn't possibly rival you, Director Yao. You were the champion every single year at your former office. Hey, don't flatter me. Yao Jiankai paused mid-sentence before saying, 1 year one only took second place. These words made yet another group of people burst into laughter. PFFT. Ha 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 ha. Old Yao, that's really enough. Having said that, Yao Jiankai sighed. Actually, I'm not all that good at table tennis. How do you think I managed to become champion year after year? He waved his hand from side to side and answered, because they let me. Dong Shanshan flattered, it can't be. Didn't you just say you took second place 1 year? Yao Jiankai glanced at her and nodded. I did. Taking a slight pause, he then added, I was the deputy director that year. The audience laughed until they were in stitches. Ha 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 ha. Ayo, I really can't take this anymore. Damn, this is so fucking funny. The jokes all come out of nowhere. Ha ha ha. I'm getting such a kick from watching this. Offstage. At a workspace not far from the stage. Chang Xiaoliang had not laughed at all since the start of the performance. A lot of the others from the production team were also the same. But this was not because the skit was not funny, but rather because they had forgotten how to laugh. They could only stare in amazement at the on-stage performing trio of Zhang Yi, Dong Shanshan, and Yao Jiankai. They were utterly surprised by it all. Chang Xiaoliang stayed silent for a very long time. He looked next to him and asked, "Are you guys really sure that the three of them have never acted in a skit before?" The assistant director gave a wry smile and said, "They truly haven't done one before." Chang Xiaoliang asked again, "Are you sure that this skit was prepared by teacher Little Zhang just an hour before the skit's scheduled appearance?" A female assistant director said, "Yeah, it was done within that hour's time. I asked them too, but teacher Zhang did not even prepare a script for the skit and came up with the entire concept on the fly. Then I only wish to know one thing right now." Chang Xiaoliang spoke with more and more agitation and excitement. Within an hour, the script was written and the lines were memorized. Furthermore, the three of them are total amateurs when it comes to skits. There wasn't even enough time to get a proper rehearsal in for it, so why not have they created such an exciting and good skit? The production team couldn't respond. No one could answer those questions. Because they did not know why. To them, this was simply incomprehensible. Asking Zhang Yi to turn things around was down to having no other way out. It was purely the last resort they had. And honestly, Chang Xiaoliang and the others were only hoping that Zhang Yi could use up all the time. But they never expected Zhang Yi to create such a classic performance, because everyone knew that this was impossible. Yet when Playing It Up was unveiled and acted, they could only react with astonishment. This act was simply too professional. How was this supposed to be something that was made up at the last minute? How could these three people be amateurs who had never acted in a skit before? The characters, performance, lines, jokes, rhythm, approach, depth, everything was on point. This was a fucking skit worthy of being shown on Central TV. This is Zhang Yi? This is Zhang Yi when he gets serious? In the whole of the performing arts scene and entertainment industry, who else could do something like that? 893 skit, Playing It Up. And online, a commotion was brewing. The fans, netizens, and troll army were thundering. Who else is there? I wanted to say that too. Who else is there? How freakishly amazing. Yeah, Zhang Yi is ridiculously amazing. Who was saying that they don't know how to act in a skit? Is this what you call not knowing how to act? Are you kidding me? These three amateurs really managed to act out the skit. Yao Jiankai has always been typecast as the father-in-law, so this is the first time I'm seeing him act like this. Although his aura as a boss is really strong, he still manages to keep it humorous. And Dong Shanshan is also a surprise. I've seen her on Do You Remember, where it's like she just guest stars as a host. Although she has plenty of airtime on that show, she didn't seem to me like she had any ability. She has a good figure, good looks, and is pleasing to the eye. I always felt that she was just eye candy. I never expected that she would open my eyes today. So Dong Shanshan can let herself go to that extent. Her acting is great. She manages to deliver her lines really well too. That expression, the details in her movements, she's fantastic. As for Zhang Yi, I guess I don't have to say anything about him. Everyone should know this guy's abilities already. Even if he claims that he can fly, I'll still fucking believe him. Well said. Ha 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 ha. Leaning television. The staff were mustering for the final stretch, preparing to wage a bloody battle at the end. All the provincial stations' spring festival galas were scheduled similarly and were all at their finale or penultimate acts. This was where the competition got the most intense and the difference between success and failure lay. Quick, adjust the lights into position. We're down to the last few minutes. Now that Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has been affected by their incident, we have the best hopes of coming first in this year's Spring Festival Gala viewership ratings. Everyone, focus. Don't make any mistakes. Everyone is looking at us now. Several of the directors of the production team busied themselves, personally taking command of the jobs. Suddenly, one of the staff ran up to them in a fluster. Directors. Directors. One of the assistant directors looked at him. What's the matter? The staff member said while panting, the popularity of our Spring Festival Gala has suddenly dropped by a lot. Everyone in the production team was stunned. What? Why did it drop again? Didn't it rise to quite a good level just now? The staff member said bitterly, all the viewers are tuning into Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Impossible. What about that incident that took place at their station? Ku Haiying has been hospitalized, so what skit are they using for their finale act? Zhang Yi's performance is also over, so why is their Spring Festival Gala still getting so much attention? With Zhang Yi's performance already over,
What can they still use to fight with? Just what is going on right now? They did not want to believe it. That staff said with a bitter smile, because Zhang Yi has fucking reappeared. Zhang Yi is the replacement for the finale skit. Everyone fainted. What? Zhang Yi has reappeared on stage for another performance? On stage. The skit continued. Director Yao, who was played by Yao Jiankei, waved his hand and changed the subject. He said, "Alright, we've gone off on a tangent. Hey, Manager Ma, didn't you tell me earlier on the phone that you had good news waiting for me? What's the good news, how's Yoxi?" Dong Shanshan was surprised for a moment but immediately smiled and said, yes, about that. She clutched the armrest of the sofa, unable to sit still. All at once, she turned to Zhang Yi, clenched her teeth, and said, "The director's asking you. What's the good news?" Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. He's asking me? The audience laughed. Zhang Yi looked at Director Yao, his lips moving as he stalled for time. After holding it in for a long while, he finally said, "My surname is Hao, my name is Hao Xiaoxi, news." The audience was delighted. Ha 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 ha. Yao Jiankai also laughed and shook his head. "You're Hao Xiaoxi?" His mother gave him that name, Dong Shanshan said as she forced a hollow laugh. "Ha ha, isn't it a terrible name?" The audience laughed again. Yao Jiankai looked at him and said, "Then Hao Xiaoxi was waiting for me. So why are you looking for me?" Zhang Yi was stupefied. Yao Jiankai nodded and asked him, "So why are you looking for me?" Said Zhang Yi, "Wouldn't." Dong Shanshan hissed, "The director is asking you. Answer. Him." Zhang Yi equivocated, "Yes, why am I looking for you?" "Oh, that's right." He pointed outside the room and stammered, "During work hours, yes, those people were always playing table tennis." Dong Shanshan, who was in the role of Ma Jingjing, breathed a sigh of relief and walked back to the sofa with a smile. Zhang Yi continued, "They're constantly pinging and ponging when playing. The noise disturbs Manager Ma's sleep." Crash. Dong Shanshan was just about to sit down on the sofa but was so shocked she fell to the floor on her butt. Zhang Yi hurriedly corrected himself. "Writing of reports." The audience laughed, "PFFT, ha 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 ha." Dong Shanshan laughed dryly as she got back up, her. Yao Jiankai grinned and tapped the sofa's armrest, saying, "Oh, so you're lodging a complaint with me? This young comrade has responded to the problem in a very timely manner, right after I've fully understood the entire situation." Dong Shanshan glanced at Zhang Yi. "Wasn't it unnecessary?" The audience reacted, "PFFT." Yao Jiankai suddenly put his hand out and asked, "By the way, Manager Ma, I heard that there's someone called Hao Jian in your department?" Stuttered Dong Shanshan as she looked over to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi slowly raised his hand to cover half his face, taking a few steps backwards. Yao Jiankai said, "As far as I know, that young man is very capable at his job and is a good candidate for promotion. The organization has decided to push him into management." Hearing that, Zhang Yi cried out in excitement, "Da!" Dong Shanshan jumped from the sound. Yao Jiankai gave a strange look to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi hastily explained, "Oh, I was just really happy for him." The audience stifled their laughter. Yao Jiankai gave a slight smile and used the sofa as support to stand. Then he slowly strolled over to Zhang Yi, stating as he walked, "Hao Xiaoxi, you should really learn from Comrade Hao Jian." After he finished speaking, he was standing in front of Zhang Yi. He helped Zhang Yi remove the scarf from his neck as he said, "If you want to accomplish something at work, you can't take any shortcuts. All you can do is work hard and be down to earth." Zhang Yi was stunned. Dong Shanshan was sweating profusely. Yao Jiankai turned and walked to the table tennis table, placing one end of the scarf into the table. "Also, when you have nothing better to do, don't go giving yourself a stage name." Then he walked to the other side of the table and slotted in the other end as well. After that, he pointed at Zhang Yi and said, "Otherwise, when the actual good news, Hao Xiaoxi, arrives, you can't even accept it. Wouldn't that be sad?" A round of applause echoed. Zhang Yi lowered his head and finally spoke with honesty, "Director, my name is Hao Jian. I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Enough." Dong Shanshan stood up, walked over, and pulled him behind her. "Is this your fault?" "Director Yao, it's my fault. If you have to blame anyone, blame me. It was through my lax management that I slipped up and let him to take on a stage name." She then looked at the table tennis table with an expression of shock. She bent down to touch it and said with a jolt, Oh my god. Is this a table tennis table? What's it doing in my office? Why didn't I know about it?" The audience went crazy. "Ha ha ha ha. She's really too good at playing dumb. PFFT, Ha 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 ha. Director Yao's expression suddenly changed as he raised his voice and said, enough. Ma Jingjing. Ma Pai Jing, bootlicker. You black sheep. The relevant departments already know of you and your behavior. I came here today to find out for myself just how bad it has gotten. He laughed coldly. You have really widened my horizon. Getting paid by the country without working, taking shortcuts by pandering to your superiors. Await your just desserts. He turned around and left. Dong Shanshan was panicking. She hurriedly chased after him and shouted, Director Yao. Director Yao, I was wrong. Director Yao, please give me another chance. She left the office as well. Only Zhang Yi was left on stage. Some of the audience members were nodding and wagging their fingers at the act. This change was unexpected, but good. Yeah, the entire act was complete with that part. Satirizing bootlicking was a very good concept. This is the subject matter of the moment. How exciting to watch. How they conclude it? I don't know. It's ending soon. Let's see Zhang Yi perform the final part. Yeah, the key lies in the conclusion. The audience all sat up in focus. The home audience watching on their televisions were also waiting to see how Zhang Yi would end it. On the stage, Zhang Yi turned back to face the audience and soliloquized, something big has happened. Our manager Ma has also been swatted down. He sighed, then condemned, it's not right to bootlick. Don't always think of what the leaders want to hear, but of what the citizens need. Yeah. Right. Well said. A wave of enthusiastic applause sounded from the audience. When the live audience thought that was it, Zhang Yi unexpectedly stayed on stage with something more to say. Everyone was also stunned by this. It wasn't over yet. Wasn't that the concluding statement the end? Zhang Yi looked at the live audience and suddenly said with eloquence, I understand at last. I need to take this as a lesson. If I want to be a competent employee, I must. His voice rose as he said loudly, reject prostitution, gambling, and table tennis. After he said that, Zhang Yi turned around and walked off stage. Not far from the stage, Hood was just drinking a sip of water but had to spit it back out. PFFT. No one had expected Zhang Yi to end it like that. No one could have thought that Zhang Yi would still remember to insult others at the very end of the skit. Chang Ziolian. Hoof. Beijing Television's deputy station head. The entire audience burst out into laughter. Their laughter was like an explosion, reverberating throughout the entire venue along with their applause. Ha 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 ha. How sarcastic. That was such a low blow. Ayo, what the heck? This is the result of offending this guy. Ayo, I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Yi is so damn funny. That hot temper is what I like about him, ha ha ha. I suspect that he did this entire skit just to deliver that last line. Awesome. How awesome. This was the true nature of face-smacking Zhang. This skit today completely adhered to Zhang Yi's proud heritage, using his works to deliver a message, using his life to scold people. And he even scolded them frankly and openly, in a fresh and refined manner. In the entire country, in the whole world, there wasn't another person like him. He was very bold. He was too much of a hooligan. He was indeed worthy of being known as the most notorious fucking hooligan in the entertainment industry. Overseas. In the hotel where the national table tennis team was lodged, Han Li bellowed, Zhang. His teammate, Li Chi, smashed a cup onto the floor. I'll be at odds with him forever. At odds with him forever. Zhang Yi. Your grandma. You're too goddamn wicked. Holy shit. You don't have to go so far. The team members were all banging on the tables. The head coach, Liu Yifeng, and those from the coaching staff were trembling in anger. They gnashed their teeth and shouted, Zhang. Starting today, the sporting world will fight to the bitter end against you. Chapter 894, The Gratitude of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala successfully came to an end. Backstage, Zhang Yi, who had just left the stage, joined up with Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan. The two of them were the first to finish the performance, but Zhang Yi followed closely behind them. Little Zhang. Yao Jiankai was very excited as he waved to him from afar and said, over here. Zhang Yi was fiddling with his clothes as he gave a wry smile and said, that really made me break out into a cold sweat. Yao Jiankai laughed heartily, yeah, who would have thought that we could actually make it through our performance? And it was done perfectly too. Dong Shanshan smiled and added, I had such a kick acting in this skit today. I've only just realized that acting in a skit can be that interesting. Zhang Yi said with bewilderment, you're addicted to acting now? Yao Jiankai immediately said, we can't do it like this anymore in the future. I was so worried. Zhang Yi replied, in the future? If anyone asks me to do something like this again in the future, I definitely won't agree to it. Having consumed so much of their brainpower and been so nervous, when the three of them left the stage, they felt rather drained and tired. Zhang Yi was badly hoping that he could just find a corner and sit there to rest. As the three of them were talking, some figures appeared all of a sudden and walked toward them. 10 people. 20 people. 30 people. 50 people. Among the crowd were Hoof, Huj, Hudi, Zhaolu, Dafei, some old colleagues, and leaders who had worked with him in the past. The executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoliang, a deputy station head, and 4 of the assistant directors of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala were also here. As for the other people, they were all from Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala program team, some of them from the makeup team, some from the logistics team, and some from the props team. Zhang Yi, Yao Jiankei, and Dong Shanshan were stunned. When the group of people walked up to them, no one said a word. Suddenly, one of them started to raise their hands, then 2 people raised their hands and applause broke out without any warning. Chang Xiaoliang was clapping. The station head was clapping. Hoof was clapping. Everyone gave their most enthusiastic applause to the 3 of them with all their strength. Zhaolu was so excited that she shed a tear. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Yao. Teacher Shanshan. The 3 of you are really awesome. The skit was really wonderful. Thank you. Teacher Zhang, thank you. Teacher Shanshan, your acting was really good. You guys are fantastic. Applause. There was a continuous wave of applause. The eyes of the staff of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala were filled with expressions of gratitude. The trio looked at each other before Zhang Yi said, "You are too polite, too polite. It wasn't just because of the 3 of us that we could make it in time this time, but because of the collective efforts of everyone." A female assistant director clapped as she smiled and said, "If you were not here, no matter how much effort we put in, it would still be useless. This is not a matter of having more people." Chang Xiaoliang went forward and grabbed Zhang Yi's hands. "Teacher Zhang, you did great." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I'm just doing my part." Who found Dong Shanshan and told her, "Shanshan, well done." Dong Shanshan smirked and said, "Brother Hu, I didn't disgrace do you remember's program team, right?" Hu immediately said, "You've done us proud instead. You were amazing." Dafei gave her a thumbs up. That deputy station head went forward to grab Yao Jiankai's hands. "Teacher Yao, thank you." Yao Jiankai said, "There's no need to be so polite." But no matter what Zhang Yi and company said, everyone still did not intend to stop and continued to express their gratitude. Almost the entire program team staff had gathered here to wait and thank them after the gala was over, because this favor was huge. Thanking them. This was no longer just a matter of simply saying thank you. For Dong Shanshan's case, it was easier to justify as she was a host of Beijing Television after all and was also a member of the Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala program team. When such a serious and unexpected situation happened to the Spring Festival Gala, it would be considered her duty to help turn things around. However, it was not the case for Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai. They had finished their performance earlier to great reception. During the time of their performance, they had swept away all the competition from the other Spring Festival Galas and given a great boost to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. But after the incident happened, Chang Xiaoliang and the others came begging to them for help. Yet they promptly bit the bullet and promised to stand in for the skit. With just an hour, they had written the script for the skit, rehearsed and memorized the lines of the script, and gave instructions for the preparations of the props at the last minute. For all of that, how could a simple word of thanks be enough to express their gratitude for them? This was basically a favor that could never be returned. Suddenly, Chang Xiaoliang received a call. "Hello? Teacher Ku?" Yes. Little Zhang? He's right beside me. Okay. I will hand the phone to him." Zhang Yi looked over to him. Chang Xiaoliang handed him the cell phone and said, "It's Teacher Ku." Zhang Yi quickly answered, "Teacher Ku." On the other end, Ku Heiying's voice sounded noticeably better as he said, "I watched the skit just now. Teacher Zhang, thank you so much. Please give my thanks to Teacher Yao and Dong Shanshan as well." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I didn't disgrace you, did I?" Ku Heiying also laughed. "Your skit was better than mine. Actually, my worries were relieved just 3 minutes into your skit. I can now get surgery feeling at ease." Zhang Yi was taken aback. "Surgery? Is it serious?" "It's a small interventional surgery called a heart stent procedure. It's nothing much," Ku Heiying said cheerfully. Zhang Yi immediately said, "Then I wish you a speedy recovery. I'll go to the hospital and visit you some other day." Ku Heiying said, "All right, let's work together on a skit if there's an opportunity in the future." Zhang Yi agreed, "Sure, that would be my honor." This was the first time that Zhang Yi went on stage for a skit. He wouldn't know if he didn't act in one, but the moment he acted in one, He found it truly frightening. It really wasn't easy to act in a skit, so he had even more respect these senior skit actors now. After hanging up, Zhang Yi smiled and conveyed the message. Old Yao, Shanshan. Teacher Ku wanted me to thank you on his behalf. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, it's enough to just thank you alone. Yao Jiankai added, everything in the skit was planned by you alone. The two of us did not actually help much at all. Today's skit was taken from one of Central TV's past Spring Festival galas in Zhang Yi's previous world where the Noah Fun Age production performed the skit. It was titled Playing It Up and starred Shenteng and Molly as the main actors of the skit. Actually, this was not considered the best work of the Noah Fun Age production and also not one of the best skits on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. It was definitely rather enjoyable to watch yet couldn't really be considered a classic. However, the reason that Zhang Yi chose this performance was purely because of its suitability. Playing It Up might not be the most classic skit but it was definitely the most suitable for today's stage, more so than any of the other classic skits from his previous world. So when he thought of this performance, he did not hesitate and instantly used it. 1. It was obvious it was very good just based on the reactions from the audience. It had done then better than expected. This event also made Zhang Yi understand a principle that many lesser works from his previous world might not end up becoming lesser works in this world. Under the appropriate circumstances, they could become this world's classics. Just like today's skit, Playing It Up. This skit that wasn't very popular in his previous world had actually been acted to an incredible level by the trio of Zhang Yi, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan. Even Zhang Yi could see while he was on the stage that many of the audience members were laughing so hard that they might have fainted at any moment. Of course, if there were some who nearly fainted from laughing, then there would also be others who nearly fainted with anger. For example, the national table tennis team. 895 The sporting world declares war on Zhang Yi. Chapter 895, The sporting world declares war on Zhang Yi. On the way home, Zhang Yi took some time to browse through Weibo. All he could see were rave reviews. It's a sure victory for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Yeah, there's no suspense to this at all. The other provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas this year did quite well too, but compared to Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, they're still not good enough. Watching teacher Zhang Yi single-handedly turn things around, I really find him to be so fucking dauntless. Today's Zhang Yi has blinded everyone. Be it the skit or the crosstalk routine, they were both extremely good. Zhang Yi's status has risen again for me. This guy is so amazing that only he is worthy of the being called an idol. Old Yao's acting was very good too. I've become a brain-dead fan of Dong Shanshan. Tonight belongs to the trio of Zhang Yi, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan. Everything is great and Playing It Up have made me remember this person named Zhang Yi. This passerby is now a fan. The netizens were even more excited than Zhang Yi. At this moment, a call came in from a friend. It was the skit actress Xia Feng. Little Zhang, what are you doing now? Zhang Yi cradled the phone between his shoulder and ear and said, I'm driving home at the moment. Teacher said, what instruction or advice do you have for me? How could I still advise you? Xia Feng laughed and said, previously, I only knew you were an outstanding crosstalk comedian. But today, I realize that even if I compare you to a skit actor based on the standards of a skit, you would still be one of the best skit actors around. Your acting was great and your skit was even better. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Thank you for your encouragement, teacher said. Xia Feng suddenly said, when will you write a skit for me? There will definitely be an opportunity for that, Zhang Yi said. Xia Feng said, then I'll remember that you said so. Zhang Yi replied, sure, we'll work together if there's a chance. Regarding qualifications and popularity, Xia Feng was at least several levels higher than Ku Heiying. She was one of the several most popular skit actors in the country. Of course, it would be good if he could work with them, but Zhang Yi had no intentions of acting in a skit anymore in the near future. Today's incident had already left him too frightened, too scared, and not knowing what to expect. Keishaku. At Zhang Yi's parents' house. Zhang Yi had not even knocked on the door yet before the door was already being opened. Brother. Our brother is back. The door was opened by his second sister who probably had been waiting for him for a while now. When she saw Zhang Yi, she screamed excitedly. Zhang Yi entered the house and patted his second sister's head. Your loud voice scared me. The second sister shouted, that's because I'm excited. However, at the next moment, he was welcomed by several even louder voices. Brother. Little Yi is back. Ayo. Little Yi. His grandma, first uncle, and everyone else had not left yet, and were still around at home. His father said, everyone was waiting for you to get back. Zhang Yi was delighted by this. Whoa, is this your way of welcoming a hero home? Hearing that, His mother rolled her eyes at him. You? Hero? Get changed into your slippers. Mom. Zhang Yi asked smugly as he changed into his slippers, how was my singing for a letter to home? His mother grunted, not too bad. His second aunt covered her mouth and laughed. What do you mean not too bad? Your mother cried after listening to it. His mother glared at her. Hey, who cried? His second aunt said, why don't you just admit it? Everyone laughed. His second uncle sighed. Our little Yi is so thoughtful. Just look at how well written that song was. It was really good. Suddenly, a tiny head squeezed out from the crowd. Chen walked up nonchalantly and tugged at Zhang Yi's arm while saying bluntly, Zhang Yi, write a song for me as well. Zhang Yi laughed and said, what are you joining in the fun for? At this time, his grandma looked at him and said, little Yi, you've already written a song for your parents. Why aren't you thinking of grandma as well? I'm always thinking of you, Zhang Yi quickly said. His grandma said in all seriousness, do you have a song for your grandma? Zhang Yi mumbled, there should be one. I'll have to think a little. And me. When his third sister heard that, she suddenly got excited as well and raised her hand, saying, I want one too. Write a song for me as well, a song for your sister. His second sister quickly agreed, yes. The eldest sister also concurred, I agree. Write a song for your grandma? Write a song for your sister? Why did that sound like cursing at someone? Zhang Yi said perfunctorily, alright, everyone will get a song each in the future. Upon hearing that, his third aunt suddenly blinked several times with an anticipating expression. Little Yi, are there any songs to pay tribute to your aunt? Write one for your aunt too. Zhang Yi nearly fainted. Pay tribute to your aunt? Why the fuck would there be any song to pay tribute to anyone's aunt? Why don't I pay tribute to third aunt's husband instead? His relatives' noisy chattering left Zhang Yi at a loss. Finally, his grandpa spoke up, enough with the talking already. After such a busy day performing his crosstalk and skit, the child hasn't even had the time to eat yet. Let's go home already and let little Yi eat in peace before getting a good rest. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Grandpa is still the one who dotes on me the most. Alright then, we'll be going now. We'll come over again another day. Little Yi, quickly go and rest. Bro, I'll come find you to play on the weekend. Zhang Yi walked them out as he said, sure. His relatives gradually left and went back home. Zhang Yi was getting hungry, so he quickly got his mother to cook a bowl of noodles for him. He poured the leftover zhejiang sauce from yesterday into the bowl and gobbled down everything. After he finished eating, he expelled a breath in satisfaction. Ooh, that was good. His mother grumbled, why didn't you eat when you were hungry? Zhang Yi chuckled, where could I find the time to eat? I intended to come home directly after the crosstalk routine, but who could have guessed that something would come up again? I immediately got pulled in to help them out. When I realized that they really did not have any other way out and that there were no replacements they could find, I could only bite the bullet and stand in for the performance. His mother grunted, you're always showing off. His father asked, is it alright to say those things you said in the finale skit? You're referring to the things I said about table tennis? Zhang Yi laughed and said, it's okay. If they can scold me, then why can't I scold them back? His father could only say helplessly, can't you just stop offending even more people? His mother did not like hearing that. What do you mean by stop offending even more people? They were the ones who started the scolding first. I still think that my son has let them off too lightly. His father said in a speechless manner, this temper of little Yi's was all influenced by you. He's my son, of course he'd take after me. Justified his mother. At the same time, just as Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala was heatedly being discussed, the Beijing Television Spring Festival Gala production team received a call from a leader of the sporting world. He requested that they take down the video of the Spring Festival Gala on Beijing Television's official website, delete all content related to playing it up and get the person involved to issue a public apology. Of course, the person involved was referring to Zhang Yi. Beijing Television had already expected that Zhang Yi would get into trouble, but no one expected it to be so soon. A brief meeting was held at the station. Afterwards, Chang Xiaolian went to look for Hoof. Hoof then called Zhang Yi at once. At home, Zhang Yi was holding his cell phone and saying, which leader of the sporting world? Hoof said, the sports administration branch that's in charge of table tennis. Zhang Yi asked, will the station be taking down the video? That's not going to happen. Hoof informed Zhang Yi about the station's stand. We won't delete it since there's no reason, and we can't delete it anyway. That's why the station won't be pulled into this matter. Since the sports administration is not our overseeing agency and we have no direct relations to them, it doesn't make a difference to us, but as for you, Zhang Yi answered in amusement, then all the more it doesn't make any difference to me. Hoof said helplessly, you've really gotten used to all of this, huh? Anyway, just be careful. I think the sporting world definitely won't let this matter rest easy. Hoof was right. After the call, the sporting world immediately came attacking. First, it was a 1,500-word open letter from the national table tennis team denouncing him. Table tennis is a national sport, a healthy sport, a cultural heritage, and the pride of the nation. The vulgar actions of some people greatly defaming the sport of table tennis in a public setting of a sordid performance is something that the national table tennis team will not accept, that the sports associations and the tens of thousands of table tennis lovers will not accept. Such actions are an insult to table tennis and also to the art of skit comedy. We are now requesting that Zhang Yi apologize immediately and promise not to defame the sport of table tennis with further comments and statements in the future. Over 1,000 words were used to denounce him, with each of those words sounding very harsh. This denouncement letter was posted right onto the national table tennis team's official Weibo. Using an official Weibo account to target a person for denouncement was something that was rarely seen. When a lot of people from the industry saw this, they were all taken aback. They issued a response so quickly? The national team's reaction is very strong. This is going to be a big problem. Yeah, with the way things are going, this matter might turn out not to be that simple. At least, it's definitely not a small matter. The sporting world has really gotten serious. They really aren't going to let the matter rest. I thought it would take at least a few days, but they've issued this letter of challenge just like that? The netizens rushed to spread the news. Quick, come and see. Holy shit. The national team has just updated their Weibo. Teacher Zhang is in trouble. Fuck, why are there so many things happening today? They're all coming wave after wave, I'm numb. They even want Zhang Yi to apologize? Can you guys be any more shameless? I have to fucking take my hat off to you all. It was obvious that your teammates were the ones who bombarded Zhang Yi during the live interview on television first. And that was still not the end of it. When your head coach, Liu Yifeng, was interviewed, all of you were still insinuating and suggesting on the side that it was Zhang Yi who lost you guys the match. When Zhang Yi decided that he was not going to have any of that and retaliated, you all actually got offended by it. You couldn't accept what he said? Go fuck yourselves. Why should he apologize to you guys? You're the ones who should apologize instead. That's right. After you lost the match, instead of self-reflecting, you pushed the blame onto a celebrity who had absolutely nothing to do with it. Do you think you can push Zhang Yi around like that just because he has bad social relationships? In an instant, everyone found out about the sporting world's declaration of war against Zhang Yi. In an instant, all of Zhang Yi's fans appeared and stood forward. Some of the neutral netizens who were observing the commotion could not stand watching this any further and came forward to support Zhang Yi as well. I've always criticized Zhang Yi in the past, but I will support him this time. Fuck. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Come on. You want to declare a war? It should be us declaring the war instead. Are we going up against the sporting world this time? Come at us then. We might not be good at many things, but we are definitely good at fighting. In the literary world, education world, rhetoriology field, mathematics field, and hosting world, which have we not fought against before? Which have we not battled before? Bring it on. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Big Saber Bro also appeared. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who was at home, chuckled. They're here already? Great. This bro will face off against you all today. 896 Stop vilifying the national table tennis team, okay? Chapter 896, Stop vilifying the national table tennis team, okay? The open letter's effect was huge. It got the people's attention and everyone now wanted to know what was going on. A lot of those who were not involved also came to watch the commotion. After disturbing the music industry several hours ago, Zhang Yi had now offended the sporting world as well. A lot of people found it both annoying and funny and felt that this fellow was too much of a warrior who could not rest on his laurels. How would this conflict turn out? Would Zhang Yi apologize? Who would the public side with? Everyone's curiosity was piqued as the people observed the situation unblinkingly. When the open letter was published, it was followed by the appearance of countless athletes from the sporting world who also voiced their stand on the situation. Liu Yifeng's Weibo, I am seriously unable to take this lying down. Today, the national table tennis team must surely make its stand known. Otherwise, if we continue staying silent, we might get mistaken as easily pushed around. A vulgar and wicked artist like Zhang Yi should be severely boycotted. Zhang Yi. Apologize immediately. 2. How laughable. You guys were silent? Didn't you guys already start scolding a letter to home during the live interview? After Han Li had his turn scolding it, his teammate took over the scolding, And after the teammate finished scolding, you took over the scolding. Every word that was uttered from your mouths were slandering Zhang Yi by pinning the blame for the loss to the Korean team onto Zhang Yi. You guys were really silent, huh? If you call this staying silent, then what would it be like when you guys are not? I suppose that would mean that you guys would be bombing Tiananmen then? Ha 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 ha. That's a classic reply. Previous poster. This idiot. Liu Yifeng. If you don't know how to make a statement properly, please get lost. Stop embarrassing yourself. Head coach Liu, your actions are too disappointing today. You guys seem to be taking it for granted that you can criticize others, but when others do it to you, you won't accept the criticism. I speak as a neutral party regarding this matter. Although I can find some fault with Zhang Yi's skits lines, at the very least, Zhang Yi is much more gracious than you all. He did not complain like a pussy after being criticized by others, or denounce others and insist that they issue an apology, nor did he appeal for his fans to resist the criticism. All he did was criticize back by himself. Unlike you all. Comparing you people and Zhang Yi, whether it is conducting yourself or handling affairs, he is far better than you people. Apologize, your sister. Liu Yifeng had only just sent out this Weibo post, but the comments below had already filled up with over 200 replies, scaring Liu Yifeng. After reading the comments, he got so angry that his face turned green. Out of all the comments below, none of them supported him and were criticizing him instead. It was cut and thrust. The war gong had sounded. National table tennis team member Li Qi posted, "Boycott Zhang Yi. Calling out to my fans to boycott all of Zhang Yi's future shows from now on." Very quickly, Zhang Yi's fans arrived at his Weibo. "Hey, friend, where are your fans at? Are you on single-player mode? Where are your forces that you called upon? We even purposely waited a minute but didn't see anyone reply to your post, so we thought you might be lonely and decided to help you out instead. We reject 0 replies. Don't thank us, just call us the Red Scarves. Classmate Li Qi, would you like me to pretend to be your fan for a while? At least you won't look bad this way. Otherwise, by appealing to your fans and having no response from anyone, wouldn't that be really embarrassing? How face-smacking." When Li Qi saw this, he nearly vomited blood. At the same time, the national soccer team's current captain, Han Zhaoguang, appeared. He stood in firm solidarity with the national table tennis team. Supporting coach Liu Yifeng, supporting the table tennis team. Such matters really should not be tolerated and we should get angry if there is a need to get angry. Otherwise, no one would know where our bottom line is. That skit of Zhang Yi's was really over the line. Even if Han Li criticized you a little during his interview, you shouldn't be scolding table tennis this way. Yet another soccer player posted on Weibo, "Giving my support to our brothers from the table tennis team. I've never liked that Zhang Yi, so we should just ignore him." Yo, who did I just see? Han Zhaoguang? You have the cheek to appear here? Useless feat has appeared. Hurry up and go back into hiding, stop disgracing yourself here. This fight here is between Teacher Zhang and the table tennis team, what has it got to do with you? Since when has the sporting world been so united? Come on, we'll fight whoever comes. Yeah, we'll fight whoever comes. Second place finisher of the previous Badminton World Championships, Zhang Yi, please apologize to the table tennis team. A little-known female tennis player, sports are sacred. They're glorious, they're healthy, and they should not be vilified by others. I won't be watching Zhang Yi's shows from now on. Sports are sacred? Should not be vilified? Does that mean that teacher Zhang Yi was born unconsecrated and can be vilified at any time? If the table tennis team vilifies Zhang Yi first, with the head coach and the team members slandering Zhang Yi, can you call that sacred behavior? Is that what you call being sacred? Bull fucking shit. You athletes are really united, eh, coming together to pester teacher Zhang Yi? Alrighty then. Let's see which side has more people. Zhang Yi doesn't need someone like you watching his shows. In any case, I won't be watching any of your matches from now on. Ditto. Ditto. You've been blacklisted. Ditto. When the number of comments with ditto ended, there were already over 1,000 replies. A lot of those replies were also from genuine tennis fans too, and they were serious about not watching this person's matches anymore in the future. When that female tennis player saw this, she was dumbfounded. People from the basketball team. People from the swim team. People from the track and field team. A lot of the athletes and coaches from the sporting world came out to show their support. But without an exception, when their Weibo posts were made, they were immediately met with endless scolding, condemnation, and ridicule from the netizens. If they said a word, the troll army replied with 100 words. If they scolded with a sentence, the troll army scolded back at them with 1,000 sentences. It wasn't like these sports stars did not have their own fans, but there's only numbered a limited quantity. After all, a sports star's popularity would definitely not be comparable to that of an entertainment industry's celebrity. The main issue here was that Zhang Yi's "Everything is Great" and "A Letter to Home" touched a lot of people and converted many of them from neutrals to fans or haters to fans. Zhang Yi's popularity at the moment was unbeatable, and even many of the fans of those sports stars were unconditionally supporting Zhang Yi on this matter. A sports star who had been overly harsh with his post even saw his followers drop from 50,000 to 41,000. He had lost 9,000 fans in total. Bunch of troublemaking clowns. Idiot. You wanna fight with numbers? Come at us. Did you guys think that you could shape public opinion just because a bunch of you came out to post on Hueco? Bullshit. Have a look at yourselves. Aren't you disgusting? I like table tennis too, but the table tennis team is not right this time, so I will scold whoever comes. I won't let you people have any peace today. Anyone who criticizes Zhang Yi today will get a piece of me. Denouncement? Alright then. Let's see who's going to denounce who. Idiot. Countless netizens had rushed up in support of Zhang Yi. There were too many people. So much so that it was uncountable. It was as though there were a sea of people. The athletes who had come forward in support of the table tennis team did not expect this situation whatsoever and were dumbfounded. Looking at all those waves of scolding they were getting and their follower count on Weibo dropping, they finally managed to grasp the difference in quantity between their fans and Zhang Yi's fans. It was in a completely different league. Even if all of their followers were added together, they might not exceed half of what Zhang Yi had. How could this be? Their hearts turned cold. The situation was too lopsided. At this moment, Hanli posted again on Weibo, "I started playing table tennis at 8 and got onto the team at 11. At 18, I officially debuted with the national team in my first match. The injuries I've had, the difficulties I've encountered, who among you could understand? Practicing in the winter cold with temperatures below freezing, practicing in summer heat with temperatures over 30 degrees Celsius. If I'm injured, I have to practice. Even if I'm sick, I still have to practice. What table tennis is to me is just like what my parents are to me. It has become my guiding belief in life and I will not allow anyone to insult it." A few people from the sporting world stood forward. A coach from the field soccer, "It's very difficult for an athlete." A coach of the table tennis team, "I watched little Han grow up and have seen all the effort that he has put in all these years. This kid is really hardworking, just like all the other members of the national table tennis team. You all only see the glory they experience when they are playing their matches, not the hard work they put in behind the scenes. But now, it seems like there is someone who wants to vilify table tennis. I really do not know what such people are thinking." Some of the netizens started laughing in ridicule. Stop talking. The more I read the grosser it sounds. I should be asking what you all are thinking instead. Are you the only ones who have given your lives to something? Are you the only ones who have worked hard? Does that mean Teacher Zhang has not worked hard? Does it mean that he has not given his life to something? Then what makes you all think that you have the right to criticize him? Fuck. A Letter to Home sung by Zhang Yi is the most touching song I've heard in recent years, yet you guys used it as an excuse and reason for losing the match? And even vilifying the song? Based on what? Why is it justified for you guys to vilify others but others cannot criticize you? You still lost the match after putting in so much effort? Then how shitty does that make you? Just look at how Teacher Zhang fights against the Koreans. When has he ever lost before? The more that these people from the sporting world tried to support their own actions, the more it angered the netizens who supported Zhang Yi. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's Weibo status lit up as he came online. Zhang Yi posted, "Stop criticizing the table tennis team." Liu Yifeng was stunned. Han Li smiled, thinking that Zhang Yi had finally shown himself. Zhang Yi's fans were also stunned. Teacher Zhang is finally here. Stop our criticizing? But why? Why should we stop criticizing them? Could he be thinking of apologizing? What? Please don't say that. That's not possible. Others from the sporting world turned their attention over here in an instant. Every one of them was looking excited. Having gotten scolded by Zhang Yi's fans for such a long time just now, they felt depressed and wronged. Now that the person in question had finally shown himself and even asked his own fans to stop their criticism, it was clear as day that he had finally bowed to the pressure and decided to apologize. It looked like their sporting world's influence was still there. The sporting world had banded together today with a full show of force, and even a celebrity of Zhang Yi's status could not take them lightly. On Weibo, it seemed as though time had stopped in that moment. Everyone was paying attention to Zhang Yi's Weibo and could not understand why he told them to stop their scolding. Was he really going to seek a compromise? However, what followed in Zhang Yi's next Weibo post made all the netizens laugh like mad. Zhang Yi posted objectively, "Stop criticizing. Everyone, please stop criticizing. Don't you all know how hard the table tennis team has worked? The team members insisted on taking part in the tournament even with a high fever of 62 degrees Celsius, as they didn't want to disappoint the fans and audience. They practiced their swings 40 hours a day even though they suffered a comminuted fracture in both their wrists. They don't behave arrogantly even though they have 30 billion fans around the world. Every year during the 29th and 30th of February, they even organize a charity match in which the $2 trillion generated in attendance money get donated to Swiss children who cannot afford to attend school. Therefore, please stop vilifying our table tennis team, okay? The head coach, Liu Yifeng, was dumbfounded. Han Li was dumbfounded. Those who had come in support of the sporting world were also dumbfounded. At that instant, all of them nearly vomited blood. 897 Zhang Yi's combat strength shoots through the roof. Chapter 897, Zhang Yi's combat strength shoots through the roof. A high fever of 62 degrees Celsius. PFFT. Are you trying to boil an egg or something? They can still fucking train even after suffering a comminuted fracture in both their wrists. Are there 40 hours in a day? How can there be a fucking 30th of February? Ha 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 ha. Ayo, I can't take it anymore. How sarcastic. I'm dying of laughter. This is too fucking wicked. The netizens were rolling around in laughter. In an instant, this Weibo post was getting explosively forwarded. This was quite a well-known insult that the netizens from Zhang Yi's previous world used on EXO. Zhang Yi smoothly used it after making some slight modifications to it. The first impression one would have of it was that he was speaking up for the table tennis team in protest of the injustice they were suffering, but upon closer observation, every part of it was a goddamn insult. With Zhang Yi's appearance, he had expressed his stand and signal very clearly. It was obviously impossible to make him apologize. Moreover, not only would he not apologize, he even continued to make fun of them happily, utterly ignoring the collective attacks on him from the national table tennis team and the people from the sporting world. The sporting world was furious. The table tennis team was furious. Liu Yifeng, Han Li, Li Qi, and the others almost fainted from anger. They had expected that Zhang Yi might not apologize, but they didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so stubborn. Zhang Yi's Weibo had once again successfully ignited the flames of war. Countless netizens who supported him were making a huge ruckus online as if they were on steroids. Their voices were again starting to drown out the group of people from the sporting world who had jumped out earlier. There was criticism all around, the troll army was everywhere. Let alone this bunch of people from the sporting world, even Zhang Yi himself also frightened by it. Supporting Zhang Yi. Keep up the scolding. Fucking bastards. Let's go. Who wants to come with me to flood Liu Yifeng's Weibo? Me. I'll go. Me too. Who wants to come with me to flood Han Li's Weibo? I'll do it. Count me in. I'm coming. Fight it out with them. Initially, Zhang Yi just intended to take on this bunch of athletes from the sporting world by himself. But he was not even able to get into battle mode, as after he had just posted the insult and before he got a kick out of it, this bunch of people from the sporting world were already shattered by the massive troll army. There wasn't even a chance for Zhang Yi to step in. The troll army was too overwhelming. Han Li's blog had already fallen to the troll army. Liu Yifeng's Weibo was flooded with comments of idiot by the troll army. Several of those athletes and coaches of the sporting world from earlier were not spared either. A badminton athlete who had his own sports brand was even flooded by the troll army on the comments section of his online shop. The bystanders were dumbfounded by what they saw. Holy shit. This bunch of people are too terrifying. How can there be so many people? Those table tennis players too. They've already been slapped in the face by Zhang Yi once on the Spring Festival Gala, so why did they still have to provoke him? Are they trying to find out whose side has more people? Why are you guys so funny? Do you think that by getting a bunch of athletes to support you, your numbers will be massive? Can you see it now? This is Zhang Yi's main battlefield in the arena of Weibo. Even an A-list celebrity might not be a match for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's popularity is enormous. He's almost pushing into the A-list already. Judging by the way everything is going today, he shouldn't be far away now. This is already the showing of an A-list celebrity. The word tragic could be used to describe the current situation. But of course, tragic would be referring to that group of people from the sporting world, such as Liu Yifeng, Han Li, a female tennis player, the national soccer team captain, and others who had their faces turn green from all the scolding. Meanwhile, when many of the current or retired athletes heard about the scolding that the table tennis team was getting, they immediately wanted to come over to help out. However, some of them came a bit earlier while others arrived a little later. When the group that arrived late saw what was happening, they were all dumbfounded. The hell? What happened here? This. After hesitating for a moment, the several of them blinked, not knowing what to do. Oh well, forget it, they would just pretend that they were not online. Why didn't they go forward? Go forward, their ass. The main lead with the strongest combat strength did not really make a move and had only posted a ridiculing post on Hueco, but the group of people from the table tennis team, soccer team, and basketball team had already been smashed to pieces by the troll army with no chance of hitting back, so what chance would this later group still have? Whoever went up against him would surely end up sacrificing themselves for nothing. Brothers, take care. We were unable to help much, so we'll be going first. It wasn't only them. At this moment, a basketball star who was embroiled in the fighting was nearly in tears and intending to back off. But he had already denounced Zhang Yi publicly, so even if he wanted to leave, there was no chance to do so anymore. He was trapped and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Seeing such a great drop in the number of his Weibo followers, seeing the wave of criticism flooding into his Weibo and personal homepage, and even onto his own basketball team's homepage, he was deeply regretting his actions. Damn. Why did I have to get myself involved in this? What has this matter of the table tennis team got anything to do with me? Why did I rush into this for? Get Zhang Yi to apologize? But if he doesn't want to apologize, what can we do about it? Can we gobble him up because of that? We are just a group of people from the sporting world, who are we to influence the matters of the entertainment industry? That badminton athlete who had his own online shop was also exploding with anger. Fuck, you all should just stick to your scolding. Why are you all leaving complaints on my online shop? Fuck, they're even spamming negative reviews. Your sister. I'm gonna fight it out with you people. The situation was totally one-sided. Some of the genuine table tennis fans were also scolding them. A table tennis fan said in disappointment, Liu Yifeng, just look around you, how many people are helping you guys? How many fans are speaking up for you? Today's table tennis team was really too disappointing. Ignoring the fact that you all performed well below par in the match loss, you even found such a ridiculous reason as an excuse for the loss? Losing the match just because you listened to some song? Pushing the responsibility onto Zhang Yi? Today, you guys have lost the match and your fans. He said the words that many fans wanted to say. Actually, even though Zhang Yi had a massive troll army and fan club behind him, and there was almost nobody who could outfight him on Weibo, the fact of the matter was that there were still many people who disliked Zhang Yi. His popularity was not as good as some might have think, so every time Zhang Yi started a fight with someone, a lot of netizens would come out to scold Zhang Yi and the battle usually involved all those people. However, almost no one stepped forward today. Except for those athletes from the sporting world, there were basically no fans who came to help them. The reason lay in that line the table tennis team had lost the match and their fans this time. That's right. That's how it is. This is not the first time Hanli tried giving excuses like that. We're already tired of hearing them. Blaming the temperature for being too warm 2 matches ago? Blaming the temperature for being too cold at the last match? Then blaming a song for being terrible to listen to this time? Even if Hanli is always pushing the blame away, why as the national team's head coach are you always speaking up for him? They lost their match just because they listened to Zhang Yi's song? Do you think we're idiots? He's really treating us like idiots. No one is going to help them this time. They played too awful in that match. However, even in the face of the fans' doubts, the national team's head coach, Liu Yifeng, was still finding excuses. He replied on Weibo, I admit that the results of the national team in recent years have not been too ideal. No one's in a good mood after losing today's match and we will take responsibility for it. But a lot of things are not as simple as you think. The outcome of a match is often only a hair's breadth difference. There are many factors that can affect the results. It isn't always an issue of the player's performance. For example, a song, a disturbance in the crowd, or the temperature of a competition arena will all affect the player's performance. Besides, many of these are uncontrollable factors and cannot be mitigated at all. We are denouncing Zhang Yi today not because we have lost of the match, but because of his public insults against table tennis as a sport. That is something we can't accept. You all are still trying to push the blame away? That's really enough, all of you. Han Li also spoke up, we didn't push our blame away. We're improving, but the opponents are improving as well. Nowadays, many of the weaker teams have hired China's coaches and their abilities have significantly improved. This has resulted in others greatly underestimating their abilities. Li Qi, I lost a match today too. It's not that I'm finding excuses, but the stadium overseas was totally different from our country's facilities and the floor's surface was too hard. A lot of the players also encountered this problem and found it difficult to adapt. A table tennis player came forward and said, that's right, the stadium today was very bad and we pointed it out to the organizers before the match. If we go there again next year, their stadium will be rebuilt according to the international requirements. At that time, there won't be any problems anymore. The national soccer team captain, Han Zhaoguang said, "It's the same with soccer. There are many factors contributing to the outcome of a match." Following, athletes from tennis, badminton, and a few other sports spoke up for them as well. But the fans were not convinced. "Don't even mention soccer, thank you. How many crucial matches have you guys lost in the past few years? In the past, we dominated the world of table tennis. But now, even though we're still the world number one, we're always getting losses after every few winning games. If you lost, so be it. You should do some self-reflection and analyze the reasons for losing the match. But instead of that, all of you are constantly analyzing how others have affected you and analyzing those so-called unmitigable factors. Scram back to where you came from." The fans voiced their opinions in great numbers. At this moment, Zhang Yi, who had already crawled under his blanket, was starting to find it boring. It was so extremely boring. "I haven't even said much yet, but the troll army has already cleared the battlefield?" When he saw those people from the sporting world starting to appear again after hiding cowardly for a long time, he knew that he could finally say something. Zhang Yi posted on Weibo again. Everyone was stunned and came together to observe. "There's another post. Zhang Yi is here. Quick, come and see." What did he post this time? Zhang Yi was the person in question today. The battle had started because of him. That was why every move of his was rather highly anticipated by everyone. Zhang Yi posted on Weibo, "On today's live match, I was very honored to be singled out by the table tennis team after the tournament was over. When I saw the reasons explained by so many athletes for losing a match, I was suddenly enlightened and conveniently made an analysis of those reasons for losing a match and the factors beyond their control. The reasons are as follows: an analysis of the reasons in the sporting world, including table tennis, soccer, basketball, badminton, tennis, etc., for losing a match. A. Grounds factors. 1. The grounds were too hard. 2. The grounds were too soft. 3. The color of the grounds were not suitable. Reading this, the netizens cramped up with laughter. PFFT. Neither too hard or too soft would do? Hanli has really used this as a reason before in the past. Fuck. It's even the fault of the ground's color? Ayo. I have an inexplicable urge to laugh. Liu Yifeng was stunned first, then exploded with anger at the next moment. Han Li, Li Qi, and the rest also started to curse. Even a fool could see that Zhang Yi was satirizing them. B. Weather factors. 1. Snow. 2. Rain. 3. Hail. 4. Not enough sunlight. 5. Too much sunlight. 6. Cold. 7. Hot. 8. Neither cold nor hot, enough to inconvenience the opponent. Reading the second point, the netizens laughed again. Ayo, I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha. I'm bursting with laughter. What the hell is neither cold nor hot? It won't do no matter how much sunlight there is? Teacher Zhang, why are you so funny? What a classic. This is such a fucking classic. Someone really used that reason 2 years ago at a match. This was not made up. When many of these troll army soldiers who were spamming Weibo with criticism learned that Zhang Yi had posted on Weibo, they came over immediately as well. The moment they saw this, all of them burst out laughing. C. Tournament venue factors. I. On-field factors. 1. The referee helped the opponents. 2. The referee did not help us. 3. The opponents were too physically strong. 4. The opponent's technique was too good. 5. The goalposts, net, basketball rim, helped them. 6. The opponents performed insanely well. 7. The added time was too short. 8. The added time was too long. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ayo. The referee did not help us? PFFT. When the national soccer team captain, Han Zhaoguang, read this, he nearly fainted. 2. Off-field factors. 1. Not on home field, affected by the atmosphere. 2. On home turf, the pressure was too great. 3. The spectators did not cheer for us. 4. The spectators' cheers were too loud. The netizens were already unable to laugh anymore. Ayo, what the heck? Ha 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 ha. Fuck, I'm dying of laughter. Whatever the case, it's always an issue. Everyone from the sporting world exploded with rage. Zhang Yi. Fuck your grandpa. But the posts on Weibo were still coming. As there were too many words to write, Zhang Yi had to separate them into a few segments for posting. D. A bad lot was drawn. 1. Strong teams were put into the same group, resulting in a group of death. 2. Average teams were put into the same group. The burden of wanting to win was there, but the pressure of losing was too heavy. 3. Weak teams were put into the same group. Instead of showing respect to their opponents, They were caught off guard and slipped up. Ha 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 ha. Ayo, that was so fucking well said. I've burst out into laughter. I really did. Other reasons for losing a match, players' factors. 1. So-and-so went for overseas training, so our key player was kept out of the match. 2. So-and-so returned from overseas training, but was suffering from jet lag. PFFT. I'm dying of laughter. Those reasons for losing a match sound really familiar. Yeah, they're all based on true incidents. Ha 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 ha. Other reasons for losing a match, overall factors. 1. There was no air conditioning or heating in the hotel room. 2. The air conditioning in the hotel room was too cold. 3. The heating in the hotel room was too warm. 4. The bus seats were not comfortable. 5. The team's medical staff had poor medical skills. 6. Zhang Yi's song was terrible to listen to. Zhang Yi, the analysis is complete. Don't thank me, just call me Red Scarf. With that, the Weibo posting ended. When the netizens read the last line of the Weibo post, those people who were laughing until they were nearly in tears laughed even harder until they were now in stitches. Zhang Yi's song was terrible to listen to? He was outright insulting them. These Weibo posts of Zhang Yi had basically scolded all of the sports in the sporting world. There was no vulgarity used at all. There wasn't even any harsh vocabulary in it. The entire post was written in a list format. But this combat strength had fucking shot through the roof. 898 The sporting world brings in reinforcements? Chapter 898, The sporting world brings in reinforcements? On Weibo. The reasons for losing a match compilation that Zhang Yi posted spread across the internet. Other than Weibo, it also spread like crazy on Taiba, major discussion forums, as well as major web portals. On the chat app, Celebrity Goof Group, A-list celebrity Ning Lan posted a screenshot to the group, an analysis of the reasons in the sporting world for losing a match. A. Grounds factors. 1. The grounds were too hard. 2. The grounds were too soft. When I saw it, the chat group participants burst into laughter. Huel Dongfang, ha 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 ha. Ziadong, PFFT. Who made that? Ning Lan, Zhang Yi just posted it a short while ago. I died laughing. I really have to take my hat off to him for that mouth of his. Chen Guang, Sister Ning, you're watching the battle too? Ha ha ha. A few people who were clueless about what was happening asked, what battle? What happened? Fan Wenli, Zhang Yi clashed with the sporting world. Zhao Dong, Huel Dongfang, he's made his way to the sporting world this time? All those in this chat group were top celebrities, either in terms of popularity, in terms of the most outstanding works in their fields, or in terms of experience. Every one of them would be considered stars of their respective fields. As it was the first day of the Spring Festival and a majority of them had been invited to participate in the provincial station's Spring Festival galas, you could imagine how busy they were right now. Even so, Zhang Yi's Weibo post could still spread within this group, much less other groups. This Weibo post had gone viral. The netizens all over the country were reveling at it. Ha 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 ha. I read it thrice and laughed like a madman thrice. I can't take it anymore. Ayo. Zhang Yi is so amazing. Yeah, it's really their goddamn fault to have offended him. Ayo, why do I like Zhang Yi so much? Teacher Zhang has beautifully done it again. That mouth of Teacher Zhang's is really motherfucking awesome. Watch and learn, people from the sporting world. Witness the level of our Teacher Zhang's scolding. There isn't a vulgar word or anything nasty. That's what you call skill. But look at how you guys do it. Look at how you scold. Constantly rambling without making a point. All you know is how to cast doubt over and over again. PFFT, previous poster, you're asking too much of them. Han Li, Liu Yifeng, and the others are just graduates of sports schools. Some of them never even finished their education. But what about Teacher Zhang? He's an associate professor of both Peking University and Media College. 1. Comparing scolding? In these few years, I've never seen Zhang Yi lose a scolding battle before. Yeah, that fellow has really never lost before, not even once. Today, Teacher Zhang has again showed everyone that when it comes to scolding, as long as he's taking part, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. This excerpt from Weibo was also taken by Zhang Yi from his previous world. In this world, there had been countless classic insults at soccer and basketball, just like there had been in Zhang Yi's previous world. He could just take any insult from his original world and it would be considered a classic here. For example, the one he had just used was actually an insult targeted at soccer, but after some tweaking and polishing, the effect of it was very stunning. The netizens were very excited. The moment it was unleashed, it became unstoppable. Splendid. The scolding battle this time is really splendid. Let's go, keep it up. Yeah, don't let up on them. That'll show them to keep coming up with excuses and reasons. It might have been fine if you guys used some other excuses or reasons. But too bad for you this time. You people have chosen to say that it was because of Teacher Zhang's bad singing? Bull fucking shit. Let's flood them again. I'll flood Han Li. I'll lead the others to flood Liu Yifeng. I'll head over to scold those people from the basketball team. Okay, then we'll go smash that badminton champion. Charge. Fuck you, bastards. Realizing that they were under the imminent attack of another wave of the troll army, which was 2-3 times greater than the previous wave, those people from the sporting world started to panic. They were currently retreating slowly and could not hit back at all, but with that Weibo post by Zhang Yi, it had further grabbed them by their vulnerable spot and dealt them the fatal blow. There was totally nothing that they could do but to watch helplessly as wave after wave of the troll army flooded onto their Weibo homepage as though they were doing their Christmas shopping. A wave arrived and left after they finished their scolding. Another wave arrived and also left after their scolding. Then the first wave returned and left after their scolding. Followed by the second wave returning. The scolding battle had evolved into an organized partying system for the participants like they were going for a power grinding session. Liu Yifeng was angered and confused. Han Li and the other members of the table tennis team also grit their teeth. In the area of Weibo, perhaps only Zhang Yi's fans and that massive troll army of his with nothing better to do could summon such organizational capabilities, with such unity and scale to form such cohesive teams. The spectators were also watching avidly. The outcome should already be determined, right? Haha, there's no suspense to this at all. Is it going to end soon? How many waves of scolding has there already been? Are those people from the sporting world still holding up? Ninglan was watching. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli weren't asleep yet either, getting less and less tired as they watched, feeling more and more awake as they watched. And then there were also those from Beijing television, like Chang Xiaoliang, Hoof, Huj, Hudi, and the rest from the production team of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala who had been observing the conflict since it started. After all, this all occurred because of them. Zhang Yi had only performed the skit because he wanted to help them avert the situation of not being able to replace the finale performance, so they had to do their parts as well. As such, Chang Xiaoliang and Hoof both showed their support for Zhang Yi's Weibo and publicly stated their thanks to Zhang Yi for saving the gala this time, as well as giving an explanation for the lines used in the skit. However, their Weibo posts barely made any impact as everyone else was too caught up in the fighting. On this, they could only react with a wry smile. Whatever, it was better that this be left to little Zhang himself to handle. Hakiki stepped into the battle. Zhang Zuo stepped into the battle. Little Wang, Wu Yi, and many of the others at Central TV Department 14 who were already asleep woke up and powered on their computers to join in after their colleagues informed them about the situation. Tong Fu was shocked. Damn, they've really clashed? Huang Dandan said inside the office chat group, holy shit, I just found out about this. I went straight to bed after watching the skit. Little Wang said angrily, I'm here. Let's kill them. Wu Yi laughed, we were waiting for you guys. Quickly come and support Director Zhang. Huang Dandan scolded, that bunch of bastards are too much. They're even demanding that Teacher Zhang apologize? Tui. Why don't you people go to hell? Director Zhang, we're coming. They all swarmed into the battle. Tong Fu flooded Han Li's Weibo, fucking idiot. Huang Dandan rushed over to Liu Yifeng's Weibo, damn bastard. Wu Yi scolded, yeah, we're scolding you, you fucking bastard. Wu Yi and the rest thought that they were not well known and that people would not recognize who they were, so they did not pay much attention to the way they spoke. But in actuality, their names were very well known in the industry and anyone who was an industry peer who had watched The Voice and A Bite of China would probably know them. This was the program team of two of the shows that had continuously set so many records and taken #1 in the entire country's viewership ratings, as well as winning 2 of the most prestigious awards in the industry. At a television station, a rookie who had just entered the industry was currently working overtime. He looked at Weibo with a face full of shock, then turned to his colleagues beside him who had joined the station a year before him. Brother Sun smiled and said, what's the matter, little Kai? Dumbfounded, little Kai pointed at Weibo. Is this the #1 program team of our television industry? Are they? Brother Sun had a look and couldn't believe it either. He then cleared his throat and said, ahem, it looks like it's them. Little Kai tactfully said, why are they not like what I imagined? Well, a little different from what I imagined. Brother Sun said, you've just joined the industry, so you still don't understand the situation. When you've hung around enough for long, you'll get it. This team is indeed the #1 program team in the industry, but in terms of their temperaments and characters, they're really quite fucked up and are always following Zhang Yi around scolding others. Anyway, if you see them around in the future, I suggest that you steer clear of them. Little Kai acknowledged, I I understand. On Weibo. The scolding battle continued. At this point, this could no longer be called a scolding battle anymore, as it wasn't much of a battle, but a one-sided rout instead. There were also a lot of people hurling vulgarities around, but most of them had not been banned as no one bothered to report them and the Weibo administrators were too busy to handle these matters anyway. On Weibo today, it was a sea of scolding everywhere. The manager of the Weibo administrator account was nearly in tears. At 11 p.m., he was woken up and called back to the office only to witness wave after wave of scoldings. His team members nearly passed out from the workload. We can't handle all these requests. What should we do? Have the users gone crazy today? We can't ban them in time. They're all crazy. That manager did not say anything and just sat in front of his computer. Using an internal management account, he sent Zhang Yi a private message full of pleading words. Teacher Zhang, sorry to bother you during your busy period. In the future, when you start a scolding battle, could you please tell your fans to watch their words? Otherwise, if their accounts get banned, that would be rather troublesome, wouldn't it? It's also very difficult for us to reactivate their accounts after that, so hopefully you can understand our perspective. Every time you have a conflict with someone, we have to work overtime. Our work hours have now become primarily scheduled around you, so it's really hard on us. At least next time, if you are going on Weibo to fight again, could you please inform us in advance? We would also like to prepare a little if we have to work overtime on that day. After sending it, he wasn't even sure if Zhang Yi would see it. The Sporting World's members were retreating. Liu Yifeng and the table tennis team members' retorts on Weibo were already sounding rather incoherent and even they themselves did not really know what they were talking about anymore. They were so angry that they were going crazy. Just when everyone was thinking that the scolding battle had came to an end, there was a twist. A leader of the sports administration appeared, the chief of that table tennis branch in the sports administration who had called Beijing television earlier. When this sports administration chief appeared, he directly mentioned the SARFT's review unit as well as 3 other handles, which were all leadership roles at the SARFT. There was a deputy division head, a department supervisor, and another division head. They were likely to be this sports administration chief's acquaintances. That sports administration chief's Weibo post said, "I've finally seen for myself the culture of the entertainment industry today. A celebrity leading a verbal abuse session against sports, and he's even doing it so arrogantly. Is there no one to oversee and manage such behavior?" The people from the sporting world were exhilarated all at once. Bureau Chief Keon. Bureau Chief Keon has come. Chief Keon. Their reinforcements had arrived. And it was even a heavyweight reinforcement. 899 It's fine, carry on scolding. Chapter 899, It's fine, carry on scolding abroad. At the table tennis team's hotel. The fatigue and gloom were suddenly wiped off everyone's faces. They were all looking lively again. This was without a doubt due to the appearance of the sports administration chief who gave them a calming effect. After the chief had mentioned the relevant SARF departments and personnel, they knew what they had to do now. This was their chance to fight back. Not as many people on our side? We can't outscold you? But we can certainly report you. As they said, entertainment and sports really fell under the same family. It was clear now that there were dealings between the sports administration and the SARFT all along. Chief Keon, being an executive, would surely know a few of the people in the leadership roles within the SARFT. The situation would be reversed soon. Zhang. This time, we'll make sure you apologize. Let's do it. Let's follow Chief Keon's lead. Yeah, let's report that Zhang Yi. Let's make an official complaint about him. Haha, I don't believe this won't set him straight. With so many people complaining about him, the SARFT will definitely have no choice but to handle him. Very soon, quite a number of people from the sporting world started typing out their complaints, keeping up with Chief Keon's pace. Han Li, making an official complaint about Zhang Yi's Spring Festival Gala skit, playing it up. Li Qi, making an official complaint about Zhang Yi's Spring Festival Gala skit, playing it up. The link to the video is here. He posted together with an URL address. Liu Yifeng left a complaint right on the SARFT's official feedback channel. Zhang Yi publicly insulted table tennis as a sport, using his popularity and fame to purposely sway the opinion of the public and discrediting the sporting spirit. Shouldn't there be someone to put him in his place? We suggest that Zhang Yi receive a comprehensive ban from performing at all outlets. That tennis player also left a complaint. That former badminton champion also sent in a complaint. 10 people. 20 people. 30 people. Seeing that the situation had reversed, more and more people from the sporting world joined the denouncing army, sending in their official complaints regarding Zhang Yi's skit, playing it up, which they viewed as a serious violation. A deliberate persecution of the national sporting spirit. The sporting world was gathering momentum. When the netizens saw this, They raised their objections in condemning voices. Fuck. What is this? What is this name-calling? You guys didn't discredit the sporting spirit when you accused Teacher Zhang's song as being bad and the reason for the table tennis team's loss in their match. But when Teacher Zhang retorted, you people are saying that he is persecuting the sporting spirit. What do you define as sporting spirit? It's just something that's designated for your own convenience, right? So that you all can say anything you want? Bunch of bastards. This is infuriating. What kind of people are they? I was just going to say. Is this the damn culture of the sporting world these days? They can't outscold and outfight us, so they start roping in reinforcements? And started complaining? What an ugly side the sporting world has. Fuck, let's continue scolding them. Wait a little while longer. It's getting a little troublesome now. Yeah, they're all making official complaints one by one. Teacher Zhang is going to be in big trouble from now on. Right, there's even a complaint from a sports administration chief. The people from the SARF that the sports administration chief mentioned must be people he knows personally. Together with so many people from the sporting world complaining, even including some sports champions and coaches, how can the SARF ignore this? They will definitely deal with Teacher Zhang Yi in some big way. What kind of punishment will they mete out? I don't know, but could they really issue a comprehensive ban on Zhang Yi from performing at all outlets? Surely this doesn't call for such drastic punishment, right? Will they order Zhang Yi to apologize to the sporting world instead? Damn. That bunch of bastards. The expressions of Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, and the others all changed. The couple, Chen Guang and Fan Wenli, were also anxious and worried for Zhang Yi. At that moment, the scolding voices of Zhang Yi's fans all stopped. They did not know whether they should continue or not. If they were to continue the fighting like this, they were worried that it would bring more trouble to Zhang Yi and cause him to receive greater punishment. What if the people from the SARF were to investigate and notice that it was really just as the sporting world had accused, that Zhang Yi used his popularity and fame to sway public opinion? Seeing the weakening of the netizens' momentum, the sporting world's people were all laughing at them. At this moment, that chief from the sports administration made another Weibo post directed right at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you have half an hour to make an apology. Very quickly, Zhang Yi replied on Weibo, and if I don't? The sports administration chief, go ahead and try. Zhang Yi laughed, alright then, I'll fucking go ahead and try. With these words, the netizens were shocked. Holy fuck. Teacher Zhang is so bold. Standing firm against a chief of the sporting world? Fuck me. Heavens. Teacher Zhang, calm down. Calm down. Yeah, be careful of what you say. However, Zhang Yi was seemingly oblivious to it all. At home, he looked at his watch and then proceeded to post on Weibo, it's 11:20 p.m. now, so it's 30 minutes right? Starting from now, there's just 29 minutes and 30 seconds left. The netizens were bubbling with excitement. Awesome. How domineering. This is the Zhang Yi I like. What an animal. I'm getting excited. Teacher Zhang is so awesome. Teacher Zhang. You're so cool. Seeing this, the sports administration chief was stunned. Hakiki and Zhang Zuo broke into cold sweats. Ninglan was shocked. Fan Wenli drew in a sharp gasp. Many of Zhang Yi's friends were so shocked that they nearly suffered a heart attack. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Elsewhere, those people from the sporting world blew up in anger. They had never expected Zhang Yi to be such a hooligan. Even with Chief Keon personally attending to this matter, this fellow still dared to continue fighting? Zhang. Did you take a fucking dose of gunpowder today? The sports administration chief said in anger. Alright. 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 He said that 3 times in a row. But at the next moment, he was left with no chance to say any more as the troll army's scolding suddenly flooded Chief Keon's Weibo account. The scolding from tens of thousands of people was so massive that it could be described as having blotted out the entire comments section. Scram. Is the sporting world ganging up to bully our teacher Zhang now? Fuck off. Who cares if you're an exec? Go fuck yourself. What are you trying to do acting all high and mighty? Get lost. Threatening teacher Zhang? Who do you think you are? This is not the sporting world or your backyard. Not everyone cares who you are. Your posturing this time around deserves a score of 0. That moment of oppression they felt from before had all turned into rage now, and they were pouring that rage back onto Chief Keon. Initially, the troll army was worried that this bunch of bastards' complaints would bring trouble to Zhang Yi, so they did not dare say anything or scold anyone. But the moment they saw Zhang Yi standing up so firmly to the sports administration chief, the troll army felt the blood in their entire body starting to boil. If teacher Zhang wasn't afraid, then why should they be afraid? Fuck. Fuck them. Countless netizens surged forward. Some of the neutral-on-looking netizens who saw this also let out a curse before stepping forward as well. Fuck. I can't watch any longer. I'm going to help Zhang Yi. I'm going to. Count me in. Damn, they're even making official complaints. I can't stand idly by any longer. You people were the ones who criticized Zhang Yi first, but did Zhang Yi complain? He didn't say a single thing. He simply scolded back and that's it. You people could have just scolded him back, but look at what you're doing instead. Since you can't outscold him, you begin harassing him? Start calling for reinforcements? Starting to gather people together to make complaints. You bunch of goddamn Sporting World members are just creating a disturbance. Blaming Zhang Yi for not singing well after losing a match. Complaining to the Sarft when you can't outscold others. I despise people like you the most. Let's go. Help Zhang Yi. At home. Zhang Yi's cell phone immediately rang. Zhang Yi answered, "Hello, old Yao." Yao Jiankai's voice was trembling with fright. "Why are you messing around with a chief from the sports administration? What's the matter?" Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I don't care who he is. I really take my hat off to you." Yao Jiankai said, "You're too audacious. The sports administration may not be able to do anything to you, but the Sarft can. Aren't you afraid of being banned again by them?" Zhang Yi said, "I'm really not afraid of that at all." Yao Jiankai. Zhang Yi added, "Even if they really ban me, with that Keon fella acting all high and mighty toward me, I would still have shot him down for it." Suddenly, Yao Jiankai exclaimed, "Shit. Look at Hueco. What's up?" That person from the Sarft who was mentioned has responded. Zhang Yi went to take a look and it was indeed as Yao Jiankai said. The official Hueco of the Sarft's feedback department, received and pending. That deputy division head of a certain Sarft department, we will investigate. If it is true, this matter will be dealt with severely. Such insulting behavior toward the sporting spirit will not be tolerated. A supervisor from a Sarft department, I've already seen the complaints and will push this up the chain for further action. A response will be issued to our comrades from the sporting world and this matter will certainly be dealt with properly. The netizens were utterly exasperated. Shit. Zhang Yi's in big trouble. The complaints have been accepted and are pending review? Fuck. Bullshit. I should be fucking complaining about those people from the sporting world instead. For insulting the spirit of music in a live post-match interview. Those involved clearly know each other. Yeah, they're in cahoots. The decision will surely be in favor of the sporting world. This is really bad. Stop scolding already, we should not add to the troubles of teacher Zhang Yi. They're such bastards. If you want a battle, then you should fight proudly. If you scold us, then we'll scold you back. That's how it should be, but you're resorting to underhanded tricks now. Is this the conduct of the sporting world? Is this what you call sporting spirit? I'm laughing so hard. Bunch of bastards. Zhang Yi's parents' house. Yao Jiankai was getting anxious over the phone. Just look at that. You've gotten yourself into big trouble again. Zhang Yi said calmly, "It's going to be fine. I'll make a call to check on things. I'll have to hang up first." After the call ended, Zhang Yi scrolled through his contacts and called Wu Zeking right away. Click. Zhang Yi said while blinking, "Old Wu, were you sleeping?" On the other end, Wu Zeking said, "I was sleeping, but was woken by a call from the office." Zhang Yi said, "You know about it then?" Wu Zeking acknowledged, "I've just heard about it, that you have a conflict with the sporting world?" "Yeah." Zhang Yi answered, "Those people from the sporting world are now lodging complaints about me and even some chief from the sports administration surnamed Keon appeared on Weibo, acting all high and mighty toward me, so I chased him back to where he came from." "Oh, then I saw the Sarft's Weibo saying that the complaints have already been processed?" Wu Zeking said, "Yes." Zhang Yi probed, "Then I?" Wu Zeking asked, "What about you?" Zhang Yi explained, "What I mean is, what do you think I should do?" He wasn't sure about old Wu's attitude on this matter, nor if this matter would be escalated within the Sarft, so he wanted to seek Wu Zeking's views on it. But old Wu's answer made Zhang Yi very happy. Wu Zeking said without hesitation, "It's fine, carry on scolding." "It's fine? Carry on scolding?" These words made Zhang Yi feel elated. "All right then, I understand." Wu Zeking laughed and said, "After you're done scolding, rest early. Don't go to bed too late." "Okay," Zhang Yi answered. It's still my old Wu who is the most understanding. This was what he liked most about old Wu. Regarding some matters, Wu Zeking would never nag him. Whether it was about him scolding and offending people, or getting along with his peers, Wu Zeking would never chide him for any of that. It seemed like whatever Zhang Yi did, old Wu was always supportive of him, even if it was getting into a quarrel. For example, this situation right in front of them. If it were anyone else, they would surely nag a little and say things like, "Why are you getting into another fight with the sporting world? Why did you scold a chief from the sports administration, or similar words? But Wu Zeking did not say any of that and just told him in a direct and calm manner, it's fine, carry on scolding. This is Wu Zeking, the goddess chief of the Sarft who he loved to the bone. 900 The spam flooding crashing the bar regiment goes on the warpath. On Hueco. The situation was suddenly reversed again. With Zhang Yi's firm stand against a chief of the sporting world, the Sarft got involved and started with the investigations. The sporting world was angered by Zhang Yi's arrogance and yet another wave of coaches and athletes joined in. The sports administration chief had been rebuked, so being part of the sporting world, many of these people could no longer act like they did not notice. If they didn't step up at this point in time, that would be a mistake in principle. Suddenly, countless elite athletes and coaches from the sporting world started to join the army of voices denouncing Zhang Yi. Finally, even the national soccer team's current head coach stepped forward. Then there was the national basketball team, a provincial badminton team, a municipal swimming team, the Chinese Skating Association. Everyone stepped forward, lodging an official complaint against Zhang Yi. He's too arrogant. You even dare to backtalk Chief Keon? I don't believe that there's no justice. Yes, continue lodging complaints. Sarft, hurry up and give us the results of your investigations. A hooligan like him has to be completely banned. Sarft, you can just refer to the skit playing it up and review the insulting Weibo posts that Zhang Yi made against sports. How can you not ban a person like him? Please give our sporting world an explanation. This has to be dealt with severely. And we demand a formal apology from Zhang Yi to the sporting world. Otherwise, we won't let the matter rest. Won't let it rest. Zhang Yi had truly poked on a hornet's nest this time. Some of those in the troll army could no longer stand this and immediately started to scold back at the sporting world. But they were quickly stopped by others. Stop scolding for now. We can't create more trouble for Teacher Zhang Yi. Didn't you guys see that the Sarft have stepped in and are investigating Teacher Zhang? If we were to charge to the front at this time, we'd just make things worse. Teacher Zhang only managed to get his ban lifted after having an incredibly difficult time last year. Surely you guys don't wish to see Teacher Zhang get banned again, right? Stop for now. This is numbing. I'm so infuriated. When did we become those who needed to bow to pressure? I'm so mad. What do we do now? I don't know. Can someone come up with a solution? How can we help Teacher Zhang? The fans were also forcefully stifling their anger. Hakiki was so mad. Zhang Zuo, Little Zhang, and Wu Yi were also outraged. With the Sarft's intervention, Chang Xiaoliang and Hu also broke into cold sweat over the matter. What would Little Zhang do now? How would he handle this? The matter was blowing up. No one had expected this scolding battle to spread to such a scale. It even got to a point where it felt like it was almost earth-shattering. From January of this year, there had not been such a large scolding battle online like this one in which an entertainment industry's celebrity faced off against the sporting world. At the moment, countless entertainment industry celebrities and insiders were watching the battle. For instance, Ning Lan, Huo Dongfang, Xia Dong, the Chen Guang and Fan Wenli couple, Central TV and other provincial station staff. Everyone wanted to see how this battle would play out and how it would end. Suddenly, Zhang Yi reappeared. However, his post on Weibo had once again stunned the world. Zhang Yi calmly posted, Chief Key on Sporting World, it's already been 5 minutes, there's only 25 minutes left now. I've observed many of you popping up one by one and I feel that the message of my skit playing it up was indeed spot on. But I can't just let you all act, so I hereby announce that starting from now, it's time to crash the bar. 1. Crash the bar? Crash Taiba? 2. Everyone online was shocked. Nobody ever imagined that with so many famous athletes coming forward in the sporting world, and with the intervention of the Sarft's investigations, at such a critical juncture of the matter, at this moment of crisis, Zhang Yi would still choose to stand firm against them. And it was an even stronger and crazier form of standing up against them. Crash the bar? He was going to fight until his dying breath. Chang Xiaoliang fainted. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were sweating profusely. Ning Lan was shocked. Huo Dongfang was dumbfounded. A lot of the spectators were also stunned at his moment. Crazy. Damn, Zhang Yi has gone crazy. Zhang Yi followed up by specifying the target. First stop, the table tennis team. The troll army was suddenly bubbling with excitement. Zhang Yi's fans' blood was boiling. Comrades, stand up now. Teacher Zhang has spoken. It's time to battle. Battle. Fuck their grandpas. Bring it on. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time now. Teacher Zhang. We've been waiting for this. Fuck them. Just point to the target and we'll be there. Teacher Zhang is acting so extremely cool today. Now that Teacher Zhang has given his instructions, what else is there left to say? Fuck them. Let's do it. The battle began. It wasn't some minor scolding battle anymore. This time, it was a real thing. Crash the bar. This was an operation that was very popular back in Zhang Yi's previous world. Compared to the denouncements and scoldings on Weibo which didn't affect anything, crashing the bar was an attack that was much more aggressive, with a greater harm and caused more damage. Usually, unless it was a deep hatred, most people would not choose this form of attack that carried such great harm. In addition, it consumed a great amount of manpower that most people could not gather together. But today, Zhang Yi had stepped forward. With his crash the bar, it made countless people bubble with excitement. The sports administration chief and everyone from the sporting world were stunned. In a flash, a surge of anger rushed to their heads. Zhang Yi, we dare you. But he really did dare to do so. Zhang Yi's fans also dared to do so. The table tennis team's Taibo was suddenly invaded by Zhang Yi's troll army. Less than 10 seconds after Zhang Yi's Weibo post, the table tennis team's Taibo was in fact a mess. Start the bar crashing. Squad 1 has arrived. Squad 2 reporting for duty. Squad 3 checking in. Squad 4 standing by. Zhang Yi's fan club setting off for battle. Those not involved, please take a step back. Let's fight. This is a battle for our dignity. Idiot Han Li. Idiot Liu Yifeng. Today, if God blocks us, we will kill God. If Buddha blocks us,